Good evening. It is 6:31 and we are back into regular session. We are on item 3, take any necessary or appropriate action on matters posted for consideration during the closed executive session. There's a motion.
Yes, Mayor, I would like to make a motion that for the assistant or associate municipal judge be reviewed by the municipal judge, the mayor, the court administrator, and look at the applicants and bring the applicants for the associate judge back to the council for review.
A second. I have a motion from Councilmember Peterson and a second from Councilmember Jones that there be an interview process. The panel will be composed of the mayor, myself, the municipal judge, and the court administrator, and we will bring a recommendation back to council. Is there any discussion or further comments? Madam Secretary, if you'll call the roll.
Yes.
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 Yes. Motion passes unanimously. So we are on item 4, and I am calling our regularly scheduled meeting to order. Appreciate your patience. Want to tell you a couple things before we get started. Item 8G has been pulled and will not be discussed this evening. I also want to let you know that I have 4 people signed up for item 9C, and I'll give you a couple more minutes of grace if there's anybody in the audience that wishes to speak. If you will please get your information to the city secretary as soon as possible. And we will also be taking the items for individual consideration. We will be taking those early as well. So we're going to skip around the agenda a little bit, but we will do that after we get done with 7D with the proclamation. We'll move through our normal start to the meeting, and then we'll take care of the items for individual considerations and item 9C. So with that, we're at 6:30, and we were in executive session late, so I didn't get to come out and meet the kids. Zoe Croft, are you here? Zoe is not here. Is Mitchell there? Alex Mitchell? All right. Alex Mitchell is on the Bastrop High School Student Council. Come on forward. She's going to be leading us in the pledges tonight. Who do you have with you, Alex? Logan Anderson. Welcome, Logan. You guys step up to the mic. Tell us what grade you're in. Tell us something about you.
I'm a junior at Bastrop High School, and I'm the vice president of my student. I'm the treasurer and public relations officer at my student council, but I'm running for vice president.
All right. Logan?
Yes, ma'am. I'm a junior at Bastrop High School, and I'm in charge of Christian's Closet.
Oh, that's great. What an outstanding organization. That's fantastic. Thank you both for coming tonight. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you will please rise. These young people are going to lead us in both of the pledges. First to the U.S. flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now the Texas Pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Let's give these young people a round of applause. Thank you.
You know, I also want to point out Logan works with the Bastrop Bear football team. Appreciate so much what you do. You're just a really good support person for those guys on there.
And ladies and gentlemen, if you'll remain standing, Cliff Sparks will be giving us our invocation tonight.
Let us pray. Father God, we glorify your name here today. We thank you that you promised that where 2 or 3 or more of us are gathered together in your name, that you're here with us and we welcome your presence. Thank you for all your loving grace that you've given us and all the blessings that we have. They're all from your hand. Lord, just ask that you would give us your wisdom, that everything done here be done in accordance with your will, that your will be accomplished here on earth in this place as it is in heaven. And let the righteousness, peace, and joy of the Holy Spirit be manifest here today. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you very much, Chaplain. Appreciate it. All right, we're moving on to item 7A, and that is the mayor's report. Let me find my stuff. Before we get going on that, I had just a couple of things that I wanted to mention, and that is this very day I was sent a notice that there will be a human trafficking awareness event Tuesday, April 2nd from 6 to 8 p.m. at Bastrop Convention Center. That is an effort that is being put on by Bastrop County Cares, the Rotary, and the Bastrop Independent School District. For those of you that are watching from home, there is also going to be childcare available. So it's kind of a touchy subject, but the state of Texas is number 3 in the United States in human trafficking. So
Can you just put the date and the location again?
April 2nd, Tuesday, April 2nd, from 6 to 8. They have a light meal starting at 5:30. It will be at the Bastrop Convention Center, and childcare will be provided. I'm told if you go on social media, there's a way to RSVP to help with meals. And I'll give a copy of the flyer, and maybe we can get it posted. But that is Tuesday, April 2nd. I also, and I'm sure everyone's aware of it by now, but I'd like us to keep our friends in Smithville in our thoughts and prayers. Several of you know that the Chamber of Commerce and the Railroad Museum caught on fire late Saturday night, early Sunday morning, and so that community's going through that. I understand either it has already been set up or in the process of setting up a GoFundMe, and they're trying to get some money to get that rebuilt. So one of our sister cities, and just want to be aware of that. Okay, if we go to the first page, on the upper left, a really fun thing I did at the beginning of the month was attend the Texas Free Victory or Death as a way to celebrate Texas. Connor McAnally put the show together, and Terry Moore sang some songs about Texas that I had never heard before. It was really nice to hear. Below that, you see the Zuma Lost Pines Challenge, and I'm sure Susan may visit about it when she gets a date, or it may make it the next one around. But really an outstanding event. I mentioned before that I did the 5K on Friday and the 10K Saturday morning, and I won't be doing, that'll be a once-in-a-lifetime event. But I got some really cool bling out of that. It's an outstanding participation by a lot of restaurants in town, and I was surprised as I was visiting with folks, there were people that had come from Austin and they stayed Friday night and Saturday night. I know that we put a tremendous number of heads in beds, and it was just really a great way to show off the city. And one of the things I heard more than anything else was, I've been to Buc-ee's and I've driven through Bastrop, but I've never been in downtown Bastrop. And I had one lady tell me that she was going to go back along the running route to get the phone number because she was going to make an offer on a house she saw for sale. So people that come to visit us really enjoy it. In the bottom left-hand corner, PBMC stands for Primate Behavioral Management Conference. And just think of a bunch of really smart people that are doing research that can help everyone's health in the years to come. Dr. Stephen Shapiro is a great guy, and one of his favorite bands in the whole wide world is the Peterson Brothers. And this is a man, he had 51 researchers there. They were from the United States, Canada, Kenya, and France, and Brazil, and he was nervous introducing the Peterson Brothers. So I kind of got a kick out of that, but really a great group of people. Girl Scout Troop 990 came, got to hear about what it's like to be a mayor and learn a little bit about city politics. I attended the mayor's prayer breakfast and it was very nice to meet and to hear from the Commissioner Alvarez with the Texas Workforce Coalition. And Dale Burke was the president, and there's a picture of us. And next to that is Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Rogers, and myself at the TML Region 10 meeting. And the reason I'm in the same clothes was one of them was at 6:30 in the morning and the other one was at 6:30 the same night. So I have to go on record for that for my female friends. At the chamber luncheon this month in early March, Terry made a presentation about the YMCA, and I want to thank, the meal was provided by Chick-fil-A, and Roadrunner Radiology was one of the sponsors. That was great. The Pit Stop Sports Grill had their ribbon cutting. The Go Texan Cook-Off, Curtis Hancock asked me if I would judge chili, beans. He said chili and beans. It was chili, beans, salsa. I've never tasted something so hot in my entire life. And baking. And I agreed to do it, and I went home and mentioned to my husband that I was going to do that, and he said, Connie, did you tell him you usually don't eat beans? And I told him I had kind of left that part out. But they were such great cooks that I think now I'm going to start eating beans. But the picture to the right, intentionally did that. You can see Curtis, but Curtis' wife won 2 of the categories. So he was really proud of her, and it was great to be a part of that. They are raising funds to help seniors in high school in Bastrop County get scholarships. In the bottom right-hand corner, I attended the Bastrop High School FFA and 4-H livestock show. A lot of animals being sold, and to the left was a very talented young artist that has made some phenomenal things, and I've got him hooked up with the Art Guild, and he's going through the process to be able to sell some of his work at the Art Guild. So just a really neat group of kids, and it was nice to spend some time. Next page, speaking of Smithville, once again, they won the It's Time Texas Community Challenge for extra small. You'll see in the bottom left-hand corner that we came out number 7 out of all of the small communities, but I was super pleased that we scored over 355,000 points and lost as a community over 53 pounds. There were 25,000 registered users and 360 communities, so it was really neat to be a part of that process. Then the next page has the planned events. I had a BEDC board meeting. I went to the Texas Legislative Conference in New Braunfels. Yesterday, I spoke at Circa in the morning, and then at lunch, I went and spoke at Gateway, and now it's Tuesday, and I'm here. Tomorrow, next page, tomorrow I'll be going to the Water Now Alliance Conference in Austin, which is tomorrow afternoon and Thursday. There's a Best Breakfast Friday morning. I have a meeting a little bit later in the morning. On Saturday, the YMCA is relaunching their Air Fitness unit that's located in Bob Bryant Park. My memory says 10 o'clock, but check the YMCA website if you'd like to come join that. And please don't forget the Friends of the Library plant sale will be going on Saturday. We've got a library board meeting, another board meeting, and also on April 2nd, now remember the event that we just talked about on the human trafficking, and also that afternoon, Old Town and Piney Creek Chop House will be celebrating their 5th anniversary, 5th year in business, so that'll happen on April 2nd. Then there'll be a chamber luncheon, and we'll have another council meeting. So that is my mayor's report, and with that, Mr. Peterson, you have anything you want to say?
Not at this time, Mayor. Thank you.
And Councilmember Rogers? Mayor Pro Tem Nelson?
Nothing to add.
Councilmember Ennis?
Ditto.
Councilmember Jones?
Well, I had 2 solid weeks because my kids were all on different spring breaks, and it was really easy to entertain them and their friends, and a lot of that involved the river and downtown. So it was a lot of fun having all those kids in town during that time.
That's great. City Manager, do you have anything to share with us tonight? Okay, I'm on item 7D, a proclamation of the City of Bastrop recognizing the month of April as Child Abuse Prevention Month for the City of Bastrop. And if Megan would step forward, I will meet you down at the podium. You're the executive director. Megan is the director of multidisciplinary team for the Children's Advocacy Center, and she's going to receive this proclamation. Whereas every child is a precious and unique gift who deserves the security of a loving and nurturing home, and whereas every child deserves to grow up in a nurturing environment free from abuse, neglect, violence, or endangerment of any kind, children are vital to our community's future success, prosperity, and quality of life, as well as being our most valuable assets. Whereas child abuse is considered to be one of the most serious public health problems, with scientific studies documenting the link between the abuse and neglect of children and a wide range of medical, emotional, psychological, and behavioral disorders. And whereas child abuse and neglect are a community responsibility affecting the current and future quality of life of a community, and whereas communities that provide parents with social support, knowledge of parenting, child development, and concrete resources they need to cope with stress and how to nurture their children will ensure all children grow to their full potential. And whereas effective child abuse prevention strategies succeed because of the partnerships created among citizens, human service agencies, faith communities, healthcare providers, civic organizations, law enforcement agencies, and the business communities. Now, therefore, I, Connie Schrader, Mayor of the City of Bastrop, do hereby proclaim the month of 2019, April 2019, as Child Abuse Prevention Month. Megan, I just want to thank you so much for the work that the Children's Advocacy Center does for Bastrop. We are so proud to have you as a part of our community. Okay, as promised, we're going to jump around a little bit, and we're going to go to 9C, which is on the top of page 3. I have 4 people signed up to speak. Provide an update on the chicken relocation project in downtown Bastrop, Texas. Chief Altgeld.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council, City Manager. I'll slow down and wait for the PowerPoint to catch up. Okay. So this evening I'm here to give an update on our chicken relocation project. As you know, we're going to start every story with the beginning. So back in June of 2009, the City Council adopted ordinance number 2009-13 and created what became to be known as the Chicken Sanctuary on Farm Street between Fayette and State Highway 95. Over the passage of time, some of the chickens that were in the Chicken Sanctuary, and we suspect chickens from other places, migrated to various other parts of the city outside of the Chicken Sanctuary. These broods have become a nuisance to many residential and business owners throughout the city. On November 29th of 2017, we had a public hearing at a city council meeting to address the concerns pertaining to the chickens and what would be the appropriate action to take. At that time, any chicken that was at large or deemed to be at large that was found to be outside the Chicken Sanctuary and was in violation of the ordinance. Sanctuary was deemed to be a nuisance and prohibited from being allowed to roam free. These chickens were. On March 14th, 2018, the City of Bastrop entered into a professional service agreement with Dan Hepner, who was doing business as the Texas Nuisance Wildlife Relocation, and we set up an agreement for him to perform duties for the safe, humane capture, transportation, and relocations from chickens from the private property throughout the city. On March 27th, after receiving an update, the council unanimously opined that the removal of the Chicken Sanctuary would be in the city's best interest. And on May 22nd, by the passing of the ordinance, the dissolution of the Chicken Sanctuary took place. So we now became, with any chicken that was free roaming throughout the city, with the chickens in a safe and humane manner, transporting them outside the city and relocating them. In order to do that, some of the methodology that took place is we had to first identify a location where we could set up a trap. In order to do that, we had to have the property owner's permission and release of liability. Once that took place, we deployed the trap. It took approximately 2 weeks to bait the trap and have the chickens get acclimated to the trap so that they would be willing to engage and to go into the trap. While that time was taking place and when we opened the trap, we'd have to check the trap throughout the day in order to prevent having a chicken captured and then stay in there for an extended period of time during the heat or the weather, and then have what we meant to be a humane method of catching the chicken turn inhumane. So because of that, we also limited our ability to track on the weekends because we just didn't have the resources to deal with catching a chicken, removing it from the cage, adopting it out, if you will, and taking care of that during our normal calls for service on the weekend. So we're limited to just tracking Monday through Friday. So our progress to date, from March 2018 through to noon today, we have captured and transported and relocated 131 chickens, 61 hens, 32 chicks, and 38 roosters. I want to do a breakdown. When we started the program in April of 2018, our first month we had 29 chickens, and that was a high for the most number of chickens caught until this month. And as you can see, we went through and we're doing a pretty fair amount. September through November, 2 things happened. Number one is Troy Walters, who was our Animal Services and Code Compliance Officer, departed his employment with the city of Bastrop. And Dan, it was coyote trapping season and had other obligations throughout the state to catch coyotes. So you'll see September through November, we had 0 impact on our chicken population. Towards the latter part of November, early part of December, we hired Amy Jordan, who's our Animal Services and Code Compliance Officer. She got acclimated and came on board. And as you can see, in December, we picked up with 6 more chickens captured. January, while we're getting acclimated to other parts, it's left off. February, we picked it up. And March, we have now tied our highest number of chickens caught so far, and we still have several days left. So I think we're going to set a record for the number. So to date, we've caught 131 chickens throughout the city of Bastrop. Some of the challenges that we face while we're doing this is that some owners just don't want to get involved. One is because they're worried about the liability of having the traps on their premises, what's going to happen if something bad happens, if somebody hurts themselves. Others don't want damage to their landscaping, and some like the chickens being there and don't want us on their property to capture the chickens. 2 weeks getting them acclimated to the trap is a delay in our timetable. And then, believe it or not, chickens are pretty smart, and once a few of them get trapped, the other ones become skittish of the trap, and the trap doesn't become as effective as what you would think it would be. So they learn to avoid the trap. Some other chickens problems that we have is some will actually leave the property they own, and the owners told us they do not want us on their property, and we can't pursue them onto the property to take them off their property. And another was finding locations to relocate the roosters. Everybody loves the chickens because they want the eggs and they like them having there, but as we all know, the roosters can be a nuisance with their constant noise and things like that, and so finding people to take the roosters is starting to become a challenge. And last but not least, chickens are pretty fast, and we have a tough time trying to capture them. So I want to refer to 2 parts of law that we have in our Bastrop Code of Ordinances, section 2.01.007, injury, destruction of birds. I just want to remind everybody that the city has been declared a bird sanctuary by ordinance, by the passage of this ordinance, and any person who shall willfully kill or injure any wild bird is guilty of a Class C misdemeanor. Now, there's a few exceptions in there, but I'm not going to waste your time reading those exceptions, but I will tell you, chickens are not one of the exceptions. So if we willfully kill or injure any chicken, you're guilty or violation of our city ordinance in doing so. And then the Texas Penal Code addresses cruelty to animals, which is found in Chapter 42, Section 42.09. And it says a person commits an offense if the person intentionally or knowingly tortures a livestock animal. There's also a provision in there for poisoning a livestock animal. So the question comes up, is a chicken deemed to be a livestock animal? And so there's a lot of discussion about whether that's the case or not. So I contacted our district attorney and had a long discussion with them, and he and one of his assistants talked about it, and they opined that a chicken is considered to be a livestock animal underneath the state statute. So now the next question comes in is, what is torture? And when we talk about torture, it includes any act that causes unjustifiable pain or suffering. Well, if you read the chapter and it talks about cruelty to animals, and we talk about livestock animals, The legislature understood that every animal that's listed in this section at one time or another is going to be consumed by humans, which means that they will be killed. So the key word in there is there an unjustifiable pain or manner in which we dispose or dispatch the livestock animal? So because there are so many different moving parts, what the district attorney told me is the same thing that we reported last year, that if there is a report of injury to a livestock animal, in this case a chicken, it'll be reviewed by a case-by-case basis. And at that time, if they look at all the facts and instances, it may be deemed a crime or it may not be deemed a crime. There's just so many different variables that'll have to be taken at a case-by-case basis. So I wanted to bring everybody to attention, not saying that the district attorney is going to file on the first person that maybe does something inappropriately to a chicken, but I do want to also know that that is also a possibility. And under our city ordinance, if you willfully injure or kill a chicken, then you are guilty of a crime. It's a Class C misdemeanor, which is punishable by fine only, just like the rest of our city ordinances, but those are on the books. So I wanted to explain some of the challenges that we've been going through for the last year, what were taking place. I will tell you that I'm very proud of Animal Services Officer Jordan and her work to date, and it's been a team effort. We plan on, we've used police officers on an overtime capacity. We're using now some other people from Public Works. I'm going to pay overtime. We're looking to modify our trapping schedule to work closer at dusk when they begin to roost. We're having some more traps built, and we're really trying to work outside the box to do the best we can to clear up this nuisance. But as we all know, the chickens didn't get here in just a day. We knew a year ago when we talked about this that this would be a multi-year project, and that's where we are today. So I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Council, do you have any questions? Councilmember Jones?
So what about ticketing people who have animals on their property who are a nuisance, that won't allow you access to maybe capture those, but have multiple roosters bothering neighbors and so forth? I mean, is there ticketing for that, or is that something that we're doing?
So we're going to address nuisance animals and nuisances in general in the codes next month, and I am more than confident that chickens will be one of those types where we'll talk about maintaining a nuisance, what makes them a nuisance. Even if I have them in a cage and I have them lawfully on my property, they could still potentially be a nuisance depending on the odor and the sound. So if you wouldn't mind, ma'am, I'd like to defer to that, and we'll capture that on the nuisance part. But as far as the other part of having the chickens on the property, when I go out and feed, the problem that I have to have is I have to show probable cause, and by definition that's facts or circumstances that would lead a reasonable and prudent person to believe that a crime has been committed. And so the problem that I see when we look at this is I can throw bird seed out, and yes, I may be feeding the chickens and I may be feeding the birds. We're not show. So to show that I am actively harboring a chicken, i.e. giving it shelter, giving it care, and taking care of it, is one of the things that we have to show. And it's not a preponderance of the evidence. We don't have, like a civil case, we don't have to just tip the scale. We have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that that's what's taking place. So in order to do that, you can imagine that would take quite a bit of an extensive investigation and tracking. And in our ordinance, it says for 3 days. So we'd have to show that you were doing that 3 days consistently in order to make that happen. So there's two options that can take place. Number one is that the police department has that information and we can develop that case. We have no problem filing that in the municipal court. But a private citizen in our community has just the same authority to go to municipal court and file a complaint. And the court accepts the complaint, they can issue a summons, and the process can go forward that way too. I'm just saying that harboring and feeding is much more complex than you see somebody throw seed out at one time. Or at least in my opinion, that's how we're looking at it, because we want to make sure that before we accuse somebody of some wrongdoing, that we make sure that that not only do we have probable cause, but that we understand the entire situation that's taking place.
So when is that going to be that so there's going to be an opportunity for the public to come forward for a workshop in April. When is that?
We're going to have it on the...
We are bringing nuisance ordinances to council to discuss, and what he's saying is when we do that, chickens would be a part of the noise ordinance.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Councilmember Ennis?
Did we not pass an update to our ordinance when we got rid of the sanctuary that said that harboring chickens outside of a pen was illegal?
When we passed the ordinance, council member, what it did is it abolished the chicken sanctuary. So prior to that, and if we went back in time, prior to May when that took place, outside of the sanctuary, that conduct was a violation to begin with.
That's not his question.
Okay.
Our ordinance now requires that if you want chickens on your property, they have to be in a coop. The problem that he has is what he just explained is just because you've got roosters and chickens on your property, don't make them yours. It just means they're in your yard. So in order for him to be able to have a case where they're not caged and not being taken care of, then you have to prove that you're doing something to make them your chicken. So why don't you share the instance that you had where you were told by somebody to get off your yard they were your chickens, and when you pulled out the ticket book, they decided they weren't your chickens. Tell him that story.
Well, I think you just did, ma'am, and that's exactly what took place. And so there's been discussion about whether we can pursue a chicken onto somebody else's yard, if you will, and take them on there. I think that, we could probably do that and be on solid ground, but deploying a trap, actually standing on the property and baiting your property and things like that, I would not feel comfortable doing that at all, and I think we would put ourselves in a litigious position to do so.
Can you give warning tickets?
Absolutely, we can give warning tickets without a problem, but I would also say that if I had enough to give a warning ticket, based on the severity and the publicity of this and the public education, I'm not sure if a warning citation would be appropriate. Going back to our philosophy with code, sir, is that we educate the public, we attempt to generate voluntary compliance, and then and only then do we pursue some type of civil or criminal action. And I think with the attention and everything that's taken place and with everything that's going on, I think we've done a pretty good job with public education. I think people know that what the stances with the free-ranging chickens are, and if we were able to show for 3 days you were feeding them and doing that, I don't think a warning citation would probably be appropriate.
Well, I think the problem we've had with this has been that they reproduce faster than we can catch them. I think y'all have done a good job of catching, but if I think the city manager told me before we convened that you were bringing some folks on to help Amy, and if we can have a constant effort at it and continue that effort with more than just Amy doing it, you might be able to catch up with them and get ahead of them. But when you drive down Pecan Street and you see one hen with 10 little baby chicks, you go, we're never going to get this problem solved.
Council member, I would also offer that it would be helpful if there was a partnership. I think what James has indicated is that there is an opportunity for our citizens when they know there are neighbors that are harboring the chickens and the roosters. While we don't have to have that knowledge, he has explained a process where they can gather the documentation and file that claim in municipal court as well. That would be very helpful because we can push it to a point, but if we're all working toward the same purpose, that would be helpful. If y'all recall, when we talked about this, I said it was going to be a multi-year process because chickens do multiply rapidly. We are doing our part. We're adding resources. We're adding traps. But if we could get some of the folks that are making this a little more challenging for us to not do that, that would be helpful too. So I say that because we are certainly going to do our part and continue to do our part, but there's some things that the community could do to help us as well.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Nelson?
Chief, I appreciate the research, but how does the state define a feral animal, and what are the acceptable means of dealing with a feral animal?
Well, it's an excellent question. I will tell you that as far as dealing with feral animals and what the district attorney told me is that he does not deem our chicken population to be feral. He deems them to be free-ranging, a free-range chicken. Okay? Feral has some connotations that come to it when you talk about other types of wildlife, cats, and things like that. But that's the conversation that District Attorney Gertz and I had, And he says that at this particular time, he deems them to be free-ranging chickens, and so we didn't pursue the feral part any further. But I can go back and research that. I apologize that I didn't have any more, but once the DA told me that feral was off the table, I didn't see it was worthy to continue going down there. Because after all, at the end of the day, he's the gentleman that makes the decision.
I agree, but I think the definition of feral statewide, because other cities and communities have dealt with feral animal issues, and I would appreciate a little bit more insight into that, and if there's something I can do to help find answers to that, I would be more than happy to assist.
Our ordinance defines feral as being an animal that is not domesticated, cultivated, intentionally bred, or generally approachable, and/or an animal that is not readily able to be handled by humans. So that is how our ordinance defines it. And so I'm gonna speak very candidly. I can say it's a feral animal, but then when I have everybody that's telling me how easy it is to catch chickens, and I'm gonna tell you, I did not catch chickens when I was a young man or a boy, but it can't be both ways. If they're easy and approachable to catch, then by this definition, how are they feral? And so that's the internal conflict that I have, trying to say you can't have it both ways. They're either really tough to catch and they're not approachable and therefore they're feral, or all you have to do is walk up to the tree, chief, and take them out of the tree when they're roosting. It's easy as 1, 2, 3. You just have to do it. So that's the inner conflict that I'm facing with. So, yes, sir.
Councilmember Peterson or Councilmember Rogers? I want to share, I was in New Braunfels last week and I spoke with the city manager and they're having an issue. It's not chickens, it's deer. And and I specifically talked to him about how's that enforcement coming along, because they've recently adopted an ordinance where it's a violation to feed the deer. And he talked about public awareness and education, giving them a chance to get used to it. But he said, honestly, Connie, at the end of the day, the neighbors know what's going on, and it's real hard if I live next to Lyle and he's doing something annoying, not that he would ever do anything annoying, but it may not be pleasant to go knock on his door and ask him to stop, but it's a lot easier to make the phone call. And that the city manager in New Braunfels was emphasizing the anonymity of it all. And we're happy to make the decisions, but we got to have the information. And generally, he said, you'd be surprised, as long as it can be anonymous, the neighbors will rat each other out. There's people who are upset, and they know the people who are doing what's making them upset, and it can take care of itself. And I believe that's the kind of partnership that you were speaking of.
Yes, ma'am, and to that point, if they don't want to rat them out, they need to provide access on their property for the police to come 3 days or whatever the chief deems they have to have and work with us so that they can visibly file that case in court as having seen it. But if we don't have access, to your point, we can't do that for them.
So so you're saying, if I'm understanding you, that when chickens roost, that you don't think that they're feral at that point because you can approach them, and you don't think it's right to catch them when they're roosting? Is that what I'm understanding?
I must have not spoken clearly. What I said is, what I've been told is that everyone knows that the chickens roost in trees at nighttime, and if you would just walk up to a tree at dusk, chief, you could just reach up there and pluck the chicken out of the tree without a problem. So by definition of feral, when it says not readily able to be handled by humans, that seems to be conflict to me, because if I can walk up and just pluck them out of the tree like I'm plucking an apple, they're readily handled by humans. So you can't have it both ways, in my opinion, because that's the inner conflict that I'm having. If you can catch it real easy, it's not feral, by the definition that says not readily able to be handled by humans. Am I still?
So you're saying that if you don't chase them down and spend 3 days trying to trap them, then you don't feel comfortable catching them, but if you wanted to catch them out of a tree, then you're saying that you don't feel comfortable? I'm sorry if I'm not understanding what you're saying here.
The challenge is the classification and definition on how they would be prosecuted. And so what he's explaining is the conflict between are they feral or are they not, and are they livestock, because that matters in how they are prosecuted if there is some kind of animal cruelty. So he's just trying to offer clarity, because if they're deemed livestock, one set of state statutes fall into line. If they're deemed feral, it's a different set of circumstances, and the district attorney has determined that they're livestock, it's not feral. And so Mayor Pro Tem Nelson would like that better pursued, because feral gives us another opportunity in a different avenue than livestock.
And the 3 days comes in, ma'am, not because I want to wait 3 days, right? It takes me 3 days to catch them. I have to show that you are feeding them or harboring them or giving something for 3 days before the definition of harboring or keeping kicks in under our ordinance, ma'am.
You're just having a real issue with just getting everything defined so that you can even move forward and getting it all nailed down so that they can be.
The harboring is defined very well. The problem that I have is I have to show, if you don't mind me using as an example, and Councilmember Ennis is your next door neighbor, we have to show that for 3 days you fed the chickens, or that you gave them shelter, or that you kept them somehow to make harboring. Once I can do that, then our ordinance is more clear cut, and we can pursue criminal charges and do what we need to. It's the 3 days that I have to show that you're doing that. Now, I can go out and catch a chicken tomorrow, and if he stands slow enough, or he's blind, or runs into a wall or something, I can catch him. We'll scoop him up and take him away, ma'am. The 3 days is just if we want to show a case, ma'am, that you were the one that was harboring or keeping the chicken.
Councilmember Ennis?
This is a question for the city manager, Chief. Do we need to lower the threshold on the 3 days, or is there some mandatory?
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I was going to be the Star Trek nerd of, if it's our ordinance that says 3 days, can we change the rule?
Right.
You would have that prerogative unless the city attorney
City
says
attorney,
elsewhere.
the chief would love for you to jump in and let him know.
So while he's looking at that, let me talk to you about unintended consequences, because no good deed goes unpunished. 3 days is because there's some very strong language in there about proving harboring. That is to prove willful intent. When you harbor something, you are willfully keeping it, and I think that Alan can weigh in on this, but that's going to be the issue, because when you lower that threshold, the burden of proof, then we put people in uncomfortable positions, because sometimes things happen. So just cautioning on due process. It sounds fairly easy, but for every problem we solve, we're going to create something we couldn't see. So before we go down that road, if he says, yes, we can, please afford us some time to work that through and see if that really is going to solve your problem, or if that's going to give you 3 more you didn't know you had.
So in other words, there's a double bind on both sides, because we can't go on somebody's property. They don't allow us to come on their property, so we have to wait 3 days and catch them feeding, and we've got all these rules we have to comply with, and whatever the reason is, they don't want us on their property. So we've got this bind, and if we change it, we may have some other binds.
The 3 days makes me feel comfortable that I wasn't feeding bird seed and the chickens just happened to come and eat it. And you can show where they're throwing scratch out. But the definition in our ordinance for harboring is the act of keeping and caring for an animal or providing premises to which the animal returns for food, shelter, or care for a period of 3 days or longer. And then the definition for keep is pretty similar. It's to retain on the premises by any means, to harbor, control, own, or have custody or possession of an animal for a period of 3 days or longer.
Would you say that roosting in a particular tree for 3 days would be harboring?
I would ask you, how do I control what I think some people will tell you that if they could keep the rooster from roosting in their trees, a lot of their problems would go away. So I'm going to say it would take more than them just deciding this is the tree they're going to roost in, sir.
If you have some trees in your yard and they happen to sleep there for 3 days, are you harboring chickens, sir? Do we have a problem with you?
Yeah, but I'm going to allow you to come on my property and get them.
Thank you
That's
very
the
much.
difference, yeah. City attorney, it looked like you were maybe going to say something, yes, no?
I'll just help out by complicating everything. You know, right now, the city of Bastrop has the authority to ban chickens, period. Every yard, every square inch of earth in our city limits through our zoning power and our health and safety code power. And so I imagine we could whittle down that 3 days if that was the council's choice. I think the biggest difficulty with that is what the chief has already alluded to and the city manager has mentioned, it becomes more difficult to prove the case in court if it's a smaller period. It also gets to be more difficult if you have less than 2 or 3 days worth of evidence to get a judge to issue a warrant to go onto the property, because we can do that. It's just a little bit of a difficult burden to get the judge to sign off on that. You have every reason to believe that come around September 1st, the law will be that we have to allow chickens in residential areas, not roosters. They have to be contained. They have to have a coop of some sort, certain fencing and setback requirements, and that they're watered and fed and used for domestic consumption only. I say you have reason to expect that because that law got very close to passing last session and the session before. In both cases, time just ran out. So the prediction is there will be some sort of law that preempts us on chickens, but the maximum could be set at 6. That's probably the lowest number that we could set the limit at. So chances are we're going to be revisiting this topic in the early fall, regardless of what we want to do about the former sanctuary area. We have a right of entry form for those property owners who want our help in going onto their property, and we've been using that form to gain access to private property to try to capture and relocate the chickens when we can. Otherwise, it's a matter of proof. It's a matter of evidence, photographs, videos, and neighbors being willing to actually file a sworn complaint. Short of that, it's a lot of effort with an unknown result.
Do we have is our hotline confidential if we call it and report something?
You can report it anonymously, and what that does is it tells me to watch, but like the city attorney says, at the end of the day, we have a right to confront our accuser, and so someone's going to have to be willing to, if it goes to trial, to take the stand and testify that I saw James Altgeld feed these chickens on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. And if it's not the neighbor, then it would be the police officer or whoever is filing the complaint. But it's going to be the state's witness that has to say that, and that's how our process is set up. So,
well, I would really appreciate it if when we look at the nuisance ordinance, that we also look at our chicken ordinance and see if there's any way we can modify it in any way to help with this issue, because it sounds, I'd love to try to get rid of the double bind or at least diminish it some way.
The chief's already working on that.
yes, I am.
Great,
So-
I figured.
It seems to me that one of the easiest solutions, is instead of trying to turn everyone into a detective in video, I really like the idea of, can we get the chickens out of your yard? No, they're my chickens. Then here's your citation.
Yes.
Now they're not my chickens. Then we're going to get them out of your yard. That's all. It seems to me to be a whole lot easier than taking pictures for 3 days and everything else. So if someone has a neighbor that has a whole bunch of chickens in their yard, can they make the call? There is a massive amount of chickens, pick your time of day, they're always there. Can someone please get them out of their yard?
See, I'm the wrong person to have this conversation with, Mayor, because I argue from time to time. But if you came to my house and said, "Are those your chickens?" and I said, "No, can we come on your yard?" I'm going to say no. Well, why not? Because I have a right to say no. We're in America, and I don't want you on my property, and I don't want you tearing my property up, and I don't want the cage on my property.
That's fine, but they can also get a citation, because at that point, if they say, I'm keeping them on my yard, isn't that harboring?
I'm not keeping them on the yard. They can walk and go wherever they want to, ma'am.
They're free range.
And I don't mean to be...
No, I'm fine.
contentious,
I'm fine. Okay, well, I think...
I did have a question.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Councilmember Rogers?
And I know that you don't have a chicken count by any means. You're not out there counting heads. But I know we caught 124. I mean, do you think we have a 10% of them, or we are just
You're right,
letting in the wind, or?
I don't have a census, ma'am. I will tell you that the more roosters we catch, the better chance we have of thinning the flock or the brood. But you know, that, like we said, the other problem is not everybody wants to adopt the roosters because they're not as productive as the hens.
Well, I understand. I just was wondering if what we're doing is And I know we're doing a better job than, in the past or whichever. I was just curious if it were even helping.
I think the problem is that of the 129 that they've spent a tremendous amount of effort catching in a year, I guarantee you there's been more than 129
That's
born
what I'm
in a
afraid
year.
of. That's
So
what I was-
we're
yeah.
not making,
That's what I was, yeah.
Yes.
the numbers I would think are not weighing out. Council, we have 4 citizens that would like to speak. Councilmember Ennis, did you have another question?
Two things. One is if you need places to put roosters, I know some folks that I've talked to that will be happy to take them, have lots
Thank
of
you.
land.
Thank you.
And number 2, Chief, we know you wear lots of hats that don't have anything to do with that uniform, and we applaud your agreement to take on those hats, and we applaud the good job you're doing.
Thank you very much, sir.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, the first.
A comment?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's
Councilmember
quite all right.
Peterson.
That's quite all right. Just got a comment about the Texas Penal Code. I'm going to research it tomorrow and see if there's anything that we can do, because there's a couple of excerpts here of committing an offense or torture, cruel to animals. There's got to be more in there, because this penal code is probably older than I am. And I think there should be a way or something that we can start writing our higher up officials to where something can get changed in there about this penal code.
I am not too proud to ever ask for help, sir. I will tell you that a year ago, District Attorney Gertz, Chief Adcock, and I had discussions about this. We have looked everywhere. We've talked about the sections that are there. And if you find something that gives us another tool in our toolkit, I'll be more than happy to implement that. But he spent the better part of the day, him and the Assistant District Attorney, Greg Gilliland, researching this, and what we came up with is still what we have known, which is Section 42.09.
If you don't mind, I'm going to look again. Thanks.
Please do. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. We're getting ready to call the people that signed up. Nope, you just hang on. It's going to be fine. All right, the first person we have signed up to speak is Herb Goldsmith. He lives at 1105 Pecan Street. Mr. Goldsmith.
First of all, I want to say I'm very upset. I think what I just heard was a travesty, and I will explain. First, because chickens are easily caught at night in a tree does not make them easily catchable. They just so happen to be vulnerable at night because when they roost, you become disoriented, and you could very easily grab them. So that does not make them anything but feral. Secondly, the numbers that were presented here are averaging about 10 a month. The reality is one hen produces about 200 to 300 eggs a year. We're talking about 20 a month. How many hens will we have out here? A pile. And a lot of roosters to top it all. I'm very upset about the presentation. The DA shouldn't have been consulted. Your city attorney should have been consulted. We're talking about an ordinance. The DA is busy prosecuting crimes, is dealing with violent offenders, drugs, all kinds of things, grand juries. Why would you go to the DA when you have a city attorney to interpret the ordinance? I provided you, by blowing up your emails last night, evidence that the ordinance covers what I'm about to talk about. And in fact, the city police department agreed with me that feeding the chickens was against the ordinance, and it's in writing, and I provided it to you. It was an email sent directly to me. Because when I went to file a complaint, the acting person said, oh no, that's not against the law. So I busily had put things together to explain it, and sure enough, after reading it, they said, yes, it is against the law to feed the feral chickens. Addressing the report that was just given, in our own ordinance, it says, wild bird, a bird that normally lives in a state of nature and is not ordinarily domesticated. Chickens are not wild birds. They are not protected all over this city. That is a complete misinterpretation. The second thing is, regarding these cruelty business and hanging people up by their feet, Texas criminal cruelty laws are surprisingly narrow and only apply to domesticated living creature. What this means is that criminal cruelty laws protect livestock, which chickens are not, and animals, the feral chickens are not, and animals that are in the custody of everyday household pets. That law does not apply to somebody shooing a chicken or even kicking a chicken out of their yard. I believe what was presented is highly inaccurate, and I'm hoping your city attorney takes a look at it, and we have an attorney looking at it. I provided with you not an interpretation, the ordinance itself, clearly indicating that the chickens are at large. They have no owner. They are not controlled by anyone. They are not a protected animal. The at-large chickens are feral by definition in your own ordinance. The chief actually gave you the definition, and these chickens that are running around are feral. Again, the tree analogy just baffles me. The at-large feral chickens are being harbored by various citizens, and I went to file a complaint and was turned away. I actually went to that person and confronted him and said, stop feeding the chickens. It's a violation of ordinance. I went to the person next to them who had just moved in and was told, oh, it's okay, and they were feeding the chickens. We have so many people in this community right now that will allow anyone to walk on their property and catch these feral chickens, these feral animals, including at night, going up and grabbing them right out of the tree because that's their nature. They don't want you to come up and get them. They don't know what to do. That's what they do. It is the responsibility of City Council and the City Manager to ensure the ordinance is enforced, which it's not. It just simply is not being enforced. Based on what I just heard, you're attempting to catch the chickens, not necessarily enforcing the ordinance, because somebody, as was stated before, it's supposed to feed them anyway, but they are. And they still are. We've had people release them from the traps. We've had people open the doors on the traps. We had a trap stolen. The bottom line is, if you have a coop, and your coop is a nuisance, you are in violation of the ordinance. So if I have a coop, and I decide not to properly take care of it by clipping the wings, or not having too many roosters, it's a nuisance. If the person next to me has a coop, and they have 3 roosters that just doing what they do, ka-ka-ka, whatever it is, it's a nuisance. Your current ordinance allows for anybody even to have a coop to be held accountable. But instead, we're running around looking for excuses not to really enforce the ordinance that's on the books. And I'm sure others have something to say.
Thank you, Mr. Goldsmith. The next person I have signed up to speak is Glenn Johnson. Mr. Johnson lives at 1109 Pecan Street. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm sorry I'm late. It took an hour and 50 minutes to get from Austin because Highway 71 was closed.
He said Highway 71 was closed. We're just glad you got here safely, Mr. Johnson.
I was quickly briefed on the interpretation apparently the district attorney gave. I think you need to rely on your authority. What your city attorney would tell you is you have a right to prevent nuisances. The police power of the city, and there is no question that the ordinance prohibits the keeping and harboring of feral chickens, and they're not protected under the wildlife exemption. And this report is an indication that the challenges are too great for your staff. But as I told you 2 weeks ago, we've got 15 chickens in our yard that gather together. The roosters herd them together. They're easily captured. They go to their trees and go to the tree on our corner. And we have not had anybody in our yard except at the very first month there was a trap that was then removed. But my yard, I think, is chicken central. And if you want to find 14 chickens or 15 chickens, then come to our yard at dusk, because they're all gathered together and roost in our tree. The point is, if we have had these problems, why hasn't the council been advised about them? And they are increasing. We have dozens of eggs laid in our yard, on our porch, every few weeks. So we are losing the battle. The chickens carry and harbor disease. They generate pests in the yard. They are roosting in the elementary school down the block. The children are playing in the dirt that the chickens use to defecate. And so it's a nuisance, and it's a problem. And there is a way to solve it. And I think that if there's a desire to do so, it will be done. And I look forward to y'all setting policies that instruct that what needs to be done is done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Before you leave, I'm going to ask you a question I think I already know the answer to, but I just want to confirm. You've definitely signed that we have the right to get on your property?
Yes.
Okay. And Chief, do we have that for the Johnsons? Okay. I just wanted to make sure, because what I heard you say is you're Chicken Central and you have a desire to not be Chicken Central.
Exactly.
Okay.
As we've testified before, we have a tremendous extermination bill every month to take care of what the chickens breed and what other pests they bring through their location in our yard. And the trap was only on our yard like 2 weeks or so of the first month, and it was removed, and we haven't seen anybody or any activity that I could see in our area. And they herd themselves at night, and that's the problem. It's at our early dusk, that's the problem. But that can be solved by someone being there and catching it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson. Council, anybody else have a question for you? Okay. The next person I have to speak is Deborah Johnson, who also lives at 1109 Pecan Street. Ms. Johnson.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to invite the DA to come spend the night at my house and see how long he can sleep, because it's rare for me to have a full night's sleep. I won't say the chickens wake me up, but they're the main reason why I don't go back to sleep, because they crow all night long. And yes, please come on our yard and get the chickens. Bring a ladder, because they go way up in the tree. But we welcome you to come at whatever time on our yard and get them. We have gathered, so I'm confused now, because this city had determined that they were feral chickens and we're catching them. But tonight I've heard that they're protected wild birds. And by that definition, then it's illegal for me to gather all the eggs that they lay on my driveway and on the porch and in my flower beds and in my flower pots, because they're
Okay,
wild
hang on
birds.
just real quick. Chief, you shook your head no, so the point that she's come to the microphone because they can't hear you otherwise. Can she collect the eggs? And
I don't see a problem with them doing that. It's the intent that comes from the maliciousness. And so when I said that they were wild birds and protected, that meant if someone decided for the ordinance to kill or injure them. That is why I was setting that up. And when we've had a discussion about feral, to be quite honest, if we call it a feral chicken, we call it a free-range chicken, it doesn't negate the fact that we need to catch the chickens. You can call it whatever you want to call it. They're illegal in the city if they're not in a coop. We're doing our best to catch it. But when we start talking about changing different caveats, I'm just telling you that that's what's taking place. The reason that I even discussed the livestock question with the DA wasn't about getting permission to catch a chicken or not. The reason that I discussed that is because if you are charged with cruelty to an animal, that's a state jail felony in Texas, and that is and the DA is the person that pursues those charges. And so what I want to make sure is that somebody doesn't become so frustrated that they commit an act that later on they regret, because it's something that's very egregious. Just because you may kick a chicken off your front porch, I don't think we see today that the district attorney or even the Bastrop Police Department is going to present that case. But I'm talking about worst-case scenarios, and I just thought that I had a duty to inform the public of those consequences. But by saying that, that does not minimize the commitment of our department and of the city to remove the chickens that are free-ranging or feral in the city. So I'm sorry.
But specifically, she's allowed to pick up the eggs.
I don't see us pursuing criminal charges for her picking up eggs that are in her yard.
Can I wring their neck like my grandmother and pluck them and eat them for chicken dinner?
So, Mr. City Attorney, why don't you speak to what is allowed and not allowed regardless of what you call them?
Well, the chief is right in referring to the penal code sections about livestock and the prohibitions on cruelty to animals that are considered livestock. There's a separate section of the penal code that also addresses non-livestock animals and the state law prohibition against cruelty in capturing, treating, or killing those animals. And in the course where I was involved, and the chief and the department and the city manager and council certainly had me involved in the legalities of revoking a previous city council's designation of the chicken sanctuary, the contract for the urban trapper that the city entered into, and also the right of entries where we have a forum to ask private property owners to grant us access to their property for the purposes of capturing and relocating the chickens without the need for warnings or citations or warrants. And so in looking at those, we have our current ordinance that provides for certain nuisances, and it's already on the city's agenda to review those nuisance ordinances in the coming months, which has been discussed. We could certainly look at the provisions regarding the feral chickens, which is the term I'm going to choose to use. I don't think it meets the definition of free range in the course of my research. But there's also the self-help that individual property owners still have. There's no rule that I know of that prevents individual property owners from taking steps to capture chickens on their own property. While I don't give advice to the general public because they're not my client, I always recommend that you try not to be cruel in doing that sort of trapping or relocating yourself, because you do run that risk of the felonies that the chief mentioned. But there are those options as well. And as I recall, when the city council had their public forum and made the decision to repeal the sanctuary and start trying to do the trapping, the goal was to do so in a humane manner. I believe everyone knew it was going to take some time to make progress on that point, and they didn't want the city of Bastrop to become a target of any sort of animal rights outreach or activity and turn this matter into a circus. And so I think that the rules on the books currently were meant to try to achieve those goals. Whether they've achieved them or not is a council decision. If you deem to modify the ordinance, you can. But otherwise, I would recommend that individual property owners have the ability to do some trapping themselves. They also should be utilizing the ability to call city, and I would hope that we can be, more responsive in the future than we've been able to be so far. And having a cooperative property owner will help.
Well, thank you, because that was my next question was, are we allowed to hire a chicken trapper? Should
the city manager, and this isn't counting against your time, the city manager just told me, if you guys want to put traps on your property, you can call us and we'll come get them. We'll come get them. So, and I'm not saying that we're advocating that and that we won't help, but to specifically, if you want to set some of your own traps, and we're not saying that we're not going to take care of it, and we're not trying to abdicate that, but if you want to set your own traps, she said, if they'll call us when they're trapped, we'll come get them. So, just wanted to make that statement. So keep going if you have anything else.
If I hire a professional trapper to come get it, I'm not as long as it's humanely caught there, I'm not responsible for what this person goes and takes the chickens to go do later, whether it's to the chicken plant or...
That is my understanding, and Chief Altgeld is nodding his head yes behind you, and you can't see him, but I'm city attorney. She hires a professional trapper. She's free and clear and all as well.
There's no impediment to doing that I know of. I'm still urging people to try to do so in a humane manner so as not to draw liability upon them. Our contract with our trapper requires that as a term of our contract. that they do it so humanely and avoid killing or maiming the animals.
Ms. Johnson, I interrupted you several times. Did you have anything else that you wanted to cover?
No, it's just, this issue is, for some people, it's a livelihood issue. For
Yes,
some
ma'am.
people, for us, it's a quality of life. And they are beautiful chickens. They are beautiful roosters. There's no doubt about it. As an artist, I look at it and go, oh, you are gorgeous. But I don't want them in my yard. I don't want to have to, at some point in the future, try to sell my house when we retire and not be able to sell it because it's full of chicken shit, which it is. And my grandkids can't play in my yard anymore because I can't treat fire ants. So it's a frustration.
Thank you very much, Ms. Johnson. I appreciate the position. And the last person I have signed up to speak is Sean Plesh. Ms. Plesh. Ms. Plesh lives at 1507 Pecan Street.
And has a business at 1010 Pecan Street, which I would argue is chicken central. So, I have some questions before I state my business. If you can trap feral hogs, why can you not trap feral chickens?
I don't think anybody said you can't trap feral chickens.
I mean, why can't we have a concerted effort and pay $5 per chicken as a bounty like is being done in our county now? Why is there not a concerted effort to enact that kind of action?
See, I agree with you. I think we can do more.
Oh, I
I absolutely
do more.
agree with you. And I'm very frustrated, and I've brought up everything that you've brought up. I have brought up, and every time I drive down Pecan Street, I mean, there's 7, 8, 9 roosters chasing a hen. I don't think it's terrible. It's terrible.
And roosters, you don't need roosters to have chickens in your yard.
That's true.
We know that.
We've got to.
We don't need to pick up
What we're doing, we need to do
others.
something faster. And I think that from what I hear, if there's a way that we can, it sounds like the key to me, based on hearing the police chief speak, and there has to be an effort from the property owners and the city. I mean, the city cannot just do this by itself.
I agree
I mean,
with that.
it's real simple. I mean, we are so stretched with our police force and with our responsibility and our resources. There's got to be a way that we can work together with the property, or the property owners. If you don't want those 14 chickens in your tree and you want to have a chicken party and cage them up.
That brings me to my next question. And that is, as far as I know, I've seen 3 traps in my lifetime, one of which disappeared, one of which is in Michelle's yard now, and then that white thing that is ridiculous, excuse me. But, so how many active traps do we have out at any point in time?
We have 2 right now.
We have 2, the big white roosting one and the one in Michelle's yard. 2. 2 people, 2. Why do I have to go buy a chicken trap, first of all, and bait it and set it out in my yard? We only have 2. The other thing is, how many, not who, but how many people have signed an okay to come in their yard versus how many have not?
James and Clint, if we're going to have this commentary, it needs to be done at the mic so all of us can hear, please.
Chief Nagy, do you know how many releases we've received for permission to go on the property? Do you have an estimate? I'll get that information and get it back to you.
And when did we last ask? Because I'll tell you what, this was cute and charming back in the olden days. But with every day, every night, every lost dollar, which I'll get to, it becomes less charming. So people who may not have been as interested in participating in the beginning could perhaps be asked again. To that end, let's say that we have 3 households, 3 pieces of property that have not signed chicken trapping okays. And we have, I would say, y'all let me know, 40 households that would...
Ms. Plesh, if you don't speak into the microphone, the
40
people at home
perhaps
can't hear you. I really need you to speak into the
40
mic.
perhaps households. That's an estimate on my part that would be glad for officers to come on their yards against 3. I don't understand why we can't make progress on this issue. We have a big effort, you know, the chief's tally there. When we make a big publicity thing, we seem to go out and get a lot of chickens. And then we don't catch any chickens for a long time. I picked up 9 eggs this morning outside my kitchen window. Unlike a lot of the other people who are basing this on a quality of life issue, I have been in business for 22 years. I am tired of having to give money back to people who have a Friday, Saturday reservation, or a reservation that the next morning they've paid a lot of money for a room, and they are so angry. Despite the fact that I have gone out and bought sleep sound machines, I have economy-sized jars of earplugs. We try and make light of it. We have the YouTube set up to run. This is costing me a lot of money. Between this issue and the STRs, which also needs to be addressed, BTW, it's going, by the way, short-term rentals. It's going to not be, it's not worth it to me to hear these unhappy people. Now, occasionally we get someone who's, you know, thinks it's cute. I grew up on a farm. Great. They start about between 2 and 3. I was, this afternoon, going to go out and just record them with my phone because I was trying to have a conversation on the phone out on my front porch, and I couldn't because of the 2 roosters that were right there and the other one that was right there. And then I was just going to, while I addressed y'all, I was going to hit the button and play it. It is driving people crazy, and it's costing me money, and it is your responsibility to enforce these ordinances.
Could we maybe even look at, I mean, I'm just throwing this out there because I'm frustrated too, Sean. I really am, because I'm over on Pecan Street too, and it's driving me crazy.
You don't even have any down at your end.
Well, that's
you have
true,
one.
but I can hear them. So the thing is that, you know, maybe if property owners hire someone to capture them, they can submit a bill to the city to be
I'm going to
reimbursed.
submit a really big bill to the city.
So that we can show some, clearly I don't think we have the resources to capture all these birds. I'm just throwing something out there, Linda.
And we work at y'all's pleasure, but this, while it is offensive, is no different than a raccoon or a possum or any other wildlife that shows up on private property. It is not the taxpayer's responsibility to resolve those issues on private property. So we have to be very careful that we don't violate the Constitution in how we do this. So
I understand that, but the whole reason we are where we are is because we had a chicken sanctuary set up that was in violation of our own ordinances that created this nuisance. I mean, it's like, you know, that's kind of why we're where we are. We've had chickens in Bastrop for, I've been here a very, very long time, 40 years. And I was a responsible chicken owner. I had them in a coop. A lot of people did. And it wasn't until we did this, and if you had a rooster, you got one of your friends to take it. And it wasn't until we set up this sanctuary, until the council that we had in place set up this sanctuary, that this nuisance was created. So I kind of beg to differ that it's not taxpayer money that we have to use to help alleviate this.
Well, and what I wanted to particularly end with was that back in the fall, the budget had been passed. Everyone was hopeful and excited about the work that was going to go forward. And I complained to dear departed Sarah that, you know, that the chicken issue, I hoped that was still on the burner. And in a kind of delicate way, as delicate as she could be, she was amazed that I thought that with all the important things going on, the zoning effort and the wastewater treatment plant and the big things, why would you think that the chicken issue would be something that would be so compelling. And I go right back to, this is against the law. This is your responsibility as elected officials. You can use whatever excuse you want to about felonies, and it's not these guys' fault. But you know what? You could hire a bunch of professional trappers yourself and get rid of the roosters. Don't put it back on us. And that's back to my question about if you want us to rat out our neighbors, tell us who's not signing the papers. You know, we'll do that. I am begging you to do something about this issue. Before, I have had conversations with lawyers. I've had conversations with my insurance company that wants to file a business interruption claim. I love this place. I loved the roosters. I particularly love one of the roosters. You know, but it's not appropriate anymore. Period. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Flesh. City Attorney, do you have any other words of wisdom or some hope you can give us? I think I speak for all of council. There is an equal, we're frustrated that we aren't able to do something to help these folks out. It's not an unreasonable request. If you have any comments, and then Councilmember Ennis, I'll go to you. City Attorney, any advice you can give us?
I think we've covered all the advice that we can share today. Before our next meeting, I will work with the chief and staff on possible amendments to our current ordinance and some suggestions on how to be more aggressive in prosecution of our ordinance. Obviously, we can't affect what the district attorney does regarding state law. Okay.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Ennis?
At one point, you were also using nets. Are you still using those? I saw you, I think Chief Nagy was using nets one day. Did you catch any? Did you decide that wasn't something to use?
No, we did catch. We had 4 officers and an animal control officer, and we went out there for about 4 hours and tried to use some deer netting and also some just fishing nets. And I think we caught 4 chickens. They're fast. They just don't stand there. You can't just run up on them and catch them. You basically have to pin them against the house. They get in people's bushes. They're not that easy to catch, or they get high up in the trees. And It's just difficult to catch them.
I just wanted to see if that was an auxiliary method. And the last thing I want to say is, it looks to me like we need to have more people on deck, and we need to have more traps.
I will tell you, like I told Councilmember Peterson, we're welcome to any type of help. You know, when this first came out last year, I was enthusiastic that we hired a professional trapper because, as I've said, I can't catch chickens, but a professional trapper. And when we look at, you know, when he is not reaping the rewards or the success that we had hoped for, we are doing anything and everything we can. We're trying to think outside the box. We're willing to do what we can to catch the chicken. Like I said, free range feral. I don't care if the chicken's in the city and it's not in a coop. It's not supposed to be here.
Exactly.
And we want to remove it from the city. So it's not from a lack of luster or desire. And like I said in the chart, in the fall period, Dan was on trapping coyotes, and I'm not pointing fingers because he has other things to do, but we did not have a code enforcement or an animal service officer at the time. So, you know, and now that it's come back, it's not because all of a sudden it's a rejuvenated effort. It's just now we have someone who's actually getting the hang of it, and she's doing a good job, and we're maximizing our resources, and we're trying to think outside the box, and we're welcome to any input.
I was not being critical of what I was saying. What I was meaning was, it looks to me like Miss Amy is doing a good job of catching them, and maybe we need to get her some folks and let her train them and have this an ongoing effort going on all the time rather than the time she can allot it. Now, I realize I'm getting into operations, it's not my bailiwick, but I think we need to throw as much at it as we can.
And as the chief indicated in his presentation, we have reached now beyond the police department, and we have public works staff that have agreed to work after hours, and they are putting together a schedule. We have multiple more traps being built, so we are doing that. I think that we'll visit with the city attorney and we'll bring you back some options and we'll determine how aggressive you're willing to get.
Great.
Because I think to the city attorney's point, we went at this with a multi-year plan. There is money in the budget. There will continue to be money in the budget. And we had some rules of engagement. And so we've been trying to respect the fact that there are as many people that are perturbed by this. There are folks that still think this is okay. And you heard Mr. Goldsmith talk about the fact we got folks that are opening traps and letting people out. So we have to be right when we're done at the end of the day. And that's what the city attorney will help us push the envelope so that as aggressive as we get, we're always right, because at the end of the day, we have to do that. So we hear you loud and clear, and we will continue to pursue this.
So I just say right now, as council, we need to make this a hot priority. And this multi-year plan's not working, and if we need to hire people, but I think that I'm going to ask that our city attorney just really put together what we need to do as far as ticketing, as far as how to change this ordinance, and then really look at this person that you've hired, bringing people on, and maybe that means volunteers, maybe we can get volunteers in the community or people that need to do community service or whatever so that she has additional help. But yeah, this is not working. It's driving me crazy, and I think that if you can't have people that are not sleeping at night and say, well, we're going to have a workshop in a couple of months. That just is not working. So I think we need to have something solid by our next meeting, and I know that there's a lot going on, but when you're not sleeping, I think you're making people that are just literally losing their minds. So we need to get much more aggressive.
Absolutely. And Councilmember Jones, clearly it's going to be on the next meeting agenda. And I know that the city manager, I think she has heard loud and clear, this council's prepared to take whatever policy, if we need to change the policy, if we need to revise the ordinance, we're ready to do full power to do whatever we need to, if it's an allocation of budget or whatever. I know that she'll bring it back as an item for individual consideration. If it's a policy vote that we need to take, at minimum, it needs to be an update so we know what has changed over the next 2 weeks. Things that I can think of that I would just like to add that I haven't heard discussed tonight is we absolutely should utilize social media and make sure that folks know right of entry is available, and unless the city attorney tells us that it's not allowed, I think it would be great to say these are the properties that have signed the right of entry, or we have 47 of them, or we have 2, or whatever, because asking somebody to go out and buy a trap is one thing, but I think if we let these folks right here on Pecan Street know that you think there's 40 people, but we've only had 3 people turn in their paperwork, I'm pretty sure they'll go help get those papers signed and get that documentation to us if we need that. As far as thinking outside the box, I think we need to think outside that time frame. They're hard to catch in the middle of the day. I believe dawn and dusk is a lot better time to be putting the schedules together and to concentrate on the roosters. I know we want all of them gone, but I know if we concentrated on the roosters, it would be a huge step in the right direction. So with all of that being said, they're frustrated, and if you were in their shoes, you would equally be frustrated. And I know you guys are doing all that you can, but I know that we can get the city attorney to help us some more, and we all want to do the right thing. There's not sides. We're all on the same side. We clearly, unanimously passed the ordinance. We need to make sure that it gets enforced and get the problem done. I know we'll have it on the next agenda. We'll have another discussion, and we'll decide from then if we need to keep it as an item on every agenda for the next 3 or 4 months or whatever we need to do. But to Councilmember Jones's point, it needs to stay front and center. Councilmember Peterson, does anybody else have? Councilmember Peterson.
Yes, I totally agree. The chickens have to go because they are a big nuisance, and they are beginning to spread more and more throughout the city. I've got cows in my backyard, and I hope and pray that they don't multiply as fast as the chickens do.
Would anybody else like to make a comment? Really appreciate y'all's patience. I know you are at the end of your collective ropes, and we we have a responsibility, and together with the city manager and with staff, we'll absolutely we need to revitalize our efforts and make some steps forward. Okay, it is 8 o'clock. We've been going since 6:30. I'm going to declare that we are going to take a 3-minute bio break. It's 8 o'clock and we are in recess. I will read that item. Receive presentation and discussion regarding update to Transportation Master Plan, Chapter 5, Thoroughfare Plan by Tom Grant with Kimley Horn. Mr. Grant, our City Manager, are you going to introduce this?
I am. In November of 2016, we adopted two things. One was our comprehensive plan, and the other was our Transportation Master Plan. One of the things that's important when you have a transportation plan, and in fact it's noted in the front of that document, is that it's important to periodically make changes to the plan. So as we've gone through our building Bastrop codes and have developed our purpose statement and our policy statement, our purpose statement is that we're going to become a fiscally sustainable community through land use regulations that are geographically sensitive and authentic Bastrop. And in the policy statement, we talked about the importance of grid networks, i.e. a gridded network system for fiscal sustainability to work, and that's essentially what downtown is built on. And so in the Transportation Master Plan, Chapter 5 deals specifically with the city of Bastrop. The rest of that document is intended to be regional in nature and acknowledge all of our partners. And so we've asked Kimley Horn, specifically Tom Grant, to help with the transportation planning aspects of updating our master thoroughfare plan so that we can make sure as we adopt our building Bastrop codes that we also make sure that the transportation component matches that. So that is what Tom is here to do, to kind of walk through the process that we'll be doing. So, Tom?
Thank you. City Council, thank you for having me here tonight. I'm excited about being here and working on this project with you. Y'all know Brian LaFoy really well. He offices with me. We work closely together on a number of different projects, and he's been having fun coming down here working on your bridge. He actually just had shoulder surgery a couple days ago, so he's down for the count for a couple days, but I've been texting and
Hopefully
emailing
the
him
bridge
today.
didn't cause the shoulder surgery.
I think it's all the surfing over the years. Matt Lewis called me a few months ago and said, hey, I think I really want you to get pulled into this project. I worked with Matt when he was at San Marcos, and John Foreman, who also works with him now, I did a transportation plan for him when he was at Seguin. He said, I've got a really cool project. We are redoing the city's code, and we need to redo the transportation plan to make it match. So, as Linda was already mentioning, for your new code, making sure it's in alignment, for making it walkable, making it more developable of how we do it. And the thoroughfare plan, as we do that, is going to follow that same path. So that gridded network is something that a lot of cities are trying to do. Y'all have that core downtown. A lot of the cities I'm going back and doing at this point, we're trying to go back and figure out how to do it. And so you have a lot of your streets that haven't been built yet. We have the opportunity right now to do it right from the start. With this plan, we are going to start with some data collection. We're going to work with your guest maps. That exhibit that you see there, Matt and John have already been working on taking it to the next step of the different plans that are in place and sensitive areas that you have. We'll review the other plans, development plans that you have, and then we're going to be doing some extensive field review, just looking over your existing street network, geography of what you have in the city. And then
I want to
yes.
interrupt just a minute because that's a really important piece. One of the things that y'all have really stressed is to keep this authentic Bastrop. And so one of the things that John has done is taken all of the plans that exist and has overlaid the information into this GIS map that's going to be the foundation for Tom to work from. And I think that's really important because we're taking our history, the studies that we've paid for and worked on, and using that as the foundation for the work that will be put together by Kimley Horn. And I don't want to miss this because your purpose statement is fiscally sustainable, geographically sensitive, and authentic Bastrop. There are no ors in that. And so the foundation of where they're starting is as authentic as we can get.
Great points. The next piece that we'll be doing that, so we have some data collection up front, but really updating that map. So it's map 5.1, which is the thoroughfare chapter of your transportation plan. We've been looking at the connectivity, the street spacing, the street types. Matt has already been working on cross sections and what the new street types are going to work at. We're going to be diving into that with him. We are focusing it on just chapter 5 right now. So the rest of your transportation plan, we are leaving in place. Chapter 6, it has prioritization. That stays in place. Existing infrastructure stays in place. We're really building off that for the future. That chapter 5 will be showing new street cross sections and an updated thoroughfare plan map that will be a lot more detailed with that gridded network wherever we can make that work.
Mr. Grant, if you'll go back, I love it that you're using a Bastrop picture, but I just want to be clear. That's Chestnut and that's 150. So we have no control over that street cross section, correct? And that road, along with 95 and 71, are not a part or in the scope of your services.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
And if it's already been built, and we're not planning on changing the TxDOT roadways. The first thing that we're going to be doing is coming back to you in 2 weeks for a transportation rodeo. And on that Wednesday, April 10th, from 1 to 3 p.m. will be a work session that we'll have with the stakeholders to come and meet with us. It'll overlap from 2 to 4 as well for this, the stormwater drainage ordinance, so people can come and go and be part of that. We'll meet in this room just as a come and go that they can see what's going on. We'll have a few tables. It's really to get feedback on constraints that y'all see in the area and also the street sections that we have right now. Yes, sir.
When you say stakeholders, are you talking about general citizenry?
Yes, sir.
Information will be put out to the general public as well as the development community, folks that have signed up for the Building Bastrop email blast. And so we will be advertising that, particularly to those that have participated in the rodeo. So if we have your email address, you've expressed an interest, we'll be telling you, as well as a very strong social media campaign to make sure that everybody that wants to come knows about it and can participate.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Green, can you tell people what they can expect? That I'm interested, I love Bastrop, and I walk into this meeting, am I going to get to vote on something? Am I looking at a picture? What's it going to be like?
We'll be in the middle of the process basically at that point. So we'll have just done 2 days worth of field review, working with staff, really just vetting things out. It's not going to be a completed plan at all by then, But we do have street sections that we will have on display. We want to get feedback on that from the public, so there'll be comment cards. People can do markups on the different street sections that we plan for the future, and we'll also have some gridded networks of just showing sort of what we're starting to think, probably more with onion paper on aerials, starting to show what we've been thinking about so that people can give us feedback on constraints and say, you know what, you're not showing that there's a stream right there, or different pieces that we want to get feedback on. So when we come back in late May with a draft plan that's all done in GIS, it had that feedback from the public. So it'll be come and go format, probably 3 or 4 tables related to our project, the transportation side, and then you'll have several tables related to the storm drainage plan as well at the same time.
Okay, thank you.
At 6 p.m. that night will also be a city council work session, be tag teaming, and Matt Lewis will be with me with that time too. At 6 p.m. is when we'd start and do the presentation. A very short, just summary of what we've heard from the public so far and where we're taking it from there. And then after that, Matt will be presenting more on the next development pieces of the code. And that basically tells our schedule as well. We're on a quick process right now to incorporate everything with the code. So May 24th, I believe, is when we're planning on having a draft code and updated thoroughfare plan map to the city, and then it'll start going through an adoption process. And with that, I'll take other questions.
Council, do you have any council member?
Most of these streets that are on the master thoroughfare plan analysis map are thoroughfares. I mean, they're major collector type streets. How are you going to put, and maybe this is a question for the city manager, how, I don't understand how you apply the grid system to this particular map.
That's why we hired him, is to figure that out. Part of what we already know, and part of what we heard from during the 2 code rodeos, is that there are some geographically sensitive challenges that prevent a grid network from working. So what that means is the automobile may not be able to go, but y'all have been very clear that one of the 9 focus areas you have is being multimodal. And so when you read the introduction to our transportation master plan, it's very clear that it is the automobile, it's bike trails, it's walkability, it's walking trails. And so part of what they're going to really put together is a mobility plan. So in some instances where a gridded street network may not work, then the question should be is, can we put a trail? So at least there is a transportation link, whether it is by foot or by bike. One of the things that we did when we were participating in the design and the code rodeo is we met one of our seniors that is mobility challenged and is reliant on a motorized wheelchair. Well, she identified some constraints for us that we had no idea until we walked behind her wheelchair. So we are already bringing those to the table, and part of what they will do is note some mobility challenges we have to overcome, so we can take this plan to Union Pacific. We can take this plan to TxDOT and say, y'all are part of the transportation here. So his big focus is to answer that question is, how are you going to make a gridded network street work here? But it's also not just about the automobile. It's about the multimodal, which is y'all's commitment, and the transportation plan addresses that. So if it doesn't make sense for a street, does it make sense for at least a trail, so that people that are in that neighborhood, while they may not be able to go in the car, can they walk, can they ride their bike? And then if we have some mobility challenges, because we know the railroad and State Highway 71 are real barriers for some of our population, how can we potentially mitigate that? Right. Because that's part of the mobility plan. And that's what they're going to do for us.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Ennis. Council, Mayor Pro Tem Nelson?
Excuse my limited understanding on that, but the mayor had asked a question of whether or not to be studying the TxDOT roadways and what all like that, and certainly that's not within your scope, but certainly interface between the TxDOT roads and our roads are going to be an integral part of this. Are y'all going to be addressing that and making recommendations relative to that?
We will definitely, so roads that you have there on your thoroughfare plan that are TxDOT, you have to partner with TxDOT for changes to those roads. Any existing, and I believe all your TxDOT roads already exist, and So we're going to be building off existing infrastructure. If it's already in place, we're keeping it there. There could easily be a discussion on things that we want to change related to it if it doesn't have sidewalks or other accommodations that we want to have on those given roadways. That could definitely be something I think that we discussed through this plan. For the gridded network of streets, that's going to be all your local streets. That would be the new network. It's going to be a lot more fine grained than what you see there. So if you start thinking of streets that have a much smaller grid section, think of your downtown streets today, you're going to have a lot more of them that'll be normally local street sections that on a lot of cities, they don't have that on their thoroughfare plan. These would become part of the plan. And I just did that in South Padre, for instance. We have, they're a small community, but every 250 feet they've got a street. And they decided they wanted to codify those as being thoroughfare plan streets and prioritize which ones got improved first, for instance.
Councilmember, or Mayor Pro Tem, let me offer this as an addendum to the answer that Tom gave you. There could be an instance where our gridded network conflicts with some TxDOT regulations because they are very clear about how much distance you have to have from an intersection or a traffic light. And so those would be the things that we would identify. And if there were a number of those, we would certainly meet with Willie and Diana to figure out how to overcome those.
That's exactly where I was going, and the connectivity feasibility, and in spite of our best concepts and best laid plans, sometimes that connectivity may not be there. Right. And it may not be feasible to connect. So just clarification. Thank you.
And there are a lot of cities that have their main street is TxDOT. And so it's a balance that we've gone through that with Matt when he was in San Marcos. One of their main corridors was a TxDOT roadway, and they were trying to do that balance of we don't really own the road, but we want to modify the road to make it a lot more how we want to work with the city. So I interface with TxDOT a lot, and so that could easily be a discussion that we have with them. Sure.
Council, any further? Another area that I know you'll get a lot of questions from the community about, and I know it's going to change, and that is the frontage roads that are going to be built across the river and how that is going to interact. Right now, we all know where Pecan goes on to 71 is an extremely dangerous intersection, and we know that that connection will be onto a frontage road, but I would put that on your radar screen of understanding those frontage roads and how the connectivity will work between the neighborhood and the frontage roads and then the frontage roads to the rest of 71, because you're going to get asked anyway, so just heads up.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Thank you very much. Appreciate your patience, Mr. Grant. Have a good evening. Thank you. All right. We are moving on to 8B, and I'm sorry, and I know, like, when you have kids, you're not supposed to have favorites. When you have grandkids, you're not supposed to have, I am so excited. This is the best item on the entire 4 pages of the agenda. I'm just saying.
No pressure, Paul.
We are going on to 8B, receive presentation and hold discussion regarding the analysis of Gills Branch 2D modeling from Paul Morales of Half and Associates. Take it, Paul.
Let me shut off my phone real quick. Mayor, Council, my name is Paul Morales with Half Associates, and I'm here to talk about the 2D modeling we've done for Gills Branch and the solutions we've come up with. How do I say? Do I just click it? Oh, thanks, Rick. So this slide shows an outline of what we're going to talk about today. Some of the items we're going to talk about today is how the city participated with Bastrop County Flood Protection Planning Study as the start of this analysis, the project objectives, analysis results, and then finally some mitigation solutions. Back in 2000, I think it was about 2017, we got a call from the city staff that they were interested in doing a study on Gills Branch and Piney Creek. At the time, the county was working on a flood protection planning grant that was funded by the Texas Water Development Board. So as we started to move forward, we incorporated that study as part of the Bastrop County FPP. It was completed in 2018. We are just about to submit the final report to the Water Development Board. That study was based off the USGS rainfall data. So there's some new data that's come out that we're going to incorporate as part of our 2D analysis. And that model includes existing land use conditions. So what's the land use right now in the watershed? It also estimates a 1D analysis, which we tried to best define an overflow that's leaving Gills Branch, and we'll talk a little bit about that in some following slides.
Real quick, Paul,
yes.
can you explain the difference between 1D and 2D for us people who are a little bit slower?
Sure. I'm gonna get into a little bit more details, but 1D basically you're looking at a creek, and all we know is that one cross section that's been surveyed through the creek, and then you have another cross section, say another 500 feet or 1,000 feet downstream. That's another cross section. So the 1D is basically just that one cross section that we're able to model. Everything in between is interpolated. It's artwork. So we make our assumptions. A 2D model basically takes a two-dimensional representation of the terrain. As you apply water to it, there's little triangulations that determine which way the water's flowing, whether it's right, left, up, or down. And so it literally shows you the flow of water across the terrain. How do I go back? So the image on the left there is a color representation of the terrain for Gills Branch. The green is the lower level, lower elevations. The red and the white are the higher elevations. So as you can see, the eastern portion is very hilly, has a lot of terrain. As you move to the western portion, close to the Colorado River, it's really flat. So as the water is running from east to west, it's trying to get to the Colorado River. So once we take a look at the creek itself, this is a cross-section across the creek from the east to the west side of the creek, from basically the creek over to the railroad. So as the flow gets into the creek, it starts to fill the creek up. The flow cannot be contained within the creek itself. It breaks the banks, and then it starts to flow westward. And as you can see, I don't know if you can read those elevations, but there's about a 4-foot elevation difference from here, which is the bank of Gills Creek, to the railroad. So what's happening is once the creek fills up with flow, the flow breaks the banks, starts to flow westward towards the railroad, overtops the railroad, and then tries to make its way back into the creek or to the Colorado River. So that is the complex hydraulics we were dealing with during the flood protection planning grant with a 1D model. We made a lot of assumptions trying to figure out which way the direction of flow was going, but our limit of study was at the railroad. We knew the flow was passing the railroad and going much further westward. So that's where we started to talk to the city about developing a 2D model to better understand. This image is showing the results of the flood protection planning grant. We came up with 3 different alternatives. The alternative that we felt was the preferred solution was alternative 2. Basically, it's channel improvements from the railroad all the way upstream to Highway 95 with 4 different channel improvements, or I'm sorry, creek crossing improvements from culverts to bridges. The estimate we came up with for this alternative was $7.6 million. And that was based off of our 1D model. As you can see, there's this black line which shows the limit of study for our 1D model, but we knew flow was starting to go eastward, which is down in the image, in order to estimate what the extents of the full flooding from Gills Creek was. We did a workshop with council at the end of our study. We looked at 3 different alternatives, and I think the big number you probably remember is $20 million.
22.5.
Thank you for the correction.
Yes.
And so that was a summation of all 3 alternatives, but really each alternative was kind of its own solution. And our preferred solution is a channel improvement with trying to keep the water in the creek rather than looking at detention, regional detention, channel improvements, or bridge improvements. So as we started to move into the 2D analysis, we came up with 3 different objectives. The first objective was to refine the 1D model that was prepared and paid for the city as part of the flood protection planning grant. update it and refine it with a 2D model, which included a 2D terrain to show which way the water was flowing overland as it moved westward. Second objective was to define the mitigation solutions. What solution is the best and most feasible solution that we could come up with that is also cost effective as well. The third is to update the old FPP study. I say the old FPP study, but the study that we did in 2008 using old rainfall data, update it with the new Atlas 14 rainfall data that this area is, you probably heard enough about. So as part of our 2D analysis, what we ended up doing was we're doing a comparison between existing and fully developed, or what we call future conditions in the watershed. We want to know what the baseline results are based off current development, and then what is it going to look like once the city fully develops as part of its comprehensive plan. So we looked at two conditions in the watershed. We updated the model using the latest 2017 LIDAR data that we obtained from TNRIS. And we also updated it based off the Atlas 14 rainfall data. As you've already heard, the 100-year in comparison to I say older, but USGS 1998 rainfall data increases about 2.6 inches for the 100-year 24-hour duration rainfall. After we've run those numbers into the new model with the new information, we're showing about a 30% increase in runoff from old USGS rainfall data to new Atlas 14 rainfall data. So we're having to convey and try to mitigate for an additional 30% of rainfall compared to the old data. This one has, this slide shows the results of the flows, and I think it's probably a little bit hard to see, but what I want to point out in this slide is at Highway 95, for existing conditions, for current existing conditions, we're looking at a flow of about almost 3,000 cubic feet per second. So if you can imagine one basketball is 1 cubic foot per second, you've got 3,000 basketballs flowing in at Highway 95 for existing conditions. For future conditions, once the upstream portion of the watershed is built out, it increases about another 300 cubic feet per second. So we're having to convey, or Gills Creek is trying to convey about 3,000 CFS through its current channel size. And if you've seen Gills Branch, it's not very big. This slide is just showing a typical 2D model that we developed for Gills Branch. Like I mentioned, the overflow or the surrounding areas outside of the creek is a two-dimensional representation of Bastrop, or the watershed. We've also included building footprints. We've also included building footprints to take away that volume that we know is going to be outside of the homes and show the flow around the home. So we've removed those volumes for all the structures within the flooding area. The creek itself is still a one-dimensional model. We still have cross-sections representing the creek itself, because what we're trying to do, this whole study is trying to determine how much flow is getting to the creek, and it's a riverine study. It's not a local drainage study. So how much water is getting to the creek, how much can flow within the creek itself, and then how much is leaving the creek and flooding Bastrop. So we still have a 1D model within the creek itself. The overflow is all 2D model. And our model is validated based off of observations we've received from the city staff during the 2016 Memorial Day flood event. The depths and the extents match pretty closely to the observations that we received from city staff. So the results we were getting from the model itself is, as I mentioned, we have about 3,000 cubic feet per second at Highway 95. And Highway 95 on this image is up here. It flows southward all the way down, and we cut it off roughly about where the railroad is, Union Pacific Railroad, because this portion is where the majority of the overflow is occurring. The channel capacity of the creek itself, of Gill's Branch, can only handle about 1,200 cubic feet per second. So if you do the math and the subtraction, the overflow is about 1,800 cubic feet per second that's leaving Gill's Branch, heading towards the railroad, which is this line right here on your image, and continuing to try to make its way to the Colorado River and then heading southward back into Gill's Branch itself. So I'm going to play a video, which is the results of our 2D representation of the flow. And if you take a look, keep your eye roughly about where Pine Street is. The flow from Pine Street along this edge of the creek bank is going to start to overflow first. So let's see if this works. So as you can see, it starts to overflow right here. This is a major overflow area, and then this section is a major overflow area. So really, the entire length from 95 to the railroad sees a significant amount of overflow. I'm going to play that one more time because I think it's a very powerful image. I don't know if I can stop it, but. So all this flow is headed westward, starts to overtop the railroad roughly about in this area, this is Pine Street. I want to say is that Chestnut? That's Chestnut. So right where the, I'm at Farm here, this is Pine here. Okay. So this whole section here where the railroad is, where it starts to overflow, it doesn't quite make it over to the Colorado River because there's a high elevation here. There's a high elevation along the banks of the river, so the elevation is forcing the flow back into Gill's Branch and then finally into the Colorado River. So taking a snapshot of just the peak flows and the full extent of the floodplain is what this image is showing. We've kind of reoriented so we can see the whole length of Gill's Branch. 95 is up here, flows southward to the railroad, which is this line right here underneath 71 and then out to the Colorado River. So we knew we had to come up with solutions to try to mitigate this overflow or try to prevent this overflow that's headed westward to try to mitigate any of the flooding impacts and reduce flood risk. We looked at different things. We looked at several options. We looked at detention ponds, regional detention ponds. We looked at channel improvements, which we call channel benching, as well as improving a lot of the roadway crossings. So ultimately, after looking at all the solutions and trying to come up with a holistic solution for Gill's Branch, we came up with a channel benching improvement, which we feel is the best solution for mitigating the overflow. By putting flow into a channel, it's more efficient than putting it into a pipe. You get a lot of losses in a pipe. If you have flow in a channel, you're able to convey a lot more flow and a lot more volume with an open channel flow. Plus, I like it because it's natural and it's everybody likes to be close to water, and so that it has a really good benefit of adding. We talked about trail connectivity. The city could add a trail connection from 95 all the way down to the railroad once this project is fully built. So it adds connectivity through the town. So the benefits for the channel benching improvement is that increases channel area, reduces channel overflow, which we're going to show here in a minute. But one of the biggest benefits also is that by keeping the channel, the natural channel, pilot channel intact, we stay away from environmental permitting needs, which is called a 404 permit for the U.S. Corps of Engineers. This type of channel benching design minimizes any environmental permitting that we may need for the project. You'll still have to do some due diligence with endangered species, check to see if there's any wetlands where we may be cutting into as part of the bench design, but as far as permitting, it minimizes that effort. And as I mentioned before, It allows for trail connectivity throughout the city. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to step through each of the phases. We broke the entire length of the project into 3 different phases. I'm going to kind of flip through these to show you, as the phases are constructed, how the floodplain starts to reduce and how you reclaim the floodplain area, as well as mitigating impacts to a lot of the homes. And then I have a slide after that that shows depth of water or flooding at specific intersections throughout this flooded area, and then talk about the cost for each one of the phases. So I kind of have it backwards, but I like this first because it talks about the full extent of the flooding for fully developed conditions within the watershed. And then as we start to phase the project, we looked at channel improvements just upstream of the railroad, and then upstream of MLK. We're considering this part of phase 1. There are no roadway crossing improvements as part of phase 1, but if we step back and forth, you can kind of see that from fully developed conditions whoops, to phase 1, there is some reduction in depth of flooding up here. And the reason you want to start at the downstream, thank you very much. The reason you want to start at the bottom of your channel improvements is because as you start to bring all this flow that used to leave the creek, you have to now convey it in the new creek, and you want to have the new channel conveyance at the downstream portion in order to convey the flow as you start building upstream. Hopefully that makes sense. So that's phase 1, from the railroad up to MLK. Phase 2 is from MLK to, I think this is Pine Street, is that right? To Pine Street. So Pine Street also includes what's shown in green, our channel improvements. We have a little bit of a bottleneck right here just upstream of, this is MLK, Pine, Chestnut. So upstream of Pine, we have a little bit of a bottleneck, but I think we've looked at some recent CAD parcel lines, and we think we have the ability to open that up a little bit more, but that's some further refinement that we can look at later. Phase 2 also includes culvert improvements, where we're proposing to change those into single span bridges to allow more flow underneath the roadway. These improvements at the roadway prevent any overtopping of those road crossings during the 100-year flood event. Right now, based off of the FEMA models and our current 1D models, the existing culverts that are in place there are showing overtopping of those roadways. And then ultimately, phase 3 is the most upstream portion, just downstream of 95, which is just completely channel improvements with one culvert improvement at Chestnut. I'm sorry, Farm. So once you have those 3 phases in place, we go from the full extent of flooding that we're currently seeing from Gills Branch, phase 1, phase 2, and then finally phase 3. We're doing a significant amount of reduction and reduction of flood risk for the citizens of Bastrop.
And Paul, the part that's left is very shallow, is it not?
Correct. So we have our little, and this is a 100-year storm, fully developed. So assuming the city fully develops to what it thinks it's going to fully develop to within the watershed, this is ultimately what you're going to see for the ultimate flooding. And like Linda mentioned, this flooding that's left over is very shallow flooding, ranging from a quarter to a foot of flooding within these areas. We're seeing a little bit more flooding here just because water's trying to take a hard 90, trying to get past the railroad. Some of it, there's a low-lying area, but there's some improvements there that could happen in order to keep the flow in the creek. This table shows a number of...
Paul, let me interrupt. Will you go back?
Absolutely.
You didn't talk about the big green channel improvements at the Civic Center on the big box between Pine and Farm, Chestnut
yes, I'm
Farm.
sorry. So one of the options that, after talking to city staff and having a meeting about our preferred solution of channel improvements, basically what we're doing with these large areas by the convention center and also by the railroad is making these really wide channel benching cuts. What we're basically doing is creating almost like linear detention within the channel itself rather than these separate regional detentions. And one of the thoughts that staff had is that we could create almost an open space there for the convention center. It would be cut, and I'm going to go back to that. It would say this is the convention center up here, although there would be a roadway and driveway into the parking lot. But what this space could be is almost a gathering space for the convention for open space, and there could be events happening during dry weather, but during flooding events, this bench would be inundated. So that area is owned by the city, currently owned by the city, and was an option for us to utilize as part of this project. So to talk a little bit about the benefits of the channel improvements and the crossing improvements, we put this table together. And what this table shows is several intersections that we're currently showing. This first column here, the second column here, I'm sorry, shows the depth of intersection for the 100-year 24-hour storm that we had modeled. Once all the phases are in place, the channel benchings implemented, we were able to reduce nearly all of the intersection flooding except for Pine and MLK and Walnut and MLK. And those are some minor street flooding that could be remedied in smaller local projects. But based off of our initial 2D model that we put together, which gives us a lot of good information and is really detailed, we're able to reduce intersection flooding significantly. So let's talk about project phasing. As I mentioned before, phase one is, in our mind, would start at the downstream end, work our way up from the railroad to Highway 95. Phase one is going to be from Union Pacific Railroad up to Pine Street, roughly about 1,900 linear feet of channel improvements, or channel benching is what we're calling it. In this phase, we could either implement Pine Street improvements or push it into the next phase. It all depends on how the funding comes together and how the city wants to move forward. This phase, based off our cost estimates, is almost $1 million. And that's primarily excavation, stabilizing of the slopes, and making sure the flow as it's coming downstream doesn't erode any of the adjacent property owners. So phase two, shown in yellow, is from Pine Street to Farm Street. It's about a little more than 1,400 linear feet of channel improvements. This phase includes 2 channel improvements, which our cost estimate came out to almost about $2.3 million for this phase. And then the final phase, which would reduce a good majority of the flooding within Gills Branch, or the overflow, is from Farm Street to Highway 95. Roughly about 1,700 linear feet of channel improvements. This one does include one roadway improvement, and that estimate came out to about $1 million. So when you do the math, we're no longer at $22 million. We're now down to $4.3 million.
And Mayor and Council, the important thing to appreciate is that he's given us an incremental approach. So it's not $4.5 million at one time. We've got phases that we can fund, we can program for. So this is doable. $22.5 million was just, we're going to choke on it. There was no way to make that happen. You remember the area around the UP railroad crossing was about $12.5 million, and you are saying it's under $1 million. So this is a dramatic improvement, not only in costs, but as I have wailed since February 20th of 2017, there's pink that's now gone on this map. So thank you, Paul.
There is a lot of pink now gone.
We needed that to happen when we spend that kind of money.
And I think that's the benefit. I mean, we can do a lot of design and conceptual understanding of flow, but when water starts to leave the creek, we have, in our one-dimensional models, we have to make assumptions as engineers and modelers. So when we start doing a two-dimensional analysis, that gives us a lot of better, or I say a lot, but more understanding of how the flow is going, leaving the creek, going through the roads and around the buildings. And in this case, overtopping the railroad. But the 2D analysis that the city has tasked us to produce and come up with a solution is beneficial, because now, as Linda mentioned, you have a phasing planning effort in order to try to get a hold of the significant amount of flooding the city's seen due to Gills Branch. One thing I do want to mention is I did look at the CAD information. Phase 1, based off of our channel improvements, we're looking at but there's 12 property owners within that footprint that would have to be coordinated with. In phase 2, there's only 2 property owners, and one of them is the city of Bastrop. Phase 3, which is the northern portion, where we see the most significant overflow, there's 5 property owners that would need to be coordinated with.
Mr. Morales, you've made my engineering heart very, very happy. This was just excellent, and really why we all became engineers, just to be able to solve problems like that.
Right. Yeah.
One thing that I'd like to suggest, and I think that we were probably already doing that, is to make sure that when we do the design, that we do design for the entire project, because these are perfect shovel-ready jobs that when certain grants become available, we want to be able to go on that right away. It'll be, the phases make perfect sense, and they're in a sizable chunk of money, an obtainable chunk of money, but man, sometimes people have grants and they need something to go right away, and this is a perfect project, particularly when you look at the fact that the number of 195 structures and 102 acres. I mean, and we're not even talking about a 25 or a 50-year flood. That's a 100-year flood with Atlas 14 data. Right. I mean, I just don't know how the news could be any better.
Right. We were excited with the results when we started, especially with the area where we have the convention center, where we can expand that. That was a significant amount of volume that we could hold.
Just phenomenal. Yep. Phenomenal.
One of the things that I think is very important is the incremental approach, as I've said, the fact that we own some significant property in here, so we can utilize our land appropriately. It will become an amenity, except for the 2 or 3 days a year that it would be needed. But as the mayor said, the great thing about this is that once we get this project shovel ready, we're talking about a multi-year project. You know, this is, you know, depending on how we do it, 5 to 7 years worth of work. There's a lot of work in here. So again, hats off to you and your team, because you've brought a solution to a problem we were really scared there was no answer to. We cannot come up with $22.5 million to solve a problem in Bastrop, so thank you very much.
Well, $22.5 million that didn't solve the problem was more important.
Right.
And Mr. Morales, I have one more super important question, but it is for Mr. Peterson. Does Gills Branch have 1 L or 2 L's? Okay, because I've seen it both ways, and I wanted us to have which way is it really? So it's 2 L's. All right, thank you.
Well, I guess we've been spelling it correctly then, so that's good.
Got a quick question for you.
Yes, sir.
Bless you.
When this work is completed, because I live, the Gills Branch backs up to my property. And I think I know the answer to this, but after this work is done, is there any way that I can go to the Corps of Engineers and get out of the floodplain?
So to answer your question, yes. Once the full project has been completed and is in place, you wouldn't go to the Corps of Engineers. You'd end up going to FEMA. So that was kind of the next steps I wanted to talk about. You would basically change, the city would have to change or revise the FEMA map from where it is today to within the channel once the channel's complete. And that would go through a letter of map revision through FEMA.
Very good, thank you.
That's something y'all would facilitate and have in the past?
Yes, we definitely facilitated developing and submitting what's called a LOMR, a letter of map revision, to FEMA.
Oh, okay.
So just to summarize, our preferred mitigation solution is almost about 5,000 linear feet of channel benching. So my longest channel improvement that I've done is about 4,000 linear feet. So 5,000, almost 5,000 linear feet is almost a mile of channel improvement. So it's a significant project. Again, the channel improvements are from Highway 95 to the railroad crossing. We're recommending 3 improvements at single span bridges at Farm, Chestnut, and Pine Street, which tallies up to about $4.3 million. One thing I do need to note about that $4.3 million, it does not include land acquisition. So land acquisition is on top of that.
Or utility relocations.
Or utility, that's correct, or utility relocations. So as a benefit to these improvements, it significantly eliminates overflow of the 100-year and keeps it within the proposed Gills Branch channel. Removes 195 structures from the floodplain. So once you start looking at grants and loans, you have to prepare what's called a FEMA benefit cost analysis. With those numbers, you're not going to have any issues meeting that BCA, what's called the BCA ratio, greater than 1. It's going to be very easy to get to that benefit cost ratio for grants or loans. And then on top of that, it removes, based off of our extent of the floodplain, removes about 102 acres. It reclaims 102 acres outside the floodplain. So it's pretty significant. One of the things I did want to talk about are the next steps, and you hit the nail on the head. Once the design is complete, there's certain grants that are out there. There's also low-interest loans that are also available from TDM as well as the state of Texas, the Water Development Board. So there's some opportunities to help with the cost. Some of the pre-disaster mitigation funds are a match. It's a 25-75 match, so the city would come up with 25% of the cost. The state would come up with 75%. So it's a pretty significant amount of money.
And why don't you explain the acronyms TDM is?
I knew you were going to ask me.
Of Emergency Management.
That's right. So Texas Department of Emergency Management is TDM, but the Water Board, who funded the flood protection planning study for Bastrop County, was administered by the Texas Water Development Board. The Texas Water Development Board has a low-interest loan, which is part of the Clean Water revolving fund, which is, you typically have heard that with wastewater projects. They're now including stormwater projects as part of their low-interest loans. You still have to pay the full amount, but it's a low-interest loan. As far as grants, pre-disaster mitigation grants, those grants are administered by TDM, the Texas Department of Emergency Management, and those grants have the 2075 match. So there's some opportunities for either a grant or a loan to pay for a portion of the design cost as well as the construction cost. But some of the next steps that we see is once we define the full extent, start working with the preliminary design, city staff start to talk to some of those property owners about the extents of what we believe is the channel improvement in order to contain the flood. Look for public-private partnerships. We half knows of one developer that's interested in participating as part of this project to convey that drainage easement for the channel improvements so that he can develop his portion of the property outside of a floodplain and reduce the risk as part of that development. And then finally, as was mentioned, there would be a FEMA map revision once the project is completed, but those are kind of the next steps.
Outstanding.
With that, I'll take any questions.
Fantastic job. Council, any further questions for Mr. Moreau?
I just
Councilmember
have
Jones?
a kind of a logistic question. So when you stabilize the banks, I mean, what does that, maybe, what does that look like, or what are you thinking about for Bastrop?
I'm somewhat of a tree hugger, so I would like to keep it as natural as possible. Let me go back to this.
We're all about geographically sensitive and authentic Bastrop, so I think you'll get a hooray from all of us.
What that would look like, and I know it's hard to read because the image is so small, but what would the final look of this bench would be grass lined. It would be stabilized, in my opinion, with native grasses because you tend to have, if you have native grasses, you have a longer root system, and the longer root system stabilizes the soil and holds it in place when you see the high velocities in the creek. If you have just regular St. Augustine grass, the root structure is very small and doesn't hold the soil as we would like. So it would be a native grass benching and could also include a trail system, a 5-foot trail system.
So with native grasses, are those sort of like a low maintenance, they just grow so tall and you just let them go, right? So it doesn't become a maintenance issue?
It's going to require maintenance. You're still going to have to.
Yeah, you'll still have
Right.
You'll still have some maintenance, but there are certain native grasses that will grow maybe 1.5 foot high, and if that's good enough for the city and the design, that could be allowed.
And when 3,000 basketballs go by, it flattens it out, and you'll get the area back, and you'll be fine.
The key council member is to make it look aesthetically pleasing so that it doesn't become a code enforcement issue. So there is a delicate balance, because if this becomes a trail system, you want people to be willing to go and walk by it and not think that they're in a swampland of some kind. So there are a long list of native grasses that would be appropriate. So yes, there will be some maintenance, but it's the type of maintenance that you do and how you design it so that we see it as an amenity, not as an eyesore.
And you're intending to use the existing creek bed as your pilot for the smaller storms, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So the smaller storms would stay within the creek, and the benching is primarily for the flood storm events. The other thing is, so that we don't have a swamp system, this bench would be sloped to drain so that the water flows back into the pilot channel and doesn't sit on the benching.
Mayor and council, this is really an epic event. This is, the mayor will tell you, we'd been waiting, we had met with Paul, and he'd finally gotten the revisions to us, and I was traveling on the road, so I called Trey and confirmed what we hoped, and I called the mayor and I said, I got to tell somebody, and you'll appreciate this better than anybody. And we were giggling about how awesome this is. I mean, I really want y'all to think about the flooding that you had, the overflowing crowds in this room of people saying something needs to be done, and being a part of that drainage study and having $22.5 million worth of improvements and the pink not being moved on the map to do this study and have these type of results. and be able to do it for $4.5 million. And we're returning significant property back to the tax rolls that's now developable. And you've got a commitment to become fiscally sustainable. So we're solving drainage problems. We're returning property now back to being developed. We're giving people peace of mind, and it's going to be an amenity, and it's a buildable project. So I know it's inappropriate, but I feel like we ought to stand up and all do the happy dance or something. I mean, this is really a pretty significant event in correcting ongoing drainage problems in this community, which y'all all pledged to do. And I think tonight, with the help of half an associate, you're going to be able to do that.
So we basically have made huge progress on what we started, that journey we started on last August, which was the moratorium to solve drainage. We've made huge progress at a fraction of the cost by just tackling this head on. And, instead of just saying we can't afford that, we still move forward. This is amazing, and good job to everybody.
Can I tell a story? So when the city called us and said, we want to participate as part of the flood protection planning grant with the county, we submitted our scope. We came to council. I don't think Linda was here at the time. We came to council. They were standing room only here. They were talking about drainage problems. There was a lot of yelling, a lot of tension. And I looked over to my coworker and I said, oh no, what did we get ourselves into? So it's really refreshing that we could go from a very tense situation because of the flooding and now starting to come to some solutions. So
yes.
Really proud of that.
Civil engineers rock.
Yeah.
And Mayor and Council, this is one of two conversations about drainage tonight. And I think when you see the second piece that Trey's going to cover, the stormwater drainage ordinance, we're really coming full circle, Councilmember Jones, to your point of resolving these problems by solving them.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much.
Have a good evening.
Comment, Mayor?
Yes.
If you guys can see me, I'm tap dancing right now because it's going to solve a lot of problems because, as I was telling him, my home backs up to Gills Branch right at the railroad crossing. And this is going to be a significant change in Gills Branch, and I applaud you guys what you're looking at and give us a direction to go in. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. All right, we're going to go to 8C. We've got one more person who we're going to do 8C, and then Colin, so you guys know, after 8C, we're going to go to 9A. Everybody else is staff, and they have to stay anyway, but we're going to let everybody else have the opportunity to go home. So we're at 8C, receive presentation from the Specialized Public Finance, the city's financial advisors on utility system revenue bond projects and bond issuance timeline.
Great.
Good evening.
Mayor, council members, city manager, I'm Dan Weigmiller with Specialized Public Finance. This item is just to go over presentation-wise the upcoming revenue bond issue and some of the items, both timing and just as you get into issuing revenue bonds for the first time in a long time and for the first time to the open market. We wanted to kind of prep you and prepare you for some of the things we'll be working on between now and when you're asked to consider taking action on those revenue bonds. As shown on the first slide here, the basic background for the water and wastewater system revenue bonds is the issuance timing. We are looking at having a bond rating conference call. It's actually set for this Friday. We've received a list of questions and topics of areas they want to discuss, which are primarily focused on a few different areas I'll touch on in a minute. But that call will take place on Friday, should last about 30 to 45 minutes, depending on how deep they get into questions about projects and future projects. April 4th, we will receive the outcome of that bond rating. And again, it'll be the first bond rating on the revenue debt side. So we're hoping for good things, and part of it will be, as I discuss in a minute, they look at many different factors in the future and the future planning and how that all rolls into that rating assignment. The April 9th City Council meeting will receive bids on that day. and come to council asking for you all to consider awarding the low bid, best bid to the purchaser who submitted that. Those bids are kind of just like an eBay auction or online auction. They'll all roll into our office about 10 a.m. and they'll wait to the last few seconds, submit, and then we'll bring them to you and discuss the results on the 9th. April 30th, we have a bond closing. That's the date that you would receive funds here to move forward on the funding of those projects. The bond rating agency conference call, which will take place this week, the purpose of the bond rating, it's kind of getting a credit assessment of how the market views just the revenue bond ability to pay that back. It's not looking at the tax base or the tax collections and that sort general fund. It is looking at the utility, the water, wastewater. It is important to understand there is some, as you all know, the fluctuations with utility revenue, water, wastewater. You're not just assessing a rate and calculating what it's going to bring in. It's based on usage. So there's some volatility to that utility that either can be a credit positive or credit negative. And I'll get a little bit more into where that volatility and where that revenue history will create strength or weaknesses. The major areas the bond rating focuses on your economy, which is local and regional and statewide. You're fortunate to have a strong local economy, also to be part of a strong regional. That's not just Austin, but a lot of the things that impact you from rail and highways and proximity to 35, all the different factors that you all know better than I do that benefit this community. I think it's also, that's a percentage of the rating, but the financial performance is one of the critical elements along with the economy. You control some aspects of economy, but you can't make things happen, but you can prep the ground to be as attractive as you want to be for whatever businesses impact you and residential growth.
Mayor and Council, some other things to add on to what Dan's saying is the rating agencies always are interested in how strategic you're being, and the fact that you are aligning your development codes to be fiscally sustainable will be something that will be very impressive to the rating agencies. We are putting together a financial model that will project our revenues and expenditures. We're also going to be putting together a 10-year utility revenue and expenditure plan so that you can manage the rates so that there's not a lot of peaks and valleys. All of that is something that the rating agency smiles upon very favorably, that you're not looking in a one-year increment, that we are looking over the life of our asset. The fact that you've hired Chris Eckroot to come in and create your wholesale wastewater and water categories, the fact that you are putting together updated impact fees for debt coverage, all of those things will be things that Dan and Tracy will talk about, that the fiscal rating agency will say, we're not box checking here. We're planning for the future, we're managing our future, and all of that will be a very, very good story for Dan to share on Friday.
Absolutely. The financial performance, the debt service coverage is critical. The debt service coverage is simply the net revenue coming in off the system, the water, the wastewater fees, impact fees, other fees, less the operating expenditures to give you a net number. And what drives a bond rating for any city is how much revenue over and above the debt service requirement you have. And what's important to note is the target covenant level, the legal level, is close to 1.2 times that revenue over debt service. And over time, I've worked with many entities that may have 1.7, 2 times, 2.5 times coverage. It's a lot of revenue coming in. And depending on how you move that revenue towards projects and system improvements is great. But you don't have to be at 2 times consistently to be a AA rated credit. If you have, as Linda was mentioning, all the various aspects of your rate studies in place. You all as a council seeing the rates and getting updates on where you're tracking, where you need to be. It's being in position to raise rates as needed, to leave them alone if you're in good shape, and just manage that. And so part of the discussion we will have for years to come as you all move through these programs is they don't want any surprises, as you don't want any surprises. And so that part of the process will be something to manage and work through. You can be a solid AA credit or high single A credit at the outset, but AA long term, and still just be at 1.2, 1.3 times coverage if they see action and seeing that there's not any hesitancy to move forward on any trends. As I mentioned, trend performances, that's what they're looking at. How you perform over time, how you prepare leading up to year-over-year calculations. The debt levels, growing systems and cities have elevated debt levels. That is not a credit negative, and it's not so much that that is usually about 10% of the overall rating. They don't want to discourage an entity from going out and borrowing money to do improvements when you're facing growth-related challenges. So they understand that if you don't do anything, you're going to have problems that just mount and mount and mount, and then your rates are going to be impacted or your system's going to be impacted. So taking on challenges, the debt levels, as they may get elevated compared to different data that you look at, just keep in mind, if you have a need, they want to see you address the need than rather push it aside. And then management is the fourth area they cover. And what we've discussed kind of falls all into that. The number one issue is willingness of councils and administration to put into place plans and strategies to adopt rates as needed and when needed. And it's pretty straightforward, but going through this on an annualized or more often than annual basis will help keep surprises off the table for everyone. Finally, the future revenue bond issuance is the last part that I was going to touch on. Future revenue bond issuance is dependent on that coverage level. Unlike a tax bond where you have the ability to just issue debt and then plan or state that you will levy a tax necessary, we need to have the revenue in place. So future strength of revenue bond issuance will be a function of your rates, your fees, and pulling that all together. The timing of those issues, we would anticipate there's two ways to get to a bond issuance. One is to issue the debt and take the money down and then wait to spend it. The other way is to approve reimbursement resolutions, allows you to spend some of the money you have built up in fund equity and then apply, go out and issue debt when the timing's right for you, when the project bids are in or you know the status of where you want to go with a project. And we're anticipating February of each year to be the issuance timeline. It may not be every year, but we can move that as needed, but that is what we anticipate to build the modeling and bring that predictability to you. The one other point I wanted to make on the revenue bond is it's a little different than what you've seen on general obligation debt on the tax side, which is one ordinance, you issue debt, and you have the one ordinance, and that just gets subsequent issues have a new ordinance. What you will see when bond counsel comes on the day of sale is what's called a master ordinance. And that master ordinance will be approved, and then the second item on the agenda is called the first supplement. And what that does is they're setting it up where you have an ordinance that covers all future water, wastewater revenue debt, and then as you move through subsequent issues, the supplements will guide that next issue. And there may be some pieces of a bond ordinance or covenants that you want to tweak a little bit. Unlike a tax bond, which is pretty plain vanilla, it's a tax pledge and that's what you ultimately levy. With revenue bonds, you have various things such as reserve funds, covenants to maintain rates a certain level, the coverage that we talked about, and all those are built into the supplement. And rather than having to start all over with a new ordinance, you can do supplements and give you that flexibility. So that's just a nuance that you'll be seeing on that sale date. With that, I'll be glad to answer any questions or look forward to giving you reports as we come back.
Councilmember Jones?
So typically, do you see the best bond rates? Do you see them in that March, April timeframe, or is it just flexible, just depending on?
It really depends. Some key things to steer away from, if possible, May and November you have bond elections. And so we typically see June, July come out with schools. That's where they're tied to. That's what they have to hit on. So those dates sometimes see June, July, and then December, January kind of hit with some higher volumes. But in general, what should dictate the timing is your readiness to enter the market. The Texas municipal credits have great strength in the marketplace. Bastrop has a great name, and you all will see strong bids, I anticipate, on the 9th.
Council, any other questions? Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you all very much.
Good job explaining. Really appreciate it. Okay, as promised, we're going to 9A. That is at the bottom of page 2. Receive monthly report from Visit Bastrop. Ms. Smith.
Hello, good evening. I'm going to jump right in with, with our marketing summary for the month of February. Our year-over-year numbers, obviously this is our first opportunity to be able to do that, shows an increase of 367% over last year. Our organic sessions, which is basically people that just have a natural interest that want to Google and look for things, were up extremely high again, over 305%. And that this month's organic increase was driven by the Lost Pines knife show event, and that was that was the first event that we have funded from our Hot Funds distribution. So basically what it also tells us is that the marketing that was done that we helped fund definitely paid off. So, and that's what we're looking at being able to see, as our website also is the top ranking website there that gets pulled when people do those organic searches. So and then our social media stats, again, we continue to share the message on social media, and we're constantly engaging in those platforms. The numbers are going up, and that's what we want to see with good engagement. Public relations summary for February. We had 14 articles that were basically found, and what I mean by that is we pitched, our agency pitched for different articles, suggestions in December, January, so those could have been picked up from the pitches that we made in December or January. So 14 articles were picked up with an estimated audience of about 12 million. So when we do pitch these, when we pitch these to the potential audience, but then the actual number below that, which is the 55,000, is the actual estimated total coverage views. That's the actual people that read the article. So that's good information to have. And then we also have our proactive outreach. These are articles that we pitched that just haven't been picked up yet, to our knowledge. So we're pitching the Bastrop as a destination and to these publications because we want them to write about them. Some of the outcomes, these are some of the higher hitting outcomes that we had. As you can see, we had a great article in Southern Living magazine for 12 best last minute spring break trips. We had 5 of our partners mentioned just in that very small article, and that had coverage views of 19,000. And what we do is after we notice that there's been the article that's been written, we also push that out over our own social media, as well as contacting the partners, as Drusilla was mentioned, Sugar Shack was mentioned in that article as well. And then just for some fun, we were covered in the Best Company magazine for 12 super romantic Texas getaways for couples. Now this page right here is strictly for the night pour that occurred on March 8th. This is the, all of the picked up submissions that we received for this one event. And this one event was held at the Deep in the Heart Art Foundry, and according to Clint Howard, it was the highest number of attendees, over 500 attendees for that night's event, with people coming in from out of town, where we do have some documented room nights associated with that. Other picked up submissions was Table on Main, and I'd like to just note here, it says April 29th. That's a typo. It is actually April 28th. And again, we've, through Visit Austin and some other submissions, these are all just for Table on Main that we submitted, and under other submissions, those are not yet picked up. Bastrop Music Festival, Dearly Beloved, Corvette Invasion, and Newsies, the Broadway musical, have also been submitted to different publications for writers to write. They have not yet been picked up. Looking ahead, but by the time we presented this, when we submitted this packet information for this meeting, we had east and west facing billboards on Highway 71. We were planning on doing that. Those are now done. So we're happy to have those in place and directing folks into downtown, historic downtown Bastrop. And we continue to work with our website team, developing our media alert. We're going to conduct TV outreach for Table on Main for the day of the actual coverage of the event. And we're continually proactively outreaching for media opportunities, working with our agencies to gather other details and other pitching opportunities. So it's been a really busy marketing, advertising, PR month. The STAR report, if you'll notice, the numbers look exactly the same for current month January 2019 to January 2018, and then year to date, and that's because the STAR report does not do it on a rolling 12 months, it's just comparing January to January, so there's no other history with that. At first I thought it was a typo, but again, very strong January. Everything's in the positive, and we continue to be above the industry average. Our sales report, looking great again this month. We had 9 leads for the month of January that were brought in by Visit Bastrop, equating to 2,288 room nights, about $4 million in economic impact, 3 definites with $159,000 impact, 1 lead service request, that's a request without heads and beds, and then 3 definite service requests, and 3 lost leads. And you look over to the right and you can see the reason that the leads were actually lost. We're tracking the lost reasons. 1 was canceled by the client, 1 metro location needed, and 1 the convention center was too small. And then under the Hyatt, so the top part is what Visit Bastrop sales team brought in, and then on the bottom is anything that we've worked with the Hyatt on as an assist. So we had 1 lead service request, 3 definite service requests, and we lost 1 lead, and that was, they chose another location, and the salesperson at the Hyatt was not exactly sure where they ended up. We're guessing it's a more metro area. So our net impact, if we just did the simple math, is about 1.1 million, but these leads and definites and lost leads come in, they're real time for us when they happen, but they may not be actually scheduled for like 2020 or 2021. Any questions?
Council, any questions for Ms. Smith?
Great job.
Thank you.
Good report.
Thank you. Councilmember Jones?
Well, you said thoughts.
I'm sorry?
You said thoughts as well, so.
Okay.
As always, I'm really, really looking forward to the day when we have time to focus on the rodeo arena, because that's a huge, untapped, authentic part of Bastrop that I often get comments on as I travel regionally that we need another venue, so.
I won't steal Miss Smith's thunder, but she's
No.
already ahead of you, and we are working with her on some opportunities to do that very
I'm
thing.
so excited.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, we are.
Yeah, good.
And I want to thank you for the billboards. They look fantastic.
Thank you.
They really,
We're-
really look good.
We're a tad
They look
disappointed that you couldn't read them
horrible.
quite as, the lettering wasn't big enough, but
Well, they look great. The one that it replaced, especially out east of town.
by the
By New
nursing
Haven,
home?
yes.
Yes.
It really, really looked bad. It was talked about for months. And I mentioned it to you one time, and boom, it got done. So
Thank
I
you.
really
We worked very hard on
appreciate
that. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Have a good evening.
You as well.
Okay, council, I don't know if staff cares. We've got to finish 8. We've got to do consent. City manager, do you care what we do next?
It would be helpful if Kathy could come and do the convention center. Since you've just heard from Susan, it would give you some stream of consciousness of how they're working
Sure.
together, I think.
Sounds
And then
great.
the rest of it, I don't think matters.
Okay, we're going to 9B, receive quarterly report on the Bastrop Convention and Exhibit Center.
You know
Ms.
what, I'm
Danielson.
sorry, that just reminded me of another thing that maybe either one of you can answer. I guess, are y'all working more with the Hyatt, or is it about the same, or is there a lot of cooperation there? Because, I mean, in some stuff I read, it looked like y'all were working with the Hyatt a lot more than
Yes, we are. And
you
as a
have
matter
in
of
the
fact,
past.
last week we had their entire sales and marketing team came to the convention center, and we did a sort of dog and pony show to present to them what the convention center can do for them for off-site events if they may, have some space issues or requirements that they can't handle, what we can do for them as a destination marketing organization and working together. And as a result of that meeting, when they all went back to the office, we got 2 phone calls for 2 proposals that they want us to help them work with, and it was an outstanding meeting.
Good job. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, Ms. Danielson, I thought you said before. We're going to take a bathroom break when you are done, but you can finish, so. Receive, I already read it, so we're on 9B, and the floor is yours, Ms. Danielson.
Mayor, Council, thank you so much. I'm excited to be able to come up and present to you information on the second quarter for the Bastrop Convention Center. I'm going to go this way. The mission, the Bastrop Convention and Exhibit Center is committed to serving our community and guests by working as a team to build local partnerships, enhance local and regional events, and provide efficient results, ensuring vitality for Bastrop. And I am just so tickled to be able to present to you tonight. We are doing just that. As you can see, we have Benny Guerrero in the picture. Benny just celebrated her 1-year anniversary with us this time. She had been with us years ago, moved out of town, came back and wanted to be part of our team again. The vision, the Bastrop Convention and Exhibit Center will strive to showcase small town charm and hospitality within the local meetings and events industry. And because our role switched to more local, when Visit Bastrop was created, they have a sales team. They're doing more of the tourism-driven events, but we're working very closely together. Focusing on customer service and exceptional experiences, the Bastrop Convention and Exhibit Center will provide a unique combination of local and non-local use, creating a positive economic impact for our community and partners.
And while she inhales, I want to focus on 2 words on that slide, and that is exceptional service. I think it is I never talk to anybody that goes and deals with Kathy, Steve, Benny, Ben, Andy, that just does not have rave reviews, and that has not always been the case. So you are absolutely delivering on the vision of exceptional experience. Y'all are turning that center all over multiple times a week, and I never see them that they are not smiling, not seriously focused on the customer experience, making sure it's top-notch, managing our brand. So thank you so much for that.
Let's go this way. So for our second quarter, our occupancy, and that's the number of days that we have been in use, we're actually up 25% over the same time as of last year. And I know y'all have had a long day, and I could stand here and talk a lot about all this. Our second quarter bookings, that's the different type of bookings, whether it's trade shows, meetings, weddings, we're up 32% over last year. And our revenue for this second quarter versus fiscal year 2018, we're up 75%. And I know Tracy Waldron is very excited about that. And that is, you can see, we had the Premier Gun Show, we had the Paradise Spa and Outdoor Show, citywide garage sale, we at Smithville ISD had an educational conference there one day, so our revenue was up. So when we look at year-to-date comparisons, our bookings are up 36% year-to-date. Our occupancy is up 31% year-to-date. Our total revenue year-to-date is up 54%, and our Farm Street Opry is up 7%. So we just have a good time over there, and if someone has a problem, we just tell them, come on, sit down, we'll figure it out. You know, well, what about this? Well, we can work on it. And I'm going to tell you, I can't tell you yet, but I'll be back in a few months, that it looks like the third quarter is going just like this first and second quarter. So the Red, White, and You dance is coming up. We're busy working on that. We are working very close with Visit Bastrop on room blocks and additional promotions and advertising for that as well. Tickets have already been bought for that dance, and our Boogie Back to Bastrop. And I was in, I don't even know, I was Canton, Texas, and I had people that have been previously that are already excited getting their rooms, people that hadn't been to ours yet asking where can I stay, wanting to get their tickets. We have a gentleman from Nebraska that's going to be coming this year as well. So we're working hard on those two events to create tourism-driven events at the convention center. The end.
And Mayor and Council, I want to tell you that it is now to a point. I sent Kathy an email and I had 4 dates, and she called me and she said, I'm full, I can't help you. I'm like, I love that answer, girl, that's awesome. So we're being bumped now and having to be accommodated elsewhere because our convention center is full, as it should be. Great work.
And looking forward, anytime any of you want to come and visit, or if y'all know of anybody would like to book it, you just have them call me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kathy. Great job. Okay, Council, it is 9:37, and we're going to take a real quick bio break. 4:42, and we are back in regular session. We're going to keep going with 9. Some of you may recall that we've already done 9C, so we'll be moving on to 9D. Receive presentation on the unaudited monthly financial report for the period ending February 28, 2019. Ms. Waldron.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Can you?
9D is in dog.
I don't have any animals in my report. Okay. So this is the monthly financial report for February 2019. As you can see, the major funds, I just have one that's in a warning category, everything else is positive. Economic indicators, some had changed when I checked. They're all trending down from what they were at the end of last year. So we are almost 42% into our budget year as of February. All of the funds on the revenue side, I do have impact fees we've discussed. Sometimes those are very unpredictable as far as how they come in, so I do have that marked. It's over 5% of variance, and also the electric fund we'll talk about a little bit later on the revenue side. As far as the expenditure goes, the only fund I have in a warning category is Hunter's Crossing Pit, and I do have a budget amendment to bring on that fund. It had some assessments that were paid that were not included in the budget, so I do have an amendment for that. That'll fix that variance. Do want to point out that in the budget book, we did have an error as far as what we had accounted for on salary savings. Originally, we had $100,000 in the book. By the time we got to the last version, we had actually put in a salary savings of $172,254. I kind of did a little math on the side just so you could get to my number. We had $35,000 of contingency also in that category. So we also wanted to report on our retention rates. Tanya has...
Before you do that, why don't you explain why we're mentioning this? In former financial, it was suggested that our surplus was due to vacancy savings, and that is incorrect. And the reason for that is that we recognize that as an organization, we are not going to be 100% staffed 100% of the time. What we also don't know is what departments are going to be vacant. So each one of our departments have their positions budgeted at 100% so that we are open and transparent as to the cost. Then we establish what we think the vacancy savings is going to be over the course of the year, and that is accounted for in an organization which is really a non-departmental, organizationally wide account. And by doing that, that allows us to reinvest this $172,000 back into our organization and programs and services that we need to deliver to our citizens that if we didn't do this would not be in the budget. So when we have talked about in the past that our surplus was related to vacancy savings, that was an incorrect statement. The reason that there was some surplus is because, as Tracy has indicated on several instances, that we're improving our forecast of these monthly financial statements. And so we had a meeting internally, and one of the things that was not accounted for in our monthly financial statements from an expenditure side is the rhythm of the city. And what I mean by that is street maintenance is a great example. They spend the bulk of their money in the spring and summer when they're doing street maintenance. So they shouldn't be expected to spend their money early in the season. Park maintenance is another great example. You know, we have a splash pad in the summertime, so we have more expenses. And so what Tracy had been doing was taking the expenses and dividing them by 12 and assuming we'd spend the same amount every month. And that wasn't the case, which was incorrectly suggesting that we had a surplus when we didn't. So the reason for her showing that organizational chart was to explain that we had said vacancy savings. That wasn't the case. We, as Tracy said, have a 94% retention rate. So not only are we very healthy as a culture, but what we are doing is managing our vacancy savings well. So we're reinvesting that in things that the citizens need. So I wanted to punctuate that. So
yeah, I had it on this slide, but
okay.
Not only that, but this is the first year we've actually put that in our budget. That has not been a line item that we actually put in our budget. We just had the vacancy savings going through the year. So this is the first time we've actually put it in our budget as a savings.
So I have a question, though, before you go on, because if you go back to the other slide.
Oops. No, I'm pushing. Oh, wait.
You have that this note was not updated, so is the only thing, the 100 should be 172,254, or should
Yes.
some of the other words be changed
No,
too?
the note is wrong. It increased.
Just the number in the note?
It went from 100 to 172 by the time we got to the final version.
Okay, and and I'm just testing for understanding, so you had the salaries of all those people, and then you came up with a salary savings of 172,254, which seems fairly specific, which is fine, that's great.
It's a balancing number?
Well, okay, that was what, and so is it 10%? What's the rule of thumb? How'd you?
Like Tracy said, in the past, we have not accounted for it, so it just floated around. So we went back and Tanya looked at how much our retention rate was in the past, and we made some swag estimates, and then when Tracy needed to balance, we looked at that against what we thought we would spend, and we were very comfortable that we could make that.
And so I think you took the 172 was like a deduct to give you money for other places, and out of that 172, you put 35,000 in contingency, which has very specific how it can be spent in contingency?
Your financial policies require the city manager put $35,000 in a contingency fee every year.
And you funded that out of salary savings?
That's just a net in that line item. That's all I'm doing right there. I'm just giving you the number in the line item.
So 172,000 is the salary savings. We had to budget $35,000. She put it into contingency, and the net of that's 137,254.
And the 35,000 is, you said is
the financial policy that y'all approve every September specifically says I have to budget $35,000 for contingency.
But it didn't necessarily come out of salary savings. That's just it just happens
it's
to
just
be
in that line item.
If it were, if you can look in 2018, you will see contingency savings was 35,000, or contingency was 35,000. So had we not put salary savings in that line item, it would have still said 35,000. She just happened to run it through contingency.
Okay.
It's an accounting equation.
I got you. Councilmember Ennis? I think you don't have your light on, but I think you were trying.
City Manager, do you mind if I meet with Ms. Waldron after this? I'm totally lost.
Perfectly fine, sir.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rogers?
So I have a question. So, and I understand where the variance comes from, the salary variance, but putting it into contingency fund, like you're showing it here, right? Doesn't that make it have limitations of how you can spend it? Because no, because the policy book says contingency fund can be spent on non-budgeted items.
It's not in contingency. It's just in that summary line item. We actually have two accounts.
I have a chief financial officer that does not like having a gazillion codes in the end code. And if you created a salary savings, it would be a code that would have one item in it, and it drives your accountants crazy. So to be efficient, she chose to put it in the contingency line item.
There's actually two accounts. If I ran you a detailed report, there's two accounts. There's a salary saving account and contingency account. It summarizes down to the contingency subtotal.
Oh, okay.
That
makes total sense to me, because when I'm reading it this way and then I read your policy book and it tells me
just the way the
contingency can only done that
subtotal-
way.
Yeah.
So you're sending me two messages and I'm trying to read in between
In the
message and
details, there are
understand.
two line items. Yes.
Thank you. That makes total sense.
Just to expand on what Linda was referring to earlier on the forecasting, some of the items we did know we paid quarterly, and we had already forecasted those type of items. But we did meet as staff, we did drill down and really try to tighten up our forecast as far as how the money will be spent for the rest of the year. And so this report encompasses that kind of more of a fine tuning of that forecast so that going forward, we have a much tighter actual to forecast. So on here, you'll see that overall in the general fund, we're actual to forecast positive almost 5%. And I went ahead and put in here, referring to the salary savings of 172, I did run the numbers as of February, and we're sitting at about 149 actual salary savings, just to compare that against that budgeted number. And that some of that is attributed to some of the new positions, but some of it is just attributed to turnover in certain positions. And so, and I talk about the tightening up of the forecast right there.
Thank you for clearing all that up for me.
You're welcome. Sales tax revenue is pretty much right on. We're about 1.5 over our forecast. Property tax also running about 3% over forecast at this time. Water and wastewater fund is almost 7.5% actual over forecast for this time. I try to put in here new activity in town, new meters. I don't think we had any for February. No, we did. We had one new residential meter. So in residential water and wastewater revenue, we're just almost break even on forecast to actual. We're about 1% over actual. Electric fund is almost break even against actual to forecast revenue to expenses. They're just right at 1.4%. Their revenue is slightly below the forecast. We have had very mild weather this winter, and I think that is attributing to some of that. Hot tax fund overall is 23%. This is another fund next month. I'm going to meet with these departments and try to hone in on their forecasts going through the rest of the year, just to try to tighten up that variance. As far as the revenue side goes on the hot occupancy tax, almost break even, just a little over 1% actual to forecast. Did put in there that we're just slightly behind where we were year to date last year, but that gap has closed over the last couple of months. So, and then our legal breakdown is also included. Do you have any more questions for me?
Thank you very much, Ms. Waldron.
You're
Council,
welcome.
any questions? You okay on this side? All right, thank you very much. We're going to keep going. Mr. Jones, receive monthly update, development update. Matt Jones.
Council, Mayor, thank you. Good evening. This is our monthly development update. I won't pain you with reading through this again, but for the purpose of those at home, if you're interested, this is published in the packet that's available on our website tonight. So this is for January through March 13th, so I was not available last council meeting to be here, so I apologize. So this would be our update for January through March 13th. So just some of our normal metrics at the front. During that time, we received 333 counter visits. We're at 933 fiscal year to date. We've issued 163 permits, 403 to date. In pre-application meetings, we had 32 during that time, and we're at 78 pre-applications year to date, or fiscal year to date, rather. Here are some of our moratorium metrics. I'll hit the highlights here. So since the moratorium was adopted, total permits issued is 551, 416 trade permits, and 135 residential and commercial permits. We processed 19 exemption applications, exception letters. We've issued 20 exemption applications. We've processed 34, and we've approved, oh, that can't be correct, my apologies. I believe that should be 36 and 36 approved. So pre-submitting meetings held, we're at 105 for the moratorium, and then submission meetings scheduled for upcoming, we have 3. New certificates of occupancy, we have the De Leon Nail Studio. It's at 201 Hunters Crossing Boulevard. We have the Pit Stop there on Main Street. They're now open. And then we have Home Well Hospice over on 702 Main Street. So those are our new CEOs since we last spoke. Some of our ongoing commercial projects. This is Stem & Stone, 1007 Chestnut Street. And I'll preface this with these are all estimates. So please bear in mind that this is construction and things change and dates change, and don't hold myself or the fine people at Stem & Stone accountable for these completion dates.
And they're not city projects, right?
That's correct. But having said that, they're estimating their completion will be May of this year, and they're roughly about 75% complete. We have Home Goods over in Burleson Crossing. Again, they're about estimating that they'll be complete in May of 2019, and they're about 60% complete with that project. Arby's, this is a little late, but Arby's is now open. I understand it's pretty popular. I hear there was about a 30-minute wait for food on opening day, so people were spilling over into Chick-fil-A, and Chick-fil-A is probably not used to being the spillover spot, but they were that day. So we're happy to have Arby's on board, and they're now open. Seton Hospital, again, under construction. They're vertical. They had a nice top-out ceremony the past week. They're anticipating being wrapped up with that project in October of 2019, and they're about 40% complete. Our mini storage, 365 mini storage, they've done a lot of dirt work and some underground utilities. They're estimating completion at the end of this year, so December 2019, and they're roughly about 10% complete. The Lost Pines Professional Building over on Old Austin Highway, it'll be two building project. They've gone vertical on that first phase of the building, and the site work is commenced on all of the site. And again, estimated completion 2019 September, and they're about 25% complete. Residential projects, we have Pecan Park and Piney Creek still going on. Pardon me. So with the Piney Creek and Pecan Park is still under the moratorium, we're issuing those building permits for new commercial or new residential homes in those subdivisions on a weekly basis, so those are continuing. The Preserve at Hunters Crossing, one of the multifamily housing units, they've actually gone vertical now, so they were kind of being held up by some weather, but they're really moving now, and we've seen some vertical construction. The Villages, they actually received a certificate of occupancy last week for their clubhouse and their leasing center there, as well as the first residential building. And they're working on getting 2 more COs within the next foreseeable future, so they're really going on those as well. Just some training and things. I actually attended Certified Public Manager training. I should be wrapping that up this spring. David Brasich, our building official, completed some emergency management training, the NIMS 100 and 200. And Allison Land, one of our planners, she started studying for the AICP exam.
Mayor and council, I want to comment. I met Matt because I teach the certified training, and he was in my class in Dallas, and so when he was looking for a job, he reached out solely because of that CPM training. So I'm delighted to see you go full circle and finish it.
That's right. Thank you. So I guess, like it or not, you have Linda to thank for me being here. So we'll see how it works out. Some of the events, we attended Chamber of Commerce luncheon, our quarterly employee luncheon, and then our quarterly meeting with the city manager. And that is all I have this evening. I'd be happy to try to answer any questions.
It doesn't look much like a moratorium up there, does it? There's a lot of stuff going on.
Yes, we're busy all the time, day in and day out. people don't understand it's a drainage moratorium against detrimental drainage and development. We're not processing development, which is kind of, maybe a misconception, but in no circumstances have we slowed development. We're just against detrimental development.
Matt, I spoke with your staff last week, and I just want to publicly thank you, all of you guys, again, particularly David. I told you there was a store owner. I went to a ribbon cutting, and he said specifically, I was on the verge of giving up. I wasn't going to finish the business, and David and Chief Rosales worked with him, and it just made all the difference in the world. So really appreciate you helping our citizens be successful, especially those that are brave enough to have a small business. I really appreciate your staff, you and your staff both. Councilmember Rogers.
I just want you to know, I'm holding you to that date on the home goods.
I think a few of you at the dais
I was going to say,
that
that's my favorite question.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Great job, great job. Madam Secretary, I don't think we have anyone signed up for citizen comments. We're done with item 10.
Wait, I'm sorry, I had a couple more questions.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. So one of them, so we're going to be having a workshop about the trailers, food trailers, right?
It's on the agenda. We'll be doing it later this evening.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's just he left, so I was just.
He'll be back because it's a specific item on the agenda.
Jennifer will be back.
Okay.
She's in the back.
I just
She's
wanted
gonna
to
do
make
that.
sure that
I'm
we
not
were going
leaving
to talk
yet.
about
I'll
that
be
because you
around.
went to sit down and I was like, wait. Okay, thank you.
Okay, the consent agenda has consider action to approve city council minutes from March 12th regular meeting. Is there any comments on the meeting minutes?
Move to approve.
Have a
Second.
motion to approve in a second. Any comments or discussion? Madam Secretary, if you'll call the roll. I'm sorry, the motion to approve was from Mayor Pro Tem Nelson. The second was from Councilmember Peterson.
Yes.
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 Motion passes unanimously. The meeting minutes for March 12th are approved. We're going to keep going and make it easy on Colin. We're on 12A, consider action and approve resolution number 2019-29 of the City Council of the City of Bastrop, Texas, making determinations regarding certain project-specific exceptions and/or exemptions as provided by Emergency Ordinance 2018-1, Section 8, and Emergency Ordinance 2018-2, Section 7. Council, as usual, you have your packets in front of you. I believe we have 4 tonight, Ms. Bills?
Yes.
Ms. Bills, you are on.
So we have 4 waivers for tonight, various projects, all
Mayor?
fairly small.
Sorry.
Excuse me, Ms. Bills, could we have a moment to look these over since we started the session?
Absolutely. I should have asked that before. We'll have, let us know when you're ready. We'll just, everybody have a chance to look at them.
Okay, I'm ready.
All righty, Ms. Bills, you're up, and I'm calling the first project 400 Magnolia.
Yes. The 400 Magnolia Street is a single-family residential house at the corner of, I'll give you context, Magnolia Street and Carter Street, where it dead ends into Reed's Bend. So the proposed project is a 120 square foot shed in the backyard. The lot is a little over 11,500 square feet. So the impervious cover is only a 1% increase in impervious cover, and it'll have a minimal increase of 0.02 cubic feet. And the runoff will go across the street, basically straight into Piney Creek there, as the topography shows. Any
Move
questions?
to approve. I have a motion to approve from Councilmember Jones.
Second.
I have a second from Councilmember Peterson. Is there any further questions or discussion? Madam Secretary, if you'll call the roll.
Yes.
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 Yes. Motion passes unanimously. The 400 Magnolia Street Shed Addition is approved. The next one I have is 1515 Chestnut.
Yes, 1515 Chestnut is actually just down the street from City Hall on Chestnut as you approach Highway 95. It's previously been a residential structure, and what they're planning to do is to reuse that structure as a commercial structure. In doing so, they want to add on to the parking area that's there. So they're planning to add 750 square feet of parking. They will still have to do a plat and a site plan for this site, but their preliminary drainage shows that it's going to be an increase of 0.14 cubic feet per second, which will be able to be contained and detained on the site when they finish the site plan.
Move to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Councilmember Jones.
Second.
I have a second from Councilmember Peterson. Is there any further discussion? Madam Secretary, if you'll call the roll.
Yes.
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 You call Councilmember Ennis.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously. 1515 Chestnut is approved. I now have a privacy fence, 2309 Water.
Yes, 2309 Water Street is a single-family residential house, and they're proposing to put up a privacy fence around the perimeter of the lot. It's a little over half an acre size lot, and the drainage study done by the engineer shows that the fence won't impact any drainage flow in that area, and that the water will be able to soak in and not create an adverse effect for anyone in the area.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve from Councilmember Jones.
Second.
I have a second from Councilmember Ennis. Is there any further question or discussion? Madam Secretary, if you'll call the roll.
Yes.
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 Motion passes unanimously. 1209 Water Privacy Fence is approved. At to be determined, 2407 Pecan.
Yeah, our address and coordinator has since addressed this lot since they're moving forward with the project. So this is a vacant single-family lot. It is up as you approach Mesquite Street, so it's up in the north area of the downtown. They're proposing to do a 2,800 square feet of single-family home and ancillary things such as driveways and other accessory units that would go into a single family. The lot size is 0.644 acres, so the increase in impervious cover would be 10% on the lot in total, which would be 0.57 cubic feet. The drainage drains, wrong direction. It drains north. There's an inlet that'll then drain the water to Mesquite Street, eventually to Piney Creek.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve from Councilmember Jones.
Second.
I have a second from Councilmember Peterson. Is there any further questions or discussion? Madam Secretary, if you'll call the roll.
Yes.
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 Yes. Thank you, council. The motion passes unanimously. 2407 Pecan Street is approved. Excellent job as always, Ms. Bills. Thank you very much. All right, we're moving on to item 12B. Consider action to approve first reading of ordinance number 2019-05 of the City Council of the City of Bastrop, Texas, amending the City of Bastrop, Texas Code of Ordinances, Chapter 3, Building Regulations, Article 3.17, Flood Damage Prevention, Section 3.17.007, Administration, to allow the city manager to appoint a designee to serve as a floodplain administrator, repealing conflicting provisions, providing for a severability, proper notice and meeting, established for an effective date, moved to include on the April 9th consent agenda for the second reading. Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mayor. So our floodplain administrator is responsible for administering our flood damage ordinance. So currently, Section 3.17007 appoints the city manager as the floodplain administrator and does not give any allowances to consider a designee. So this ordinance amendment simply adds that the floodplain administrator be the city manager or their designee. We have qualified staff that are certified to do this, and simply put, there's higher and better uses of our city manager's time than processing or calculating a finished floor elevation on a floodplain permit. So that's the reason for this amendment before you tonight.
I'm only surprised it took this long.
Move
That's
to
the only
approve.
thing that I'm surprised
Second.
about. Have a motion to approve from Councilmember Jones, a second from Mayor Pro Tem Nelson. Is there any discussion or questions? Madam Secretary, if you'll call the roll.
Yes.
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 Okay, we're moving to item 12C. Council, you received an updated version, and I would ask you to look at that. The item reads, consider action to approve resolution number R 2019-30 of the City Council of the City of Bastrop, Texas, amending a professional services agreement between the City of Bastrop and Simple City Design LLC to remove services for zoning and sign ordinances, update and replace services with creation. Should I be reading the other one?
Alan,
Should I really be reading not what's on the agenda, but what's on the revised that I got? Okay, I'm going to read the one on the revised. A resolution of the City of Council of the City of Bastrop, Texas, approving a revised professional services contract between the City of Bastrop and Simple City Design LLC, dated February 6, 2019, amending the previous contract, quote, zoning and sign ordinance update and associated services dated August 30th, 2019, and replacing the scope of this contract, the Bastrop Building Block B3 Code, B3 Pattern Book, and Technical Criteria Manual, and adding additional services for urban design services for thoroughfare, master plan, and internal development process alignment for B3 Code in the amount of $256,600, with payments for work completed in the previous contract task to be trued up with this contract, authorizing the city manager to execute all necessary documents, providing for a repealing clause, and establishing an effective date. Madam City Manager.
Colin, can I get you to advance the slide for me, please? Just one. Okay, did not get in that one. So in your packet, Mayor and Council, there is a chart, and when we adopted the budget, we adopted money for the code update, and there was $176,500 allocated to the contract that is referenced as August 30th, and that was approved as a part of not only the budget process, but you approved the contract. Phase 2 was included in the budget, in the Innovation Fund, for $153,825. That part of the contract has not been approved by you, but is in the budget. In addition to these two items, we have since learned that part of fiscal sustainability, and you heard me talk about this with Tom Grant earlier, was we need to update our transportation master plan. Well, a part of updating the street aspect is the urban design of the streets, and that is how it integrates with the first 15 or feet of the public right-of-way and how it impacts our zoning, which are the street classifications, the street designs. So what happened after we adopted the Phase 1, we started out writing a subdivision ordinance and a sign ordinance. And y'all have been abundantly clear in your outcome. And your outcome is that we have a fiscally sustainable community with land use regulations that are authentically Bastrop as well as geographically sensitive. And one of the elements we came to appreciate was indeed the need for a different development code. We really started this thinking that we could get that done with just the subdivision ordinance and the sign ordinance, but after the design rodeo and the code rodeo, we realized that we needed a much more extensive rewrite into what has now become the Bastrop building block or B3 codes. It will need to include a pattern book, and it will also be a part of a technical criteria manual. So what this contract does this evening is takes out the subdivision ordinance piece of it and now marries up a more holistic building block code, the pattern book, and the technical criteria manual. The net sum of those items is exactly what you budgeted. The only thing that we did not budget for was the street master plan amendment, which we realized after the fact was going to be needed. And once we went to a development code versus just a subdivision ordinance, we now know we need to align our internal processes when this is complete. So that adds $45,200 to that. So at the end of the day, this is a true up. The additional $45,200 was not included in the budget, but what was in the budget was $75,000 for a feasibility study for the fire department. We'll be talking to you at our mid-year budget meeting, which is the 25th of April, and we are postponing that fire study a year. And so the money for the fire study can be reallocated for this use this year, and we'll reappropriate money next year for the fire feasibility study. So what this will do is take care of what you've been budgeted and get that lined out, and we'll add the two elements we did not anticipate so we can continue moving forward with our code update.
City Manager, I can follow I'm using the tasks, the 5 tasks, and they add up to the 256.6, so I've got that.
Okay.
I'm looking at the chart that's in the packet. How do we have more remaining to be spent than we had contracted?
Because there is typos in 2 places.
So the 153 to 156 is a typo and the 45 to 42 is a typo?
Bingo.
Okay. I knew the math was working, but I couldn't figure out how that was happening.
Yes, ma'am. As I was sitting here reading that, I realized, I was consistently wrong twice.
And I was like, she's making me chase that $3,000. I can't find it.
No, ma'am, it's right there.
Okay, and then the other thing that's weird to me is the Phase 3. I can't, is it 45.2 or 42.2, and it doesn't matter because I don't have a task that's...
It's 45.2.
And which task is that? 'Cause
That
none
is,
of the-
that is the street designs and the developmental review.
Which task is that in this contract? Because none of them are that number. I think it's task 5, but I'm not positive. But task 5 in this contract is 23,000. And if it needs to just all be lumped together, I'm not trying to be difficult, I'm just trying to
Okay, I think it's the 42.5, because when you take the 19.5 of the development process and the 23,000 of the urban design, those two are the 42.5.
Task 3 and Task 5?
Yes.
So it skips over task 4.
The task 4 was in the original, so.
Oh, so that's even funnier, and well, it's not funny to you because I know you hate having any mistakes anywhere, but, so it's 42.5, so it's not either, you swapped your numbers. This
Yes.
says 45.2 and it's really 42.5.
I don't suffer from dyslexia very often, but tonight I did it in spades all day long.
That's fine. And I understand that the 256 is the same. I just think
That's right.
it helps if people are trying to follow along at
That's right.
home. So Phase 3 is task number 3 and task number 5. It sounds like Phase 1 is mostly task 1, and then Phase 2 would be 2 and 4 for kind of in general.
And
And I
understand.
know they're not exact.
And understand, I did not try to marry up the money. I just wanted to make sure that what was budgeted was the same, and it was, and that the new numbers we had money for. So my apologies for
No,
not
that's
getting
fine.
that
I'm just
level of
trying
detail.
I'm just trying to make sure I'm all on the same page. And I apologize, council, I asked my questions before asking if anybody else. Mayor Pro Tem Nelson, did you have a question?
No, I'm good now.
You're good now. Councilmember Ennis?
City Manager, you mentioned a meeting on April 25th. Isn't it April 24th?
That's a Wednesday, yes, sir.
Great.
It's late and I don't have a calendar in front of me.
Okay, and the new revised resolution that we got was from Alan, and Alan, the contract we got tonight, you have reviewed, correct? Okay.
And any suggestions have been included in this contract?
Correct. Everything I flagged for Matt Lewis's firm, they revised and sent back in this version of the contract.
Great, thanks.
I move to approve as submitted.
Second.
I have a motion to approve from Councilmember Jones. I have a second from Councilmember Peterson. Is there any further questions? Madam Secretary, if you'll call the roll.
Yes.
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 Motion is approved unanimously. Resolution R 2019-30 is approved. Colin, we're going to be going back to, I believe, 8D, and we're going to work through our 8s, and we're just going to go in order. So 8D, hold discussion regarding parking standards for building Bastrop codes. Mr. Jones.
Mayor and council, let me kind of preface this. As a part of our building Bastrop code update, there are going to be a number of policy issues y'all are going to be getting over the next few weeks. And tonight is the proverbial, we're just sticking our toe in the water. This is a very complicated, very complex conversation. And what I have asked Matt to do is just kind of give you a context of parking and how it impacts land use, how it impacts drainage, how it impacts the economies of our businesses. And so he's going to put that into context for you. He's going to talk about some of the concepts that you're going to be asked to discuss over the next few weeks. And at the end, we're going to ultimately need policy direction from you. We're going to ultimately need to have input from the community. But tonight is strictly to introduce the concept to you and begin to have this conversation in the public realm.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, ma'am. So, as the city manager said, as part of building Bastrop, And then in order to meet your purpose statement of being fiscally sustainable, geographically sensitive, and authentic Bastrop, I think we've all come to agree that some things are just going to be non-negotiable. They are going to be what they are, and there's no wiggle room if we're to meet that purpose statement. Well, parking is one of those elements that has a little bit of wiggle room to it. There's going to be some policy direction that's going to be needed from staff in order to help draft the parking element of the building Bastrop codes. So parking, what is the problem? So we have a perceived parking problem in the city of Bastrop. I don't know if you can see that slide at home or the dais, but the one on the left there, if you look at it and stare at it, it appears that it's moving when we all know in fact that it's not. And then if for the image on the right, I don't know if you've ever sat through a training or not where they've shown this, but I happened to sit through one, and if you look at it, some people will see a young woman with a feather in her hat wearing like a fur coat, and others see an elderly woman kind of in that picture. And so the point of that slide is just, sometimes perception is your reality. You can sit in a room full of people and stare at that image on the right. Some will swear they see the older woman, some will say they see the younger woman, and you can't agree until you come together and point that out. So that's just kind of the point of that slide. The parking, the perceived problem. So we have plenty of parking in the city of Bastrop, and the fact of the matter is it just isn't where you want it. And I'm as guilty as that as anybody. Crystal, my wife, will tell you that I sometimes drive around parking lots to find that special spot that looks just right and feels just right for me. And it's just not right in front of the door. And that doesn't mean there's not parking available. It's just not where I want the parking spot to be. So looking around, and statistically speaking, nationwide there are about 3 or 4 times more parking spaces than there are cars in the U.S. today. And then parking covers actually more acreage in urban America than any other land use in the United States. So out of every use in the zoning category that you can think of, from single family to commercial, parking is the one that covers more acreage. So 99% of the parking in America is free, and that's typically not how supply and demand works, and I'll get to that in a little bit. The parking as a whole changed how we plan for land use in the United States. It's been called a well-intentioned folly, and also get to that here in a little bit. So how did we get here? So just kind of some forms of transportation and mobility. So walking was our original form of transportation, right? It's how we got from point A to point B. And as things changed, different forms of mobility and transportation came along. The bicycle. And then the game changer, I guess, would be the horse and the drawn carriage. So horses were used in trolleys like the one shown here for kind of mass transit. They were used to move goods to different services, cargo wagons, and things of that nature. But along with the horse as a mode of transportation, it came along with its own challenges. And it was really the first crisis that we saw centered around the horse in urban areas. So what was known as the Great Horse Manure Crisis of 1894 was actually a very real problem in urban areas like London and New York. And even the Times of London in 1894 wrote, "In 50 years, every street in London will be buried under 9 feet of manure." This was a very real situation for those days, and I know it's slightly odd to speak about, but that was their reality at the time. And it was just that. And they even had the first International Urban Planning Conference in New York City in 1898. And all the world's greatest planners came together, and they just could not figure this problem out. Sad to say, being a planner, I wish they could have done better, but we won't get into that tonight. But seriously, there's articles that say that they just thought urban civilization was doomed. They just couldn't get past it. So what happened? What was the solution? So the solution was simply technology. It was timing. So the rise of the electric and combustible engine in the 1900s really solved the crisis of the horse situation. And Henry Ford really expedited that in the early 1900s, 1913-ish, when he made automobiles even more affordable to everybody. So, necessity is often the mother of invention. Out of the necessity of something, technology solved that problem. But if technology had not, what would we or could have we done? So this is how we, got to today. And this is a picture of a New York street in about 1913, I believe. And so this was the rise of the automobile. And so to get here, this was in 1913, and 100 years later, we're still talking about how to deal with parking as a regulation to deal with the automobile. So what are some of the things that people have done, thus far? So we have the creation of off-street parking. This happened in the 1930s when city planners and engineers got together and figured out we needed a place to put them. So off-street parking was created, and it was based off of land uses. So very similar to how we're doing it today. And there are basically two ways that you can go about doing that. So kind of the monkey see, monkey do is basically your copycat, right? Let's see what Dripping Springs is doing, or Cedar Park is doing, or Austin is doing, and let's take those and we'll just use them, because if they're working for them, they'll work for us, right? Well, there's a quote by Simon Sinek in his book, Start with the Why, suggesting this kind of behavior, and he says it's all in fine, but what if everybody else is doing stupid, right? And that's something we don't want to do, so we want to get away from that. So there's another part, which is circular parking logic, right? Which there is a Institute of Transportation Engineering handbook, the ITE handbook, that calculates parking, and you're shaking your head, so I hope I'm right. And it's based off peak demand. So engineers, and it's kind of, there's no science to it. There's peak demand and there's peak traffic generation, and then there's these parking regulations that require minimum parking based on these peak occurrences, and what it does is it drives these larger parking requirements, and we'll take a look at some real world situations in Bastrop later, but it's just a situation where if we do a study and we even adopt our minimums based on peak demand, we're overparked, and then somebody steals ours, and then they're overparked, and then trip generation is done, and it's just kind of a cycle, hence the circular parking logic. So this is one method of dealing with it. And what this doesn't take into consideration are new technologies. The internet came along, e-commerce came along. I don't know about y'all, but we did a fair amount of our shopping via the internet, right? So those peak hours, we're already seeing when the technology come along that's actually reducing the amount that you would even see in those peak hours. And that's something we've not accounted for before. So kind of some of the effects on off-street parking. Like I said, it was called the well-intentioned folly. It was meant to get the streets off, or the cars off the streets, reduce traffic and things of that nature. So what was created in the 1930s actually led to some unintended consequences. Having the free parking, like I mentioned, 99% of the parking in America is free. And most markets don't rely on that. They rely on supply and demand. And demand to allocate resources and supply of those resources. So parking is kind of one of those oddities that we just provide free parking to everyone, and it really comes with some unintended consequences. And what it is, it's an invitation really for people to drive everywhere we go. So again, traffic, unintended consequence. When you have more parking, you're encouraging parking, you're encouraging people to hop in the car and drive down the road. Even if you look at the picture on the right, I've been guilty of parking at one box store. Instead of walking, I'll hop in my car and drive 500 yards down the street and go into my next destination. So we're all a victim of it, and sometimes we don't even realize it. So some of the other side effects that I'll get to a little bit later are the economic, environmental, and geographical effects of the off-street parking. So another attempt to solve the parking crisis was the creation of a parking meter, okay, paid parking. So this was actually done in 1935 in Oklahoma City, and it was a study that was created by the Chamber of Commerce and the local downtown business merchants. They were having a problem with people parking in front of their businesses and not getting turnover, so they released this gentleman to do a study, and he partnered with the engineering department at Oklahoma State. And what you got was the parking meter, and it was meant to combat free parking, the problem of it. They wanted more curb turnover, and one way to do that is put a market value on the parking. And then also it came along with the commons theory, where if there's free parking in front of a business or something else, everybody shares in the ownership, and so it really gets the least attention in terms of treatment. People don't treat it as their own just because it belongs to everybody. And you see it in parking lots today. It's kind of littered with trash or receipts, or it's just generally disregarded. And that was because of this commons theory also that led to paid parking. So some of the effects on paid parking, similar to restaurants, where you would measure your volume at a restaurant by the turnover of a tabletop. It's similar to the curb in front of your business. So generally speaking, the more turnover you can get, the more customers that would come in to your place of business and spend more money. So it could have incentives or turnover at the curb. It can be used to generate revenue. So in a parking distance, for example, you could charge a fee for paid parking, and then those revenues that are generated by those parking fees can then be reinvested back into that district. You can do that with sidewalk improvements, street furniture, benches, lighting, things of that nature, even to go as far as like facade improvements for the businesses within that district. So you can definitely generate some revenues there. And then there have been some studies that shown that there's no impact or evidence of impact on local businesses to have the paid parking in front of their businesses. And in some areas, even areas of paid parking in downtown, generally speaking, the ad valorem or the value of those properties are several times higher than other areas of the city or town. So there's really not good correlation between having paid parking and an effect on property owners. Which part? Some areas of town, yeah. There's, I think it's, don't quote me, but it's several metro areas where there's paid parking or some type of parking fee. Those businesses or those residences that are on those streets actually have values that are far more than in, a suburban area that doesn't have paid parking, for instance.
It's an economic generator. It's counterintuitive, but a lot of people won't park in front of their store, but they'll go down the street and park in front of somebody else's store. And if everybody does that, the parking never turns over. So with paid parking, you come in, you take care of your business, and you move on. And the parking turns over, and it encourages people to actually stop, shop. And it's just like the restaurants, you want your tables to turn over. That's how you generate revenue. Parking essentially does the same thing.
Councilmember Jones, I need you to speak into the mic or they can't hear you at home.
Just that if there was paid parking, it had a tendency to lead towards higher rent or the higher rent districts. That's just what I wanted.
And he can come back next time and we'll bring some examples of that for you.
Clarify that, sure.
I just thought that was kind of interesting. That's the only reason I brought it.
Sure.
And Mr. Jones, while Councilmember Ennis and Mayor Pro Tem Nelson, you both have your lights on. Did you have a question or anything you wanted to ask? Okay, Mr. Jones, keep going.
Sure. Okay, so looking at some of the facts. So this is not the first time that the city's looked at parking. There was actually a study done in 2014 when parking in downtown was actually studied. And what they found was in 2014, there were 234 off-street parking spaces and 210 on-street parking spaces. And of those, they looked at the vacancy and occupancy during different times of the day, different times of the week, and really did a pretty good boots-on-the-ground study to come up with a vacancy rate. And what that study showed in 2014 was that there's actually a 50% vacancy in on-street and off-street parking in our downtown area alone. And that only includes the areas shown here, highlighted either by the rectangle or the on-street parking shown there in the color on the exhibit. So even in our downtown area, the statistics would show that we're at a 50% vacancy rate on our parking. So then staff took it a little further as part of this initiative. And we did a study on 8 destination points here in the city. We looked at Burleson Crossing, HEB, City Hall and Convention Center, because we want to do public and private, not just the private side. Hunter's Crossing, Walmart, the movie theater area, and then Buc-ee's. So we did a brief survey and used some technology there to help us out. And what we came to realize is that for those 8 destination areas, there's a 76% vacancy rate in our parking lots at any given one time. And that's created by overparking based on peak demand. So we're requiring people to put in parking lots based on a peak trip generation. So that was really quite kind of eye-opening for all of us when we looked at that. So taking it a little bit further, we decided to take one area and really focus in on the details. And I'm not picking on Burleson Crossing. I love Academy. My wife loves Hobby Lobby. Several of us are waiting on Home Goods, but it just lended itself to what we're talking about. So when looking at Burleson Crossing, it's a 63-acre total site. Of that 63 acres, 47% of that roughly is impervious area. And then we calculated that roughly of the 47 acres of impervious area, 19 of those are directly parking spot related. So what we did is we added about 10% for drive lanes, for loading areas and things like that to that 19%. And of that, on the 63 acres, roughly 438,000 square feet is building, which if you run the math on it is about 10 acres. So you have 10 acres of building under roof with almost 20 acres of provided parking. So when you add that out, we're averaging about 1 acre of usable retail space that drives sales tax dollars, that drives ad valorem for every 2 acres of parking, which sits empty and collects trash and other things. So of Burleson Crossing, 30% of it is parking, and 50% of the total impervious cover is attributed to parking directly. Yes. And the required parking. So the required parking, our own standards say that they need 2,362 spaces. Today, on the ground, there's 2,322 because there's a couple of vacancies there. When we did our study, this site specifically, there were 446 occupied stalls, which leaves us at about an 80% vacancy rate. So again, just kind of alarming if you look at the numbers and think about what you could do if we did different that might change this and might change the statistics a little bit. So what this looks like, real talk. So here's the detention pond for Burleson Crossing. I'm pretty sure all y'all are familiar with it. You can't miss it if you spend any time out there. So surface area, this is about a 3-acre pond, and I'm not an engineer, but I hope this makes your engineer heart happy, Mayor. So on this 3-acre pond, so an acre foot is how you measure volume in a detention area. And so there are 35 acre feet in this detention pond. And so if you visualize 1 acre of land, roughly the size of a football field, covered in 1 foot of water, that's an acre foot of water. So 35 of those will fit into this detention pond. And of that, we did some calculations with the help from Strand and Mark over at Strand, and 17.5 acre feet of this detention pond are directly related to off-street parking alone. So roughly 50% of the capacity of this entire detention pond is directly tied to our parking regulations. And much like the required parking that demands this to be built, it sits empty the majority of the time, right? So that's not A, geographically sensitive, nor is it fiscally sustainable. So where we're going, I think we're all familiar with this slide. This is from Verdunity. We know we're in the hole big time, and we need to do different, and parking, I think, is one of those things that can help us get there. So we know from the last few slides, looking at real-time examples, that we need to do differently. And imagine if you just reduced parking by 50% at Burleson Crossing. That would give you 10 acres at Burleson Crossing alone that you could add retail, that you could add residential, that you could add something that is sales tax driven. And we all know that we're 41% of our operating budget is directly tied to sales tax generation. And we serve a 2,600 square mile retail trade area. So every dollar that we're getting directly impacts the quality of our lives and the services we offer. So it's critically important that we start doing differently, because what we are doing is not working, and parking is one of those conversations we need to clarify.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, you may.
Really quick. So, the parking at Burleson, is that common space that's owned by every retailer that rents there? Or, okay, where I'm going with this is, you wanted to take 10 acres of that parking space and develop it. What would that look like? I mean, who owns it? Who would do that?
Yeah, so it's under a shared parking. And short story is, right now you couldn't, because our parking regulations wouldn't allow it. If they did not, I'm not familiar with the exact terms of it, but it is a shared parking type arrangement. So there's a gross and a net, and they have gross parking, and then as new businesses come in, they kind of, or not buy in, because I don't know the exact. Linda, are you familiar with that agreement?
What would happen is we would meet with the developer that had some options, because the property that could be turned back into developable space is money that they could then build on, you would think. And so there are examples. There are, I think, a couple of Walmarts where Walmart has gone into some areas and had this big parking lot and has been redeveloped and done some really fabulous mixed-use development. So if we go through this and council is willing to do this, then those would be opportunities for all of the parking lots that he's talked about, for us to go back to the developers and say, this is an opportunity for you to help us and us to help you become more fiscally sustainable. And I think the really powerful thing that he has said relative to parking, if you get nothing from this, is we've been adding to our drainage problem. That half of that detention pond is because we're building peak parking that we don't do anymore thanks to e-commerce. And we have seen statistically that Black Friday is decreasing and Cyber Monday is increasing. And that is, more people are not going in the stores, they're waiting till Monday and buying their Christmas shopping from an e-commerce standpoint. So there is a real economic reason to go back and develop these standards that he said came from the 1930s. So I think that it's a conversation that y'all will have in the weeks to come, and then whatever you end up doing with that will be an opportunity for us to go back and work with the development community, because I would suspect some of them will be excited. And I will also tell you that some of them will be concerned because not all of your big box retail have kept up with the current conditions, and they believe they have to have the parking. So for everyone that I think you will find will be excited about it, there'll be some that will need to be better educated.
All right, so will technology come to the rescue again, or is it going to be something else? Even looking at things like autonomous vehicles, there's still some debate on that, on whether or not that's going to decrease traffic or regulations, because as you can see in the pictures, you might use that time that you're not driving behind the wheel as a meeting time, so working time or time with your family, so it might actually add to congestion. So we don't know what technology will hold in terms of different rideshare programs or autonomous vehicles. And there was, on that note, there was a study done in 2017 that said 63% of millennials want to live in a place where they do not need a car. So that's a crazy statistic. 63% of a generation says that they don't mind living in some place where they just don't flat out need a car. So what that means to us is we need to start making informed decisions and policy decisions to put in these new codes to keep up with changing conditions and markets and generations for our future. So what are the options? So you have different options or choices at your for you to decide from. So you can go through the whole minimums and maximums. Again, it's kind of arbitrary. There's no science to it that's backed by any really good data other than, we do it by maximums and move on. Paid parking or some type of paid parking. Maybe it's graduated. It's more expensive in some areas and gets less expensive as you move out. Shared parking, I think there's an opportunity we could have taken advantage of with the Civic Center and City Hall. That's a great example of where shared parking would work. Market driven, we don't have any minimums or maximums. We let, the market drive that. And as retailers come in, they're at their will to put in as many as they see fit. You could treat it as a public utility. So it would be treated no different than a drainage utility that would be a fund that would drive fees and then pay for services. So public parking areas that would be paid for through city services by fees. Different parking districts, as I mentioned, these would be a geographic area that you would charge fees for, and then that revenue generated could then go back into that district in the form of facade, building improvements, and other.
The difference between a public utility and a parking district would be the parking district, we might build the parking lot and let people buy into it.
Yes, correct.
Different than the parking utility.
Yeah, yes. So a district could be like a meter or something that you would pay for curb parking or other parking, and then that money would be taken and used. Where a utility, it would be a public utility. We would have infrastructure on the ground and like a parking lot, and then it would be publicly maintained with those public dollars. You could have maximum impervious area, so try to tie things to stormwater based off how much they could create, or just in terms of the building block code. For a certain block, you can only have X amount of impervious cover, and that would be a way to regulate parking. Or you could simply do nothing, and I think we can all agree that y'all will not agree to do that, because that's not working. So moving forward, what we're looking for is some policy direction, and as our city manager said, these are going to be things that you'll chew on over the next few weeks, and we'll bring this discussion back to you again, I believe in the next few meetings for you all to look at it, and we'll try to introduce some new information. And of course, we want community and stakeholder input. We'll meet with the different chamber and the BEDC and Main Street groups and those types and get their input on it, and have public opportunity also for them to all come and input on that. So I'll leave you with one quote, and then I'll turn it over for questions or comments. But Robert Severio, he's a transportation and urban planner, said that planning for the automobile city focuses on saving time, while planning for the accessible city, on the other hand, focuses on time well spent. And I thought that was a pretty cool quote to close out with. So with that, I'm available for any questions.
Mayor and council, before you comment, again, this is really an introduction to this topic, and I hope that what Matt has done with this is piqued your interest, that as you move about the community in the next couple of weeks, that you will stop and really pay attention to the parking, the amount of parking, and then start paying attention to how many of the parking spaces in the parking lot you're in are actually used. And I think that it will begin to really heighten the conversation, because some people will see this as a parking conversation. For us, it is a fiscal sustainability conversation. It is a drainage conversation and an impervious cover conversation. So when you look at your purpose statement, you look at the single biggest issue that we're working very diligently to solve, and that is drainage, then it's not an option to do nothing. And I suspect that when it's all said and done, the options that Matt's laid out for you, that there will be a place for all of these. And it will be just a question of how do you use that tool in your toolbox and where will you use it. But we wanted to start tonight by piquing your interest, getting you to look at your parking in town differently, so that when we come back and start debating these options with you, for you to make some policy decisions about, you're more comfortable understanding that we're not talking parking, we're talking fiscal sustainability, and we're talking drainage.
Really good job.
Thank you.
Mr. Jones, thank you. Council, any questions for Mr. Jones? All right, thank you.
Yes, there are
Oh,
questions.
sorry.
There
I
are
keep doing
questions.
that, I'm sorry.
By the time I
Keep walking
turned,
away.
you, okay. Mayor Pro Tem Nelson?
Now I forgot my question. One of the challenges that we have, and this is why I appreciate your approach to planning, is that we have to overcome these old paradigms that exist out there, and they have to have certain square footage for each parking space, and includes your driving space and what all. So from your presentation, I'm taking it that you have some concepts that you would like to bring forward to us as policymakers for us to consider with the differing geographical areas we have in the city, so that we comply with our own self-imposed mandate. And then we're going to have to sell it to the public. So I'm really interested to see where you're going on this, because it's some of the cities, the larger cities, are moving to more parking spaces, and yet they're putting in more mass transit, so they're competing with each other, competing with themselves with these varying modes and what all. So I would really like for you to focus your attention on us not being our own worst enemies, because that's really going to be the challenge to us, is overcoming some of those old thought processes.
Sure.
So I appreciate that, and I appreciate the presentation.
You bet.
Anybody else? Okay, now you can go, Mr. Jones. All right, we're on item 8E, discussion regarding mobile food truck pilot program. Ms. Bills.
Good evening. We just went into it. So what we're talking about, this is a workshop to kind of introduce the topic, and then hopefully the next meeting we'll be bringing forth an ordinance for your consideration for this pilot program. So what we're talking about is a mobile food vehicle pilot program. And what we're talking about with mobile food vehicles, they're any business that operates or sells food for human consumption, hot or cold, from a non-stationary location with the city. So it's something that can move around. It's a vehicle of some sort that can move from location to location, not permanently attached to anything. Some background on why this is something staff has actually been working on for the last year as we've had time. It's a popular business model. You see it throughout cities nationwide. It's been very popular in the area. It's an incubator for future permanent businesses. One of the downsides that some communities have experienced, it can compete with your existing brick and mortar restaurants, however, that are paying sometimes fairly high rents to exist in your downtowns or other parts of town. The city does receive many requests for permits. Part of the issue we've been having is we have a peddlers and vendors section of the code, and one of the requirements is for that planning and inspections have to sign off on it, but there's no clear guidelines on what criteria we're looking at to make a determination on where these can exist and what codes they need to be following. So staff has been working on this for over the past year. Back in March of 2018, we actually went to the Planning and Zoning Commission with some ideas, concepts to get their feedback. From some of the discussion we had with them, that we then talked with the County Health District, who is the entity in Bastrop County that issues the food permits, the fire department. One of the things with mobile food vehicles, I was watching the news the other night, and outside of, I think, Portland, there was a mobile food truck that exploded and damaged buildings in the area. So fire code is one of those very important items that we want to be considering when we look at this. And then the Main Street program and the special events permit, those often have mobile food or temporary food permits that go with those. So we've talked with all those different departments as interested parties in this process. So just a little background, there's three main types of vehicles or units that we're talking about. There's a food truck, which is entirely self-contained. It's the, this is an example of one. It's on wheels, it can move itself around. The next one is a food trailer, and it's one that has to actually be pulled behind a truck or some other kind of vehicle. And then the third type is a food or concession cart, which you often see like the little ice cream carts on the sidewalk or the hot dog vendor. So those are the three main types. What staff has been talking to legal about and running through kind of some of the traps are three main categories of permit types. One would be for individual food vehicles that would allow a single vendor to locate on private property on a temporary basis, and they'd have to be associated with a primary business on that lot. So if it's someone wants to be in a Walmart parking lot or a gas station parking lot, provided that they're not taking up any required parking, fire lanes are too close to any other buildings or structures, they would be able to locate in that place. Another option would be a food court, and so that would be a empty lot that doesn't currently have a primary business on it, that you would be able to go through the site planning process and actually set up to have multiple food vendors on it with stalls and defined parking and restroom facilities and seating areas. And the third, this is one we get a lot of requests for as well, is construction sites. So regardless of zoning district, if they're under construction currently, those food trucks will be able to go in for a temporary amount of time, serve the construction workers, and leave. So some examples of food courts. Here's one in Fort Worth. You can see that each individual truck has their own little parking pad so that they have a stable area to park on, that you don't sink into the dirt. But the seating areas are all over gravel or crushed granite. Here's another one that's in a parking lot, and that's out of Connecticut. That was the best kind of example I could find. It shows there's parking and then there's an interior food court with seating and some covered areas. So that would be the example of a food court type. So what we're proposing is tonight we're at the work session, April 9th, having the first reading of the pilot program ordinance. April 23rd would be the second reading, and that program would go into effect on May 1st for a period of 6 months. So this would give staff and the different vendors in town the ability to get permits, to try out this and see what elements of this program work or don't work. And then at the end of that 6 months, and on October 31st, it would be the end of the pilot program, and we can take those lessons learned and then roll that into our permanent new code. So any questions?
Okay. I mean, I'm just to be real honest. I don't like what you've presented. It doesn't seem reasonable to me. I mean, you're talking about setting up parking for mobile food trucks. You can't have a food truck unless you're associated with a business. I mean, it's just so counter to what I typically see as food courts, and I also don't understand why we're not doing this in planning and zoning before you come to us at 11:05 at night and ask us to have a work session for, I don't know, this just doesn't even make sense to me. But
It's on the agenda at your request, ma'am.
I know, but
There are a lot of people that have an interest in getting a mobile food truck. And so we have expedited it and put it on the agenda. There are real reasons for regulating this. It is food that is sold.
well, I'm not questioning that. I understand that and I agree with that. I'm just talking about just the general setup because I was at that council meeting. I was at the planning and zoning meeting when we initially talked about the food vendors, and there were so many of these issues that we talked about, and these are not consistent with what we've talked about. And I received a copy of this and discussed it with our attorney, and it's like nothing that I talked about, nothing that we did in planning and zoning is reflected by what this is
Jennifer,
tonight.
what is different?
Most of what was in the ordinance was what was presented. We didn't have the formal ordinance, but the concepts were the same as we presented the planning and zoning at the time.
So there is no material change from what went to planning and
Nothing.
zoning and what is being presented this evening?
Yes.
Okay, well, I was there, so I don't remember that. But, I'm just saying, just fundamentally, just having to have paved parking for trucks to park on, have to be out.
I think she's just showing you a picture. I don't think that this ordinance is saying that we're going to go build parking lots at all. I think they were saying this is the way that they could look, and my understanding is if somebody's interested in doing a food truck, this is a way for them to come and say, am I allowed to have a food truck? Yes, you're allowed to have one. This is where I'm going to park it on Deborah Jones's back behind her building, and she has permission, and I've got utilities, and can I try one out? And then during these 2 or 3 months, if it's like, wow, it's the most popular place around and it's going great, or all of the neighbors hate it, it smells, we don't like the traffic, and we don't want to do this anymore, that this is a way of, instead of getting all the way in with an ordinance and then trying to go backwards, that there is absolutely, the person who comes in and asks for a permit knows this is a pilot program, and you may only be able to do that for 6 months.
Just to me, and I'm just saying that just the general presentation seems a lot more stringent than what we originally talked about. And, it just seems a lot more difficult than what we talked about as far as just the requirements and paved and seating areas, and it's a food truck, park it somewhere.
None of that is required, is it?
Paving is required, to be on a paved surface is required.
And the reason for that is there are environmental issues for it to not be on a paved parking. The challenge with this, council member, is this. You have a vehicle that is now a rolling restaurant, and that is a real public health issue that we have to manage. And there are environmental issues that come with that. So this went from being a land use issue to being a health code issue and food safety. So it's complicated. And so part of what we are attempting to do, as the mayor said, is create an environment where we can learn. We don't have any frame of reference here, but our ultimate responsibility is to the customer. And so in this instance, what I always say to staff is who is the customer? In this instance, it's not the food truck vendor. The customer is the person that's going to be getting the product from them, that is going to assume that we have taken care of our business and held them safe, just like we do the brick and mortar building. So it is a complex subject that we're trying to make a land use, but it's more complicated than that. I think the pilot program allows us an opportunity to learn. We're not saying we're going to repeal it. We're just going to say we're starting with a foundation and we're going to tweak it. And if we got it perfect, then there will be no changes. But if we have to tweak it, We've not made any commitments to anybody other than they had a 6-month permit, and then we can fix it. And if we find that that particular issue is onerous, then as a policy perspective, y'all can certainly take it out, leave it, make it better, or make it worse. But we have to start somewhere, and we have to make sure that in the intent of making it easy, we have not failed our purpose, which is life safety.
Okay, so I think the main thing that I disagree with is just the cover. I mean, it just seems like, as we've talked about, impervious cover and low impact, and here we're like paved surfaces, paved parking. You know, I don't know. It just seems like we would have a little bit right off the bat. We would have more flexibility on that instead of going out of the gate with everything being paved. That's the biggest issue that I have.
And if I were a brick and mortar restaurant, I would say to you, you make me have paved parking all day long. And so at what point in time do you make it too easy for somebody to have a food truck at the expense of your brick and mortar? So there are, in my opinion, are some reasons to have some paved parking, and those are some environmental conditions that we've got to evaluate and figure out a way to manage. And if they don't work and it becomes burdensome, I would rather be able to take that away 6 months from now than try to put it back in.
Okay, well, let me say it this way then. I would just think that initially, or maybe not initially, because clearly we want to get started on this, but there's different areas where paving is going to be a concern. It's an issue. Like if you want to do some stuff up by the rodeo grounds or in the east part of town, you've got the toad, and it becomes an issue, and that might be a place where.
So at the rodeo arena, there's paved parking, is there not, Trey? Isn't there paved parking at the rodeo? So all they would need to do is just park in a paved parking spot.
Okay, well, that's really just not where I was going, but that's okay.
So, Councilmember Jones, do you want it to not come back next? Well, yeah, the last thing you said was, I'm not happy about it, so do you have any other, how would you like to move forward?
I don't know. I just feel like every single thing that I brought up about this, that it's just been ignored. And like I said, I've been in these meetings with this from the very beginning, and there were just specific things that we talked about, and it's just not in this plan.
Can you be more specific on what?
I'm being very specific. It's about the coverage and like parking on concrete and the impervious cover and the parking lot.
So you
I don't know
just
how
want
much more
food
clear I could
trucks
be
to
about that.
able to park on dirt?
I personally don't have a big problem with that. I mean, there might be some sort of covering that's not as.
Okay, you represent one vote. Can I have the rest of you weigh in on how you feel about that?
Councilmember Rogers?
Well, I guess when I've ever seen food truck areas, usually they're in parking lots that aren't being used, or the buildings, nobody's in that building, they've used that parking lot that's already there. They don't, I don't know if I've ever, not that I've lived in major cities, but usually they're put up where there's already the cover. It's not like we're asking them to put the cover down. Usually, or people have asked me in the shack to come be in my parking lot. They're already asking for to park somewhere that's already got a parking spot or already covered. Usually that's why they're in the mobile food truck, is they're going to park in a place that's not being used. So I don't think by this pilot we're asking them to put in new coverage. They're just going to find a spot that's already has coverage. So I don't think it's asking them to put in new ones.
Okay.
My view.
Mayor Pro Tem Nelson, were you?
You know, I think a pilot project or a pilot program is outstanding in that it to determine whether or not our city wants to have this variety of food services that might be offered. I think putting a pilot project or a pilot program in place is ideal for that. My only concern, my only caveat to that is that they should play by the same rules that our brick and mortar restaurants have to play by. I think it's something for the variety. It's going to serve our community, especially if we're looking to draw special events and what on. I think it's going to be an economic boost to us if we do it right. I would encourage y'all to look at some of the health aspects of it to make sure that the garbage and the biodegradables are handled appropriately rather than just being left on site for our crew to handle and therefore increase our operating costs. But I like the variety.
Councilmember Peterson?
Yes, I just want to put this out there. Now, most of these food trucks, they'll need water for sure to clean up. And if they can find a place that has the impervious cover, so much the better, because it makes things more clean and sanitary. And we want to have some kind of regulation on this, because we don't want to go with the scooters dumped all over the place like Austin is. We want to try to stay away from that. So let's get some policy to make it work.
Councilmember Ennis?
I really support the pilot program concept, because it's going to teach us a lot about what is and what isn't going to work and what is onerous to the vendors. I mean, they're obviously going to be working, I would think, on a shoestring to get started, and I understand what Councilwoman Jones is saying, but I support the temporary program, just so we'll learn some things and maybe we can make it better at the end of the period.
So, Councilmember Ennis, I appreciate that you support the pilot program, but are you supportive of it having to be on pervious, or do you want it to be able to for them to park on dirt?
I don't care.
Okay, so you want them to be able to park on dirt, you don't?
Just want us to have some flexibility. I think, just listening, if there's an area where that could work, I'm just saying that just to have some flexibility going forward versus just like, okay, here's the standard, this is how we're going to do it. And since it's going to be a pilot program and we're looking at what could or couldn't work, I'm just saying, why not have somebody say, look, we want to put a couple of food trucks up here on the hill, or we want to do this or that, and just look at having some flexibility on that. And that's really where I'm
here's
going.
the pledge that I will make to you. Between now and the time that we bring the ordinance back, we will work hard to find appropriate situations where that can occur for an appropriate amount of time. So it may only be in a 4-hour window at a special event. It may only be certain things like that, but we'll go back and challenge the paradigms and see if we can figure out a way to make that work.
I
really
think we
do
also have
appreciate
to
that.
be careful when we're east of 95, particularly in the toad habitat. There's going to be, they're not going to want you to have potential, whether it's food or stuff from the truck, dripping into the ground in the habitat area. So there may be other restrictions anyway. So they've got a lot of rules that they're trying to make sure they check all the boxes.
And part of it is we're still trying to work within the confines of the rules we have on the books today as we are modifying our rules.
Yes.
So I would imagine as we move forward, currently we don't have a construction standard for anything other than asphalt or concrete. Once we have a standard, I would imagine we would be able to have more flexible options, but we don't have that standard in place today. And it would be requiring each person to come in and have staff evaluate on a case-by-case basis each one of those situations.
Well, that makes more sense about why you set it up the way that you did, because we were sort of moving in a certain direction and I didn't see that happening. So
I think living within the confines of what we already require, like Mayor Pro Tem Nelson said, is probably more important than anything.
Okay, city manager, you got what you need? All right, so we can expect to see a potential ordinance for first reading, and we can make any amendments to it at that time. Good job, Ms. Bills. Thank you very much. Okay, we're moving to 8F. Review Mr. Jones and Ms. Bills, just back and ping-ponging. Review established purpose statement and evaluation criteria to create policy statement for council adoption for international code reviews by construction standards boards and staff. Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mayor. So looking at building Bastrop and the kind of journey that we've taken to date and getting the input from the community and the policy direction from council, some things have come in the direction of the codes, and one of those is instead of focusing more on what the land is used for, we're more focusing on the form. And when you do that, or you're looking at what you do with the land, or not what you do with the land, however, but how you do it, excuse me. So when you have that kind of shift in policy, what you do on that piece of property, come to find out, is extremely important. So if we're not focusing so much on what it's used for, how it's built becomes extremely important. And on that same note, how you control quality control of development is through the international building codes, and I'll just call those I codes for short tonight, or else I don't think I'll make it through the presentation. But the I codes in the city of Bastrop were last adopted in 2012, and when they were adopted in 2012, we adopted the 09 codes. So our codes to date have already gone through a couple of rounds of revisions through the I codes, and we're already 10 years old on our building codes and requirements. So when looking at the goal, what we're trying to accomplish with the I codes, number one thing is life safety. I think you've heard that theme tonight, and life safety would be why you have building codes, okay? So this picture of the City Hall is directly from the website. It's on the front page, and you can see people walking in and out of the building there in the picture. And the expectation that one would have, pardon? Oh,
Is that they're safe.
that they're safe, right? I know that walking into this building, or I assume that I am safe. That goes for any building that you're walking into within the city. And the way we ensure that those buildings are safe to walk into are building codes. So it's imperative that we get that right. So, and looking at life safety as the function of our building codes, protect our public safety, and then using council's purpose statements of being fiscally sustainable, geographically sensitive, and authentic Bastrop, we created a purpose statement when we're reviewing the I codes for adoption. And that purpose statement is to establish locally amended life safety expectations that protect our public, meet national best practices, and ensure that the asset meets or exceeds its useful life. And similarly to your purpose statement, this has no ors. It's all or nothing. So when you look through this, you'll see locally amended. Well, that's authentic Bastrop. You'll see life safety expectations that protect our public. That's the purpose of our building codes. You'll see that they meet national best practices, and that's geographically sensitive through energy efficiency and things like that in the building codes. And then you'll see that the asset should meet or exceed its useful life, and that's all about fiscally sustainability. And so that's how we came up with that purpose statement for the review of the codes.
One of the things you have not mentioned is who besides staff is going to be reviewing those codes, and how will this be utilized?
Sure. So kind of the process and the timeline here is to review the purpose and the timeline with council. And to City Manager's point, the Construction Standards Board really has two main priorities as a board or a commission. They review or hear appeals of the building official's decision, and then they're charged with reviewing our building codes. And so they are the primary board that is responsible for the overview of the adoption and recommendation of the I codes to City Council. So kind of the timeline and a process as we would work through it is we would send the I codes to the Construction Standards Board. We're already in an internal review with staff. We will, following your policy and guidance, get these out to our Construction Standard Board in a timely manner in order so they can start reviewing this. We will have a couple of community input meetings where we will invite the development community as well as all of those who are pulling permits within the city. So we'll reach out to those who have pulled permits with us to get their input, because at the end of the day, it affects them just as much as it affects us. So we would then take those recommendations from staff, Construction Standards Board, and the community input meetings, And the Construction Standards Board would then make recommendations on the I codes, and then we would present those recommendations from them to you all for adoption. We anticipate all that happening, having the public hearings and then the adoption in November of this month. I believe you all have seen a rough timeline of some of those and when those would occur. It would require some pretty heavy meeting schedules of the construction standard boards this summer in order to achieve this, but we think it's mission critical to have our ducks in a row on our building standards when we adopt our new land use and building codes. So that's kind of where we're at today in terms of how we would approach this review and then a proposed timeline to you all.
Matt, why don't you explain what is in the I codes? It's not just the building code.
No, it is not, and I left my folder at, so forgive me.
International Building Code.
Okay, one of his friends, bring him his folder.
Is that it? Is that a blue sticker? My apologies. All right, this will make it supremely much easier. So, international goes before all of these, so just to prevent me from slipping all over it. It's the building code, residential code, fire and gas code, mechanical code, plumbing code, existing building code, green, and I still did it, green conservation code, fire code, electric code, and property maintenance code. Now, of those, the only two that we don't have today are the green conservation code and the property maintenance code. So as a part of this review, it might be that we don't need to adopt all of these. We can adopt some, and some areas of these codes might be covered in other areas of the mechanical code or other, that we can make local amendments to those codes, and we may not need all of those, but those are the ones that we'll be reviewing, taken to the Construction Standards Board for input.
The property maintenance code is a great example of what we will likely not adopt in its totality. A number of those chapters are referenced in other codes, the fire code, the building code, but there are some code enforcement elements and some definitions that will be very important. So rather than adopting everything and having conflict, which we're working so desperately to get out of the conflict business, we will only adopt something once and then refer to it from a technical standpoint. But one of the eligibility requirements that staff is using and is going to propose to the Construction Standards Board is that this have a common sense element to it. There are a lot of rules in the International Building Code that will not apply to us. We don't have skyscrapers, so we don't need to adopt the codes for skyscrapers. There are some things in there that, as staff, we just, every time we have to talk about it, we roll our eyes because we just know it's stupid. So how about we just not do that? I think the point of the purpose statement that Matt has outlined for you this evening is that rather than debating our own personal agenda as a tradesman, what we have put before the Construction Standards Board is a purpose statement that it has to be authentic Bastrop, it has to meet life safety, it has to be this national best standards, but at the end of the day, it has to ensure that the building's always safe and that it lives its useful life. And when you put those things in it with the and it still meets your personal agenda, it's the right thing. But if it doesn't, then that gives us the flexibility to take care of some things that are just not common sense, that when we bring them back, I don't want y'all going, how come y'all brought this to us? We're not going to adopt that.
Councilmember Ennis?
Who writes these codes?
These are done by the International Code Council, and essentially they're studies upon fires, and they go look at what caused a fire, and then they write a code to prevent that fire from ever happening again. But the I codes are based off best practices and standards to ensure safety and sustainability, I guess, of an asset. And so it's called the International Code Council, but it's really a U.S.-based group that comes together that does this, but is also used internationally, but it's based here in the States.
Great. Thank you.
Back in the day, there was a stack of 3-inch books. That
There's
have-
still a stack, and we're going
I
through
would
about
think
10 of them.
everything's electronic now. It's not digital?
There's that option as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if
It's
you
hard
would
to
go
pull
to
the code out and lay it out for the customer to read it, so we keep that
Yes.
hard copy.
The proposed purpose statement, could we go back to,
Yes,
to
absolutely.
that slide? The only caution that I have is when it says meet national best practices. My understanding from talking to the city attorney before was that when we establish local amendments, we can make it stricter or less strict than the international codes. And when I read meet national best practices, I feel like we're demanding that we may be reaching farther than what is practical, either at the time that we are or from a cost standpoint. And I'm not sure exactly what the word would be, but I really appreciated your point at the end of we need to use some common sense and we want to be practical. But when I read meet national best practices, I don't want that to be, because we don't have to meet every national best practice. Isn't that correct, City Attorney?
Yes, Mayor, it's correct that you're allowed to make local amendments and customize these international codes to fit your community, your budget, your staffing levels, your capabilities.
So I'm fine with, we need to be aware of them, we want to review them, we certainly don't want to make a mistake, but I don't want us to be like, no, the national best practice says this, and by gosh, that
Sure.
if you don't adopt it, then you haven't met the purpose statement. I
think
have
the
some
intent
concerns
of
about that.
that being in there was that we're not making this stuff up.
Bingo.
This is stuff that we're getting from a nationally and internationally recognized agency that have been doing this for years and years and years. And I hope that the first part of that purpose statement, saying that we're establishing these, but they are locally amended, that gives it that caveat that yes, they will be nationally standards, but they will be authentic to Bastrop. We will locally amend them, and they will protect our
Can I
life
make a
safety.
friendly amendment? Review
We are
national
here.
best practices and establish locally amended life safety expectations that pertain, so that instead of meet national best practices, review national best practices and go into establish locally amended, so that you're acknowledging that you're aware of them, but you aren't signing up for something that, I don't want us to be in a position to where we all know we really shouldn't do that, but we said we were going to adopt national best practices.
So review national best practices to establish locally amended life safety expectations that protect our public and ensure that the asset meets or exceeds its useful life.
Yeah, but instead of to establish, I would say and establish. Like, you're going to review them, and then you're going to and establish locally amended, blah, 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 blah.
Yes,
To your
ma'am.
point of, you're not making it up, and you're starting at national best practices, but then you're doing what makes locally sense. Yeah, is that agreeable to everyone?
We can do it.
All right, did you get what you needed?
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions for Mr. Jones before he leaves the podium? All right, thank you. Great job tonight, Mr. Jones. All right, 8H, receive presentation and continue discussion regarding storm drainage design manual and ordinance. God bless you. Council, it is 11:35 and we didn't have a bio break since 9:37. Y'all just get up one at a time as you need to go, or do we need a quick break? Okay, you're on, Mr. Job.
So Mayor and Council, tonight, Trey purposely did not put an ordinance or a technical manual in here. If you will recall, the ordinance that you have has the introductory sentence that says there needs to be some basic understanding of the math calculations when you read this. With the exception of the mayor, none of us have that. So what I asked Trey to do was to put together a presentation that walks you through the key elements of the ordinance, compares what we have to what we're proposing. And the mayor had asked, what does this look like to our customer? What's the process? What are the steps? So Trey's going to do that. And if all of this makes sense, We'll bring you an ordinance that reflects this. If there's any part of this you don't like, then we will tweak that and make sure that the ordinance that you ultimately get has that information. We need some perspective from you this evening, because whatever we take from you tonight will be a part of the transportation and drainage rodeo that is scheduled for April 10th. We'll be inviting the public as well as the development community to participate in that process. So we're really looking for some policy direction to make sure that what we're presenting is what you want. And if so, that's what we'll present. If not, we'll modify that so what the public sees is what you have an intention of moving forward with.
So, City Manager, can I test for understanding, the April 9th is our next council meeting. You're looking for policy direction tonight. The ordinance and the manual will be a part of the packet for the April 9th, or
23rd.
No,
will it
ma'am.
be at April 10th?
No, ma'am.
23rd.
What we are looking for is policy direction so that what we give the development community to review conceptually is at the April 10th meeting. So when we bring you back the ordinance on the 24th, we can tell you the reaction from the public and the development community. If they have some, we won't put it on the agenda for adoption. We will bring you back that input and debate it, and then it would be moved to the first meeting in May.
So what are we're going to give you comments tonight, and this same thing is what you're going to present on April 10th?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
So they won't see the ordinance or the manual either. You're going to get all of that input and then finalize the ordinance and manual?
Because, well, let me put it to you this way. We are trying to have the come and go portion of April 10th to be a visual, so there will be some comparison charts like you, Trey will show you tonight. We'll have some design elements in there for them to comment on, but that manual is about 1.5 inches thick, and people are not going to sit down and read it. So we're trying to hit the salient points of what's different, what's changing, what's going to cost you money, so that that's what they can weigh in on, so that when they get the tech manual and they read it, they go, yep, we talked about that, yep, we talked about that.
And I didn't expect them to read it that night. Where I was going was, would they have access to it on Friday to have reviewed it, to be able to have comments on Tuesday? But you're saying it won't be in a Friday packet, so
What we can do is we can put it out on our website on the Building Bastrop page, so that they can go and get it and look at it as a reference.
Okay.
And then they can read it and comment if they want to get into that detail.
I'm just trying to make sure we're clear with expectations, that they know on the April 10th what they can expect to find. Okay. All right.
All right, thank you, Mayor and Council. You're going to see a reoccurring theme, like you've seen all night. We're going to go back to that statement, the policy statement that was made, and how it relates to drainage. And really, this is more of a holistic look at how everything's going to work together. But we wanted to start with why it's important. Why did we look at this drainage ordinance? What was the purpose behind it? And I can tell you it was this right here, or one of these. If you can remember, this is Hurricane Harvey, August 2017. It was about $125 billion worth of damage. And this is what we're here to prevent, is that rain volume we've been talking about, the hurricane damage, the extra rain. How do we build it better? How do we make it last? And what can we do to make it fiscally sustainable? So again, we'll just start out with the policy statement that was adopted in, I believe it was February 26th. I'm sure everybody's familiar with it. Some of the main things that I wanted to point out, and the difference here is, in our old ordinance, we actually allowed the rational method, and in the new one, it will be excluded except for in the very upfront preliminary planning. So when you come back and you'll do a conceptual design and a preliminary detention volumes, that'll all be done based on the math and the numbers that we use today. They will change when it's final. It will be more defined and more in depth. Again, the differences are the 2004 and 2008 rainfall totals. They've been updated to see the Atlas 14, which we've talked about. You saw that 30% volume increase that Mr. Morales talked about. Again, there was no water quality requirement
There will be now. It'll take care of that first inch and a half of rain.
Okay, so are we going to wait and let you finish, or are we going to talk
can
about it? Okay, so the inch and a half is an inch more than what they require in Austin, and it's only required in Austin because it's in an aquifer recharge zone. So,
So that just happens to work out to be your standard storm with the numbers.
but it doesn't have to be water quality.
So you're going to have a water quality requirement that comes with us being an MS4.
Well, the MS4 is triggered at 10,000.
That's correct.
Only if you're adjacent to a UA, and we're not.
No, ma'am, it's just 10,000.
I've got the MS4 requirements
So
right here.
So what you'll be required to do is not have a illicit discharge into something like the Colorado River, where everybody is in everybody's watershed. We all share a lot of that. There are stricter rules with recharge, and if you don't like the inch and a half, that's something that we can talk about tonight and bring back on the 9th and bring to the public. So this is what the manual says now. It's not brought down from Moses, we like to say. So we can make those changes.
We're not in the recharge zone. TCEQ doesn't require it, and the MS4, what I pulled off the EPA website, I don't think we're required to do that. Now, not being required to do it and deciding to do it or not do it, that's two different things, and I'm aware of that. But I think it's a good time to talk about water quality, and are we wanting, again, not only am I not 1/20th of the vote, I don't get to vote.
Right.
So we need to hear from some other council members about thoughts on requiring the first inch and a half of rainfall to be through water quality.
If it's not required of us to do it, why would we want to do it? Is there good sound reasoning to do it just?
It is based on the integrated stormwater management best practices. Again, we can locally amend those just like we could on the codes. You can take what you want in and out of the manual. The ordinance itself will be generic to really a lot like the one we have now. The difference will be the level of detail that we require in the future. And that's done in the manual.
On April 9th, we will come back and be prepared to talk water quality with you that evening.
So you don't want to make a decision about that right now?
It would be my preference that we spend some time talking about water quality so you make an informed decision.
I agree.
Again, we're going to address velocity maximums and then peak runoff downstream. In the old ordinance, it was not defined. Now it will be. So that we'll be talking about bank erosion and slowing the water down. An upstream evaluation was always required, but it was just basically done with the certified by the engineer. Now we're going to actually require much more detailed. It has an analysis requirements. It's in your checklist that was provided in the packet. So we're going to trust what they say, but we're also going to verify it with some good math and technology. There was no permit required previously. There will be now. It'll have a fee and a checklist associated with that, as well as a fiscal.
So it's going to be a drainage permit?
Yes,
and
ma'am.
it's going to be in addition to a construction permit, or it's included in it? Or
It will be part of the entire process when you come in for all your permits. You will have to, you will be required to have it's going to take quite a bit more of review time. And it's just, a permit is truly just how we track inspections and we go through and set fees.
The permit fee is going to help cover the expense of the drainage engineer reviewing this. The days of us taking the engineer stamp and assuming it is correct are over. So part of what you're going to do is pay a permit fee so that we can review it and make sure that not only does the math work, it's constructible, and it is maintenance, and that we have a vested interest. We've been very clear that the developer puts it in the first time, and then we get to pay for it in perpetuity. And we need some total quality checks. So just like a building permit helps pay for the inspection fees of that, this permit on the drainage side will help pay for that review.
And I don't have any problem. We absolutely need to be covering our cost. Nobody's ever going to build just drainage, so I'm wondering why it's not covered in the bigger permit that they're...
You could have a building renovation fee that wasn't drainage. And so when you come in and turn in your applications, we give you a fee checklist, and that
Okay,
would
and
be
so
one of...
this will be one of
Yes,
them?
ma'am.
Okay,
They
I
write-
just didn't know how somebody
They
would
write a
only...
big check, and it includes a
A lot of
things.
these, okay.
That's correct.
And
Again,
the only other thing I think the ordinance has to be super clear about, I think, because I think it's confusing for our citizens, am I required to get a drainage permit fee? So if they're coming in to do any construction and you're saying that you'll help them know whether or
I'll
not
get
they
to that.
need one, and I know we talk about that later on, if whether they're required or if it's a no impact project, but I want our citizens to be able to be clear as a feedback for the ordinance.
Sure. Again, so now, or in the current ordinance, the maintenance is deferred to the property owner a lot of times, but now they'll actually be, so you'll see a lot of detention ponds that are neglected, right? They're all supposed to be maintained by the owner. That doesn't always happen. We're going to ask for a maintenance plan and agreement that comes up front, and then you're going to provide us proof on how you're going to maintain that with the fiscal surety, which will save you time later on, not coming back to have to code enforce.
How come you don't want to have CMP pipe anymore?
CMP pipe is just what we
Was
had in
the
our rule
last one
standard.
on the one before that you...
Yeah. It was just corrugated metal pipe doesn't have the same life.
Okay, and I didn't know if with the, specifically what I'm thinking about is when we are changing some of the street types and even possibly in some of the areas we were talking about not having asphaltic concrete, not having concrete, if you're going to have a gravel bar ditch, CMP pipe is more conducive to that environment.
It certainly is an option. I know you're familiar with it. It doesn't last as long. Generally gets bent on the ends. Concrete. If it's something that we're going to maintain and take over forever, because it's in the right of way after that, concrete's your best option. You wouldn't put that under anything. You would always use that under a roadway or under some kind of.
So let's go back to the beginning, and that was fiscal sustainability.
Correct.
You put it in first, and we then maintain it in perpetuity. So if we want something that doesn't last as long and we want to replace it more often, then we can certainly do that. But we took the purpose statement to heart that was put here, and that is fiscal sustainability. Concrete reinforced pipe, it will certainly do that.
So, and to be clear, I don't point it out here, but you could actually use it on your site. So if you wanted to go with an HDPE or something else, only in the public areas would it be required to be concrete. So if you wanted to use some internal drainage, that would be perfectly fine.
Yeah, some of the rural
Which could be
areas,
a cost savings.
some of you have problems with the ends getting run off when they're not installed correctly, when they're not long enough, and when you've got high traffic. If you are out in some of the other areas where you're having open bar ditches and it's a driveway to a house.
I just think we have to
Councilmember
look
Jones?
at, we just have to look at geographically specific.
Yes.
That's all you're saying.
Exactly.
And that's
Like,
what I'm
I'm
agreeing with.
completely fine with RCP pipe
Yeah.
downtown, but I'm thinking the outskirts, what, y'all call them the bluffs or whatever in the district,
Right.
it may make sense.
And that was allowed in our current ordinance in the rules section. So, I mean, that's just something we would talk to Mark about. That's why we're having this meeting, because I told him I would come back with all kinds of changes that he probably need to go and tweak. That'll be one of them. Again, the drainage for the full design was required just prior to construction. Right now, it's going to be addressed. This is the main overarching theme I want to get across here. Is it will be addressed often and up front, right? So when you come in for your sketch plat, we're going to look at your drainage. When you come in for preliminary, we're going to look at your drainage a little more. When you come in for your final, you will pretty much have it completely designed and be ready to go. Now, there is a threshold for that, and here's where we're talking about the smaller homeowner. There's no permit required if you are not adding 10,000 square feet or you are disturbing ground disturbance of less than 20,000 square feet. So that's about half an acre. So if you're just one guy on a lot and you want to put a shed or you want to dig up something in the backyard, there's no permit required. But if you're adding on 10,000 square feet, you've got to come in and we've got to look at your drainage because you're going to impact your neighbors.
So one of the things council's hearing about is people don't want to have to go through this to get a fence permit. Is this going to resolve that?
It will. So the fence, and I'll talk about it a little bit later, but the fence permit actually just be handled by a site visit. We just need to incorporate some of the stuff that we're doing now into the new ordinance. the moratorium the language is specific enough that it requires any type of impact. We will fix that in this ordinance. So we will be able to go out, look at as staff, say it's fine, it's not blocking a ditch, move forward. And it'll be a no impact project, and you just get your trade permit and move on your way.
So-
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, I have a question. So she was saying there won't be a permit or there will be a permit?
You'll still have to get a permit to put up your fence, but you will not be required to get a drainage permit or an engineer to do a study on your lot.
Okay.
So that will save you that will save you what you're doing now, because we'll be able to go out and visually just inspect.
Okay.
it.
Unless you guys go out there and there is a problem, and then there is a potential
Yes.
putting up a fence that you would have to get a drainage permit if there's a potential that you're going to flood someone. Is
Yes,
that?
and that
and
would,
you'll help
it would
them
be
know
much
that?
like the exemption process that you have now.
I just
But
wanna
you,
make sure
but you
you're
won't
covered.
have to come to council for it. You guys, staff will
Correct.
take care of it.
That's
Councilmember Jones?
I was just making sure
Oh,
that the public understood the difference between the two permits that you're saying, because one's saying fence, you don't need a permit, but you will need a fence permit, but not a drainage permit.
Yes,
So I was
for
just
the-
making sure the public understood, you're saying no permit, depending on which one you're talking about.
Yes, for the purpose of this discussion, no drainage permit when you're a small neighborhood body.
So for all of the citizens who have come and spoken to different council members, and I seem to have had a lot of them, we're responding to their complaint that we were not being reasonable about them replacing fences, rebuilding fences, by making them do a drainage permit. They don't have to do that anymore. It just now incorporates getting a permit and then having a site visit.
That's correct.
No
And-
more drainage studies for building fences. So
Ooh,
we're
I would be very careful and not say
Only
that.
if the fence does not cause a drainage problem. If they're putting up a fence and it's now going to cause a drainage problem, then they will have to study the drainage to put up the fence.
And that's determined by a site visit.
Thank you
That's
very
correct.
much. Yes,
So we're going
ma'am.
to put the common sense into it. We'll be able to go look at it. And if you're going to cross a large channel with a fence, we're going to say, hey, wait a second.
Thank you so much. So this
can't
is
do
the
that.
city responding to our citizens' request.
And
for
that
being
doesn't-
And it doesn't matter if it's a
I
fence or a
appreciate it.
shed or anything else.
That's correct.
So it's the same thing now with the shed as well.
That's correct.
But I think we are doing a disservice if we say fence and sheds won't require a drainage permit, because sometimes some of them absolutely will.
That's correct, and that's when they reach a certain size. So we'll talk about this a little bit later, but again, the old ordinance only allowed some kind of alternative design techniques at the engineer's discretion. This has options and added tools. They don't have to be used, but they're absolutely there. So if you want to do light imprint development, it's
So
available.
last time we spoke about this, it was called low impact development. It's called light imprint development. Is it
It's
just
pretty much
two
the
words
same.
that start with LI?
That's correct.
Okay. And this says it's a tool that's not required, but that 2 slides ago, when we're saying you're required to do the water quality, this is how you get that water quality done. So that's that's the other reason why I'm saying that if we're going to have a water quality conversation, fine, but that's part of the problem.
So in a lot of our water quality component is also going to help us out in our ETJ where we don't have the same authority. Right? That'll be part of we won't talk about that now. We'll talk about that later. Sorry, I don't want to confuse anybody, and it's late.
It's 5 minutes to midnight.
Sorry.
Yes.
So again, what are we doing to meet fiscal sustainability? We're going to do some pre-applications. We're going to do the sketch plat like we talked about. We're going to lay out the steps as we move forward into the process. And then the big one is we're going to consider that flood mitigation, conveyance, stream bank protection, and water quality right away. The new storm design manual, again, it has some win-win scenarios in there, not required, but you do have to go through the math and do the options. Geographically sensitive. Part of the problem is, and why this is important, is what makes Bastrop beautiful, is it also has some geographically sensitive areas. We know we have soil conditions that are different, floodplain, we've got Piney Creek, got the Colorado River, got the Lost Pines, we've got drastic changes in topography, and then we've got some additional challenges like UP, which Ms. Paul talked about tonight, and then we have the endangered species, which you've also talked about. So what are we going to do to ensure it's geographically sensitive? We're going to require that sketch plat. We're going to look at the existing hydraulic conditions, and this is really going to be important because we're going to look upstream and downstream at a much more detailed level to make sure that you're not impacting anybody on either side of you. We're going to have post-development hydraulic analysis, stormwater management design, and all this is done really up front. Again, that's just what I want to keep touching on, and it's all going to be based around geographic sensitivity. Again, authentically Bastrop, why is this important? Because we're going to take each of these things and we're going to vet them against the policy that we talked about, your purpose statement, and make sure that we're meeting everything in it. We're going to preserve the natural landscape of the Colorado, which is an important resource. We're also going to build to existing topography as part of the new codes, and this drainage ordinance allows you to do that, or the manual. So what are we doing? We're writing new codes that extract our own DNA. We're changing ordinances to protect our history and natural landscape, and we're protecting our citizens from subsidizing development. And we talked about that earlier. When we put something in, we want it to last because we don't want to have to go back and fix it. We want it to last the life of the asset or greater. What we're trying to achieve here is just that built-out conditions reflect natural conditions as much as possible. I just wanted to tell you a little story. We've had somebody come in. We've been working there on the corner. I'm sure a lot of people are familiar with this site. And I have site location and then second site location because it started out as one and it turned into two when we started talking with these folks and they got really excited. You can see that this has been platted forever. I believe it's River Terrace. And it was 37 lots on the corner of Wilson and Mesquite. It's been platted since the late 70s, early 80s. They have these 37 lots. We're talking about fiscal sustainability. They're getting excited. We're talking about, people coming in when they bring back this. And they were really excited because they got a lot yield of 59. They were so happy that they bought 3 acres across the street and put in another 33 lots. And we said, this is great. We like where you're going, but you still miss 2 components, and that's the geographically sensitive and the authentic Bastrop. So they went back and did it one more time, and they came up with this. And their unit yield is 199. Their lot yield is 61. Their unit yield to the right there is 114, and their lot yield is 59. So that's 114 different water customers. That's 114 different sewer customers. That's 114 different Bastrop Power and Light customers, which is pretty fiscally sustainable for us on our end. And it would look something like this. With the new codes and the way things are being done, you'll actually have a commercial component there. You'll have a spot for public and civic, such as the police. You've got all of this green and open space. So the reason it makes it fiscally sustainable is it has a higher lot yield. The pavement's actually narrower and there's less infrastructure to maintain. It's geographically sensitive because it protects the Piney Creek. But I wanted to point out something. It also provides walkability. So this trail would actually, even though there's a geographically sensitive area and you cannot finish your grid streets because of the creek, it's too costly, we still have that mobility by providing walkability at this end. Again, we're preserving authentic Bastrop by taking care of the natural landscape. This has been a creek in that area for years. The neighbors are used to it. And this type of development would allow us to keep that going. Here's an example of that light imprint development we were talking about. That is actually a drainage feature. And it looks like a very nice place to live. You won't necessarily see those buildings in that development, but I'm talking about that type of detention. So again, we talked about what the process looks like, and we want to make sure the math is correct, right? And we heard Paul talk about this earlier. There's a lot of assumptions based on what you do with some very generic methods. So we're going to make sure that it's a little bit more stringent, it's more detailed. We're getting all the information that we need. We'll make sure the math works. We'll do the constructability. There's a lot of things that can be built, but it's important that it's built well and that it'll last. So that's what we'll be checking. And then we're going to talk about who takes care of the maintenance and who maintains what from now on. So that'll be addressed right at the front. Again, this is what we've discussed for residential, and this is where I'm going to need some input. We've talked about a residential impervious cover limit at 65%. Small increases under 5% should be considered no impact projects. So if you're under your 65% and you go up 5% automatically, it's no impact. As long as you stay under that 5%, you would go ahead without your permit. If you exceed that, it'd be more like the exemption process where the engineer would come in and give you your letter, and then you would be on your way. And that would be approved at staff level.
And staff will help them wade
Correct.
through all of that, right?
Yes, that's correct. And this really resembles what we're doing right now with the moratorium. The only difference is instead of it coming to council every time, it has to be done at the staff level. So again, we've heard what you said, and we've heard what the public said, and we're trying to meet that as quick as possible. There's just a lot of work to get it done. And again, the permit would only be required at the 20,000 feet in disturbance. We've talked about moving that to 5,000, which seems a little low. And then land development, and it says 0 to 200 acres. That's probably should be tweaked a little bit since technically you have to start at 3/4 of an acre. But it does require a more in-depth review. And I think that is it. And if you have any more questions, I will take them.
Council, any comments?
It's a lot to consider at midnight.
Yeah.
So it's
Not that we're not interested. You did a good job.
No, thank you.
All
I
right.
understand. Best
Okay, the last item is an update and discussion on current legislative session. I just want to make you aware of one thing.
Mayor, before we leave, I need a little more feedback. Is there anything other than the water quality about this that concerns you? We brought the ordinance to you the first time. It seemed overwhelming. We've tried to bring back this PowerPoint to hit the more salient points. Do we need to bring it back on the 9th? I know we're trying to get this to the drainage rodeo on the 10th, but I need some feedback on how do we need to present this again other than the water quality to give you some assurances that you're comfortable with what we're proposing.
I think that for me, the only thing that, and it was sort of kind of goes back to the food truck, sorry, is that just to not be across the board, it has to be a certain way because there has to be the geographic areas, and that's the only thing I want to point out. You know, just look at what makes sense geographically as well as what makes sense on every other level, and that's the only thing that I kind of get hung up on a little bit. Other than that, it seems fine to me.
Mayor Pro Tem Nelson?
Yeah, the only thing that I may have a question on, and I still need to look at a little bit more, is why the thresholds of 10,000 square foot of impervious cover or land disturbances of 20,000 square foot, why that threshold was set.
Trey, can you come back to the podium, please? Where did the threshold for when the permit is required at an additional 10,000 square foot of impervious cover come from, or the land disturbance of 20,000 square feet? What was the rationale behind those numbers?
I will have to check. That is, again, I believe just a standard in the ISWIM manual. But that is about 1/4 of an acre. And I think we're really going to tie it back to the new code. So with what Matt's working on, there are certain limits. If you're just a homeowner and you want to add, for example, an accessory dwelling, that doesn't trigger a whole lot of things that you have to do. But if you're somebody that has a 1 acre lot, and since we won't have a standard lot size and you want to make that 4 lots, we need to make sure that the drainage is going to work and the street lighting's there and the sidewalks are there and all the components. So you become a developer at that point, and that's really where that threshold is that 1/4 acre, I believe.
But that's on the 20,000 square foot, but on the 10,000 square foot, I mean, if somebody has a 12,000 square foot home wants to add 10,000, that's substantial.
Yes, that is
in there.
substantial.
If somebody has a 6,000 square foot house, I mean, it's not going to be quite as, I just want to make sure we have sound reasoning behind the thresholds.
Yes.
So that we can truly be authentic Bastrop as opposed to just picking an arbitrary number.
We can have you that answer, and I'm sure that it has to go. It ties back into the basic 1/4 acre lot size. That's what we had a majority of when they did the DNA analysis.
I don't have enough knowledge and information to make a determination whether it's too big or not enough. I just want to make sure it's just not an arbitrary number
Yes.
that we're sticking in there, because 10,000 is easily dividable by 10.
Sure,
I mean,
and
it's,
right, and
so
that makes sense.
You said
Yes.
do the math, and that's
Yeah. Well, we've discussed this quite a bit, and it's there has to be some kind of standard set, whether it's 65% for impervious cover. So we have to pick something, so we have something to go by. again, we can tweak that stuff. But
We will get with Mark and make sure that we can give you a correct answer, or if not, we'll come up with something that we can defend.
yes.
Any other concerns? Okay, on the 8I, the legislative update, I just want to make one comment. There was a Senate Bill 1152 that has a companion House Bill 3533. As cities, we collect franchise fees, and that's essentially renting our public right-of-way. And right now, if you're using our public right-of-way, you have to pay for cable and you have to pay for telephone. And this proposed law says you only have to pay for one or the other, and you don't have to pay for both. And I'm just hoping that the cable servers will allow me to choose which one of those things I want to pay for and get both of them. So I've got some problems with this because in my heart, I'm not sure that when, and I won't mention any names of large cable and phone providers, but you might know who they are. I have a feeling that when they quit paying that franchise fee, I don't think that's going to be reflected in the bill that we get, but it will be reflected in what the municipality is able to collect and take care of the taxpayers. So it seems like they're wanting to have it both ways. I get to use it for both things. I'm going to charge the customer for both things, but I only want to have to pay for using one of them. So just kind of an interesting thing to know what's going on. I had an opportunity to hear both Senator Betancourt and Senator Watson talk about Senate Bill 2 and House Bill 2, which was quite interesting. It was a panel that was moderated by Ross Ramsey, who was one of the co-founders of the Texas Tribune, and one of the comments that was made was school financing through whatever mechanism it will be paid. And Senator Watson said, well, that's actually the very reason I would have a hard time voting for the bill the way it is currently written, is because that mechanism of how the school financing will make up the difference is not addressed in detail. So the fund continues. So far, the bills haven't started flying back and forth. That is expected to happen this week. And with that, we are at the favorite item number 13.
Yes, Mayor, I do want to say there was had a good meeting to address the briefings. I want to thank staff for putting so much time on the briefings. Very informative, and I move to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn. It's 12:09, and we are adjourned.